Chapter 584. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Greenlight Sword Murong Shui, who did not have time to react, was blown out of the ring by the shockwave. Huh. Sun Xingyu was stunned and turned to look at Huang Tianyu. That's enough. You win this round. Huang Tianyu said. This round was not a battle of life and death but a battle of rewards. There was no need for any casualties. Moreover, Murong Shui was on Huang Tianyu's conversion list. It would be a waste if she died. Humph. Hearing this, Sun Xingyu could only forcefully suppress his emotions, coldly snorted, and then walked out. Murong Shui, I declare you the loser. Do you have any objections? Huang Tianyu asked. Murong Shui shook her head with a look of pity. If Sun Xingyu did not know any hollow god martial arts, she would have won. Then, she would have a hollow god weapon. Unfortunately, her opponent still had a trump card. Next, it was Shi Zhao's turn to fight another person who had converted 65% of his attributes. This battle was rather intense. For the sake of that faux divine weapon, the stone puppet even risked its life. Finally, it managed to knock the other party out of the arena. Although the other party did not land on the ground, as long as he crossed the line, he would lose. I, Shi Zhao, am going to have a hollow god weapon. Shi Zhao roared. The surrounding people all had envious expressions on their faces. In terms of strength, there were many who were stronger than Shi Zhao. However, Shi Zhao was lucky to have passed 3 rounds. In the last round, he had to rely on Yi Xian's Dragon War Stomp and Earth-Splitting Sword to win. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Therefore, he had to thank Yi Xian. These 2 martial arts were given to him by Yi Xian. As they were inferior, he learned them quickly. Now, 2 out of the 3 hollow god weapons had been won. Next was the 3rd round. In the last round, Yi Xian defeated a genius who had converted 70% of his attributes. This time, his opponent was of a similar level. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xian and his opponent landed on the arena. I admit defeat. As soon as Yi Xian landed, his opponent shouted. Sure enough, the other party was terrified. It couldn't be helped. Yi Xian's strength had already far surpassed the other geniuses. Even Sun Xingyu might not be a match for him. If he didn't admit defeat, would he wait to lose face? At least you have some self-awareness. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that the 3rd illusionary divine weapon would be his. This brat can instantly kill a martial artist with 70% attribute conversion. However, this is still not enough to kill Chen Liang. Huang Tianyu thought to himself as he watched Yi Xian slowly walk over. Chen Liang was the silver-armored man from before. His attribute conversion had reached 80%, and he also had the heart of a half-demon. In his demon form, his strength was not something that Yi Xian could withstand. Unless Yi Xian had a virtual divine weapon. There are only 2 regions where a void divine weapon has appeared. This Luosha region has never had one, so he shouldn't have one. Therefore, something must have happened to Chen Liang. This Yi Xian shouldn't know that the Warlord Branch Hall has been infiltrated by the demon clan. Huang Tianyu thought to himself and then raised his head. His actions caused everyone to be somewhat baffled. In the next moment, they understood. It turned out that someone was watching from the sky. Not bad, not bad. This time, I have recruited some good seedlings. Here, these are 3 virtual divine weapons. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and hovered in front of everyone. It was an old man with white eyebrows. He waved his hand and threw 3 identical weapons to Yi Xian, Shi Zhao, and Sun Xingyu. Virtual divine weapons. Everyone's eyes lit up. At this moment, there were 3 virtual divine weapons in front of them. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to move. If anyone dared to snatch them, the consequences would be dire. Yi Xian hurriedly caught the virtual divine weapon and glanced at it. The long sword was exquisitely made and was very heavy. It was suitable for a man to use. Yi Xian knew that this was a void divine weapon, a low-grade one. This azure light sword was recently bought from the Weapon Lord Hall. It is a lower virtual divine weapon. When the three of you break through to the empty god realm, you can use your true qi to nurture it. It is priceless. Don't lose it. The Warlord Hall elder said with a smile. Virtual divine weapons were very precious to those in the spirit realm. However, for people in his level, he could obtain a lot of them. When martial artists started to allow virtual divine weapons, they treated them like children. Even if they obtained a middle virtual divine weapon, they might not use it. After all, not all lower virtual divine weapons were worse than middle virtual divine weapons. Virtual divine weapons could be nurtured. As long as they were nurtured for a few dozen years, they would be more useful than middle virtual divine weapons. Of course, this depended on the speed of nurturing. Nurturing consumed true qi, so it couldn't be done constantly. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xian and the other two quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. All right, bring all of you to register. All of you newcomers will first join an old group and be led by an old guard. After the white-eyebrowed elder finished speaking, he rushed into the Battle King Hall. All right, everyone follow me. Huang Tianyu shouted and entered the Warlord Hall. Everyone followed closely behind him. When Yi Xian moved, he felt a malicious gaze. He turned his head and saw Sun Xingyu looking at him with narrowed eyes. Sun Xingyu's eyes were filled with coldness. Yi Xian knew that Sun Xingyu wanted to fight with him. This was because the surrounding people thought that he was the first amongst the geniuses and Sun Xingyu was the second. It was that simple. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care who you are. Yi Xian snorted and followed behind Sun Xingyu. In fact, when everyone was fighting earlier, he had been observing their constitutions. Previously, the silver-armored man had used the half-demon's heart to bait him. The other groups might have half-demons as well, so he had to observe them to see who had better constitutions. However, he didn't discover anything because many of them had admitted defeat. Moreover, as long as they deliberately hid it, it would be difficult to find them. Perhaps not many half-demons have infiltrated the Warlord Hall, but they should come looking for me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that the Warlord Hall had been completely infiltrated. Otherwise, he would have been captured and forced to eat the half-demon's heart. Why would they do this? More than 60 people followed behind Huang Tianyu and arrived at a small hall. They registered and received a few sets of clothes and other miscellaneous items. Next, they had to wait for the small groups in the Warlord Hall to pick their members. Yi Xian, you're in my group. Huang Tianyu suddenly shouted. What? Yi Xian thought that he had misheard. Huang Tianyu was picking him? This, Yi Xian paused for a moment. The higher-ups have instructed that you and Sun Xingyu won't be sent to the main hall. Instead, you will be groomed by the side halls. Huang Tianyu said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 585. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Profound of Earth, is this because it's rare for a genius like me to appear? Do they really want to nurture me, or do they want to keep me and wait for an opportunity to turn me into a half-demon? Yi Xian asked himself. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in the end. This was because he knew that if many demons had infiltrated, he might be attacked on his way to the main hall. If that happened, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he wanted to take a look first. At most, he could just leave. Huang Tianyu went to register. Then, Yi Xian became his team member. Alright, you're now a member of my team. My team specializes in going out to carry out missions and earn merit points. You should adapt to the environment for a few days. After a while, I'll bring you out to carry out missions. After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he brought Yi Xian to his team's residence. In the Warlord Palace, a team usually had around 5 people. Of course, there were also 7 to 8 people. Huang Tianyu's team only had 4 people. Including Yi Xian, there were 5 people. He brought Yi Xian to his residence. Yi Xian and the other 3 team members got familiar with each other. Then, they found a residence to stay in. I don't know if Huang Tianyu is a half-demon. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. Then, he changed into his silver armor and left his residence. He suddenly remembered that his reward was not only the azure light sword. He could also go to the martial arts hall to obtain 2 void god martial arts. Along the way, he encountered many warlord palace guards. These warlord palace guards were not weak. Silver armor meant that they were ordinary palace guards. Gold armor meant that they were squad leaders. Black armor meant that they were at the peak of the spirit stage. Now that Yi Xian had obtained the azure light sword, he should be able to fight against squad leaders if he went all out. Of course, this referred to ordinary people and not the demons. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts hall. Hey, it's you? As soon as Yi Xian entered, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that it was an elder with white eyebrows. He was the elder of the Battle Emperor Hall who had given him the hollow divine weapon. Greetings, elder, I am here to receive 2 void god martial arts. Yi Xian said respectfully. I know, you have the earth element. Go to the 5th zone and choose for yourself. Just give me the number of whatever you like. Elder Bai Mei said. The martial arts hall's 5th district stored earth attribute void god martial arts. Of course, there were also heaven-level martial arts, but Yi Xian was not interested in them at the moment. Wait a moment, kid. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, Elder Bai Mei suddenly called out to him. Yi Xian turned around. Kid, you have comprehended the throbbing pulse of the world and the pulse guard, right? Elder White Brows asked. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded. If you want to comprehend more ultimacies, go and get the Emperor Dragon Fist and the Martial Dragon Movement Technique. Elder Bai Mei said. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He understood what Elder Bai Mei meant. His throbbing pulse of the world was actually comprehended from the martial dragon stomp. Senior, what ultimacies can I comprehend from these 2 martial arts? Yi Xian asked curiously. These 2 martial arts were obtained from the main palace. It is said that an expert comprehended the strength ultimacy of the earth ultimacy based on the Emperor Dragon Fist. As for the martial dragon movement technique, there is a precedent for comprehending the underground movement technique. Elder Bai Mei explained. Strength. Underground movement technique. Yi Xian did not know much about ultimacies. He did not even know about the earth element. Hence, he quickly asked, Senior, what are the effects of these 2 ultimacies? The strength ultimacy, as the name suggests, can increase your strength explosively. A single sword strike can split mountains and split the earth. As for the underground movement technique ultimacy, it can greatly increase your running speed on land. If you comprehend it deeply enough, you can even comprehend the 2nd level of the underground movement technique, shrinking the earth. This is a godly skill that can allow you to break through the earth and move at high speeds. It is several times faster than imperial air flight. Elder Bai Mei said. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes were already filled with stars. The 2nd level of the underground movement technique allowed him to move several times faster than imperial air flight. In the future, he would be able to travel freely. As for the 2nd level of the ultimacy, Yi Xian actually knew one as well. It was the pulse guard. Branch ultimacy was also called the 2nd level of the ultimacy. Senior, isn't there another gravity ultimacy? Yi Xian quickly asked. Oh, right. There is also the gravity ultimacy. However, I have never heard of anyone comprehending this ultimacy. I only heard that this ultimacy can force a person onto the ground. Elder Bai Mei chuckled and said, think about it. If you comprehend the earth pulse guard, underground movement technique, gravity ultimacy, and strength ultimacy, who will be your match in the future? Yi Xian followed his words and imagined a scene in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could comprehend these 4 ultimacies, he would be the one calling the shots on land in the future. No, even if someone was flying in the air, he would be able to force them down. That is why I feel that the earth element spirit is the most powerful type. Elder Bai Mei looked at Yi Xian and laughed. Senior, can you tell me more about the ultimacies of the other elements? Yi Xian was suddenly interested and quickly asked. Sure, but I am just an ordinary void god realm cultivator. I don't know much. Elder Bai Mei paused and said, you already know about the metal element Midas touch. Apart from that, there is also the metal defense. This metal defense is the second level ultimacy of the Midas touch. It can condense a golden armor around the body for defense. This golden armor is indestructible. The wood element is rapid healing. There is also death withering. The former can heal injuries, while the latter is used for attack. If anyone is brushed by it, their body will rapidly wither. This is much more effective than the normal wood element true chi. The water element is stacking waves ultimacy. It is the same as your strength ultimacy. Apart from that, there is also the binding of water. It uses true chi to bind the enemy and slow down their movements. The fire element is inextinguishable flames. It is the enhancement of fire element attacks. However, this flame is extremely difficult to extinguish and is very difficult to deal with. Apart from that, there is also the fire rebirth ultimacy. It is similar to the wood element rapid healing, but it cannot heal others. As for the earth element, there is the earth pulse guard, strength ultimacy, gravity ultimacy, and underground movement technique. These are the ultimacies that I know. Of course, there may be others, but I have never heard of them. Yi Xian was already immersed in the knowledge. He did not expect that the 5 elements would have so many ultimacies. Moreover, his earth element ultimacy seemed to have the most. However, Elder Bai Mei also said that these were only the ultimacies that he knew. There may be more ultimacies that he did not know. In any case, it was awesome. Chapter 586. Quest, Ice, Flame, Wind. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, not everyone has these attributes, right? Yes, everyone has the normal 5 elements. These attributes are 1 in a million and are extremely powerful. Ice and flame are the strengthening of water and fire. They have both the water and fire attributes. The white-browed old man nodded. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ice and flame. This made him think of 2 people, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. The yin-yang dual life body. Could it be ice and flame? Yi Xian recalled that when he entered the cultivation room of the 2 of them, he felt an ice-cold and scorching heat. It was not strange for it to be hot, but Song Suijing was not water, but ice. So that's how it is. Yi Xian instantly understood. Unfortunately, Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing had disappeared. Yi Xian had spent half a year looking for them, but he still could not find them. However, Yi Xian understood that they were not dead. They were probably chosen by an expert during their travels and were brought back to be nurtured. This was because Yi Xian had given a pair of earrings to Song Suijing. Although it did not have a life-saving effect, he would know if anything happened to Song Suijing. Okay, it's useless for you to know this now. There are too few people who have comprehended profound at the spirit stage. You should go and choose a nihility god martial art. The white-browed old man waved his hand. The spirit stage that he was talking about did not include those who had reached the peak of the spirit stage with 100 points. He was referring to those who had not reached 100 points in their attribute conversion. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and immediately entered the 5th area of the martial arts hall. There were piles of earth attribute martial arts here. After browsing for a while, he realized that there were too few earth attribute martial arts. There were only 12 of them, which was enough to fill a single bookshelf. The earth, wood, and water attributes were relatively rare, so there were naturally fewer martial arts. Yi Xian glanced at the bookshelf and found the Emperor Dragon Fist and Martial Dragon Movement technique that the white-browed old man had mentioned. He immediately took them out. Sure enough, they were empty. Senior, I've chosen. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the martial arts hall and said to the white-browed elder. The white-browed old man glanced at them and said, "Go find a room. Someone will give you the 2 martial arts later. Remember, you are not allowed to copy them, and you are not allowed to teach them to others. Once discovered, you will be killed on the spot." "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and found an empty room on the first floor of the martial arts hall. Not long after, a palace guard brought over 2 martial arts. They were the Emperor Dragon Fist and the Dragon Martial Movement Technique. Although these 2 martial arts techniques were copied down, Yi Xian still had to memorize them himself, just in case. Recently, when Yi Xian killed people, the number of martial arts he obtained had decreased. This was because these people had all memorized them in their minds. If he copied it down and was killed, then the martial arts would be spread out. Even if someone were to question them, they might reveal it immediately. However, there were also those with moral integrity who would rather die than admit it and not mention it at all. However, this did not matter to Yi Xian. Immediately, he copied the 2 martial arts techniques into the engulfing system and started learning them. Ding! Host has learned the Emperor Dragon Fist. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding! Host has learned the Dragon Martial Movement Technique. Current proficiency is 10%. Yi Xian had not learned any new martial arts for a long time. The Sword of Earth Fisher and Dragon War Stomp that he used previously were bought when he was in the Heavenly Pulse realm. The Sword of Earth Fisher and Dragon War Stomp were very powerful after fusing with the Earth Pulse. However, they were not enough in a place where geniuses gathered. Now that he had the Dragon Martial Movement Technique, Yi Xian's combat strength had increased by another level. After all, this was a Void God martial arts technique. Then, he stayed in the room for half a day before he left. This was the Battle King Hall. Although it was only a side hall, the main hall was too big. All the buildings were inside, including the martial arts field. Yi Xian went to the martial arts field and started practicing the Emperor Dragon Fist and Dragon Martial Movement Technique. Previously, the Sword of Earth Fisher improved quickly because it was only a heaven-level martial arts technique. Moreover, it was enhanced by the Sword Saint bloodline. Now, the Emperor Dragon Fist would not improve that quickly. However, Yi Xian still had the Fist Emperor bloodline, which increased his comprehension by 30%. Ha! Yi Xian found a corner and started practicing the Emperor Dragon Fist. He unleashed a fist strike, and his Earth-type true energy transformed into a heavenly dragon that shot forward. This move also contained the power of the second order of the throbbing pulse of the world. The Earth Pulse was very practical. It could be used on any martial arts technique, including the Dragon Martial Movement Technique. Currently, these 2 martial arts were only at 10%. However, when the Dragon Martial Movement Technique was combined with the Earth Pulse, its power was comparable to the Dragon War 10 steps. It was worthy of being a Void God martial arts technique. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! Dragon Martial Movement Technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Dragon Martial Movement Technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Yi Xian stayed in the martial arts field for an entire day and finally increased the proficiency of these 2 martial arts to 30% and above. Emperor Dragon Fist's proficiency was 40% and its power was extraordinary. Fortunately, he was in a small room in the martial arts field and no one saw him. If others saw him practicing 2 Void God martial arts in a day and increasing his proficiency by such a high level, they would be scared half to death. Even a Void God realm expert would need at least a month to learn Void God martial arts. If they wanted to increase their proficiency, they would need to accumulate over a long period of time, continuously practicing and fighting. However, Yi Xian could reach such a high level just by practicing. After that, Yi Xian practiced diligently day and night. On the 3rd day after he joined the Warlord Palace and became a palace guard, someone knocked on the door of the training room. At this moment, Yi Xian's Emperor Dragon Fist had reached 60% proficiency, while his Dragon Martial Movement technique was at 40% proficiency. Because his realm was not high enough, the Emperor Dragon Fist could not reach 70% proficiency. He would need to wait until he reached the Void God realm. Yi Xian opened the door and found his captain, Huang Tianyu, standing outside. "Captain." Yi Xian greeted. "I heard that you've been training for the past few days?" Huang Tianyu asked. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. He had been training for the past few days. There was no doubt about it. "Very good. Then go back and prepare. You'll be going out for a mission in a while." Huang Tianyu was very satisfied. When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes lit up and asked, "What mission is it?" "Eliminate a group of bandits. They've been very rampant recently and have been robbing houses. They have a leader who is at the peak of the spirit stage." Huang Tianyu replied. Chapter 587. Bandits. The peak of the spirit stage represented an expert with an attribute conversion rate of 100. They only needed to comprehend the profound to break through to the nihility god realm. Peak of the spirit stage? Is it only for our team? Yi Xian said in shock. "That's right. You don't have to worry. We are the elites of the Warlord Palace. If we can't even handle this, we might as well pack up and go home." Huang Tianyu said indifferently. "Indeed, who were they?" "They were the elites of the Warlord Palace." "Okay, I'll prepare." Yi Xian nodded. However, he didn't need to prepare anything. Although he had pulled several all-nighters, he was still full of energy. With the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, he didn't need to rest. "Then wait for me at the entrance." After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he left. Yi Xian also went back to take a shower and gathered at the entrance of the branch palace. This was his first mission. It was also his first show after learning the neo-martial arts. It was inevitable for him to be excited. Before Huang Tianyu came out, Yi Xian, who was guarding outside the branch palace, saw an acquaintance. It was the stone puppet. "Hey, Yi Xian, you're also going to do a mission?" The stone puppet, who was wearing silver armor, came over and said with a smile. "Yes." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone puppet. Although they belonged to the same faction, Yi Xian was still on guard against everyone. After all, there was the matter of the half-goblin. Half-goblins and humans were mortal enemies. He didn't know whether the stone puppet was a human or a half-goblin. "I'm also going to do a mission to destroy a sacred beast's nest." "What about you?" the stone puppet asked. "A bandit's nest." Yi Xian replied honestly. The stone puppet's eyes lit up. "That's a good job. Bandits are much richer than sacred beasts." "That's true, but it's also dangerous. The bandit leader is at the peak of the spirit stage," Yi Xian said. Between humans and sacred beasts of the same level, humans were more dangerous. The stone puppet did not refute. At this time, 3 more people came out of the hall. When the stone puppet saw them, he immediately said, "Yi Xian, be careful, I'm leaving." "All right, you be careful too." Yi Xian nodded. The Shi Shao had also joined a small team and was now carrying out a mission with 3 other members. The leader of this small team gave Yi Xian a strange look and then hurriedly left with his team. Not long after, Huang Tianyu also came out with 2 members. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Huang Tianyu had a total of 3 members. Could it be that he had applied for leave? "Captain, just the 4 of us?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "That's right. One of them has made a breakthrough in his martial arts and needs to continue cultivating. He won't be participating in this mission." After Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he took out a piece of parchment from his universe ring and said, "There are over 300 people in this bandit lair. Even the weakest person has converted half of their attributes. There are 3 leaders. One of them is at the peak of the spirit stage, while the other 2 have converted 90% of their attributes. The reward for this mission is 3,000 merit points. We will break it down when the time comes. 3,000 merit points was not a low reward. Most importantly, this was a bandit lair. There was a lot of profit to be had. Yi Xian had asked around when he passed by. A Void God weapon required 50,000 merit points. A Void God level martial art required 10,000 merit points. However, don't forget that this reward was for the entire team. When the time comes, they will break it down. Yi Xian didn't ask any further questions. He just followed along. Let's go. Huang Tianyu gave the order and ran in a certain direction. Yi Xian and the other two members followed closely behind. Yi Xian, you seem to be using the martial dragon movement technique, right? Have you mastered it? One of the members smiled at Yi Xian. Yes, I finally mastered it after 4 days. Yi Xian nodded. He had seen this person before. His name was Zhou Huiran, and he had converted 85% of his attributes. He had joined the Warlord Palace for more than 10 years. He had also exchanged his merit points for a Void God martial art. However, due to his lack of aptitude, he had not been able to increase his proficiency. He looked at Yi Xian enviously and said, "A genius is a genius. Sigh, I wonder when I will be able to comprehend the profoundness." Old Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late for you to comprehend it after you reach the peak of the spirit stage. Another member called Peng Bo said. That's true. If I have enough aptitude, I will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. If I don't have enough aptitude, I will be stuck at the peak of the spirit stage. Zhou Huiran nodded. Huang Tianyu, who was leading the way, remained silent. At this moment, he was planning something in his mind. For example, when to convert Yi Xian. Yi Xian had obtained a Void God weapon and his strength had increased greatly. He estimated that he could only suppress Yi Xian for a short period of time. After that, he had no confidence in suppressing Yi Xian. Therefore, he had to convert Yi Xian. He had to convert Yi Xian into a half-fiend and make him one of them. This bandit's lair was only 2 days away from the branch palace. Previously, it was not rampant and was hidden well. Therefore, there were no missions. Yi Xian and the other 3 spent 2 days to arrive at the bandit's lair. At this moment, they were discussing countermeasures in the sky. Yi Xian, Zhou Huiran, you two deal with the small ones. Peng Bo, I'll leave the second and third leaders to you. I'll deal with the first leader. Do you have any problems with that? Huang Tianyu said. Yi Xian was stunned. This ordinary-looking Peng Bo was actually going to intercept the 2 leaders who had converted 90% of their attributes? Don't be surprised. Peng Bo obtained a Void God weapon when he was on a mission alone. His strength is only second to the leader. Zhou Huiran laughed. With this explanation, Yi Xian also understood. A Void God weapon was enough to increase his strength greatly. Moreover, Peng Bo also had a Void God martial arts. It was not difficult for him to stop the 2 of them. If that's the case, then let's go. If there's any pressure, then quickly retreat. Staying alive is more important. Huang Tianyu said. Understood. Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded. Kill. As soon as Huang Tianyu's voice fell, the 4 of them quickly rushed down. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The bandits below were enjoying the delicacies. Some of them were even performing piston exercises in front of everyone. They were having a great time. He estimated that he might be able to achieve another breakthrough this time. Yi Xian, be careful. Zhou Huiran reminded. Then, he separated from Yi Xian and landed at a place where there were more bandits. Pa! Yi Xian used his true qi to increase his speed and quickly landed on the ground. At the same time, he also used the Earth's pulse. In an instant, more than 10 weaker bandits were killed. What? The bandits stopped what they were doing and looked at Yi Xian. After a while, they saw Yi Xian start killing people. Only then did they realize what was going on. Enemy attack. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out his void god weapon, the azure light sword, and executed the demon god transformation. These were all bandits who had committed all sorts of crimes. No one would show mercy to them. Chapter 588. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Collusion. Although Yi Xian had learned the Emperor Dragon's Fist, he still hadn't given up on such a useful martial art like the earth-splitting sword. However, he could retire the Dragon Warrior Stomp. After all, the martial dragon movement technique could also be combined with the throbbing pulse of the earth. Emperor Dragon Fist. Earth-shatter sword. Yi Xian stood there. In less than 10 seconds, he'd killed dozens of bandits. These bandits had different strengths, and the weaker ones only had 50% of their attributes, while the stronger ones had 70%. However, no one could take a single blow from him. When the bandits who had just arrived saw Yi Xian's bravery, they were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the corpses on the ground and devoured everything. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 63 points. With the increase in realm, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. In a bandit nest, the richest ones are definitely the leaders. I can't let them take the loot. Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Huairan and saw that he did not feel much pressure, so he quickly flew toward Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. It could not be said that he was stealing the credit. After all, they were a small team and should help each other. Yi Xian is actually so strong. Zhou Huairan was stunned when he saw Yi Xian escape. At this point, he had only killed a few dozen bandits. The three leaders of the bandits all lived on the mountain peak. Yi Xian quickly flew over. Before he got close, he saw a few figures. However, these figures were not fighting. Instead, they were gathered together and seemed to be talking. What's going on? Yi Xian quickly stopped. He saw Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo talking to three men. They seemed to know each other. Snakes and rats in the same nest. This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he thought of something else. Half-demons. Could it be that the three leaders have long since been transformed into half-demons? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Of course, it was only a guess. Huang Tianyu could have colluded with the three of them. Leader, I'll help you. Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart, then loudly shouted and charged over. What? You came so quickly. Huang Tianyu heard this and attacked without hesitation. At the same time, he said in a low voice, You three, hurry up and leave. He did not expect Yi Xian to come to help in less than half a minute. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo began to put on a show with the three leaders. Although the battle seemed fierce, they actually avoided the vital points. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's astonishing vision and seeing that scene, he really might have been deceived by them. Although I can't be sure, they are. Yi Xian continued. He knew that his aptitude had attracted the attention of the demon race. The demon race definitely wanted to convert him, so he was not worried that Huang Tianyu would attack him. As long as he could get rid of these three and obtain the interspatial ring, his cultivation base might be able to increase again. Damn it, let's retreat. The first master's face darkened and he quickly retreated. Huang Tianyu gave chase, but he was only acting. After all, the three of them were half-demons and were on his side. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian rushed over and attacked wildly. Get out of my way, brat. The third master threw a punch at Yi Xian. A golden fist shadow flew toward Yi Xian. Oh no. Huang Tianyu's face darkened. He had forgotten to tell the three that Yi Xian was a genius on the conversion list. The third master's attribute conversion had reached 90%, which was 30% higher than Yi Xian's. His attack was enough to kill a martial artist with 80% attribute conversion. But was Yi Xian an ordinary person? Emperor Dragon Fist. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also had a fist-type martial art. Bang! The two huge fist shadows collided and instantly exploded. Although Yi Xian's god realm was much lower, his Emperor Dragon Fist was a void god level martial art. Moreover, it was at 60% and was enhanced by the King of Fighters bloodline. As for the opponent's martial art, it was also a void god level martial art. However, it was probably only at 20 to 30%. It was already pretty good to be able to draw. This brat's aptitude is actually so good. It seems that I have to convert him quickly. If he doesn't agree, I can only use force. Huang Tianyu's eyes flickered. Converting into a shifter was actually a mission. As long as he succeeded, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. If he succeeded, he might be able to cultivate all the way to the peak of the spirit stage. However, he had to deal with the current problem first. Captain, Brother Pengbo, these three people are full of evil. We can't let them go. Yi Xian shouted. Huang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. It seems that I have to place my hopes on these two people. Huang Tianyu thought to himself. Of the three heads, two of them had reached 90% attribute conversion, while the last one had reached the peak of the spirit stage. If the three of them were to use their shifter transformation, their strength would increase. The other two people were fine, but if the head, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, also used his shifter transformation, even Huang Tianyu would not be able to do anything to him. Let's capture those two first. Huang Tianyu shouted. His voice only reached Yi Xian and Pengbo's ears. Okay. Pengbo narrowed his eyes. He instantly understood Huang Tianyu's intention and chased after them. Damn it. The second head and third head looked at each other. They knew that if they did not use their shifter transformation, they would probably die here. Shifter transformation. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately used their shifter transformation. As for the great master, he fled without even turning his head. Kill. Seeing that the other party had already used their shifter transformation, Huang Tianyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although they were all half-demons, the leader of the bandit nest did not listen to his orders. Now that they were in a life-and-death situation, the other party might reveal his secret. Therefore, he had to kill them quickly. Azure Light Sword, go. Huang Tianyu also took out his ethereal divine weapon and charged forward. When Yi Xian saw the two of them using their shifter transformation, he pretended to be stunned. Then, he began to attack with all his strength. At this moment, he understood that Huang Tianyu was also a half-demon. Previously, Huang Tianyu might not have recognized the three heads. However, half-demons might have a way of distinguishing their auras, which was why they were able to recognize them. And now, Huang Tianyu was going to eliminate them completely. In an instant, the five of them began to fight, while the head's figure had already disappeared into the horizon. Damn it, Big Brother actually left just like that. Didn't we agree to share the joys and sorrows together? The second head cursed in his heart. He was helpless because if the head returned and used his shifter transformation, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. However, the head of the bandit nest was also a half-demon. He was afraid that he would be discovered and be hunted down. Therefore, he did not turn back. After all, the recent deaths of the powerhouses from the Battle King Hall were related to him. Chapter 589. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. The matter was exposed. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was low, his strength was not much weaker than Pengbo's. If the two of them worked together, they could fight against the second head. As for the third head, Huang Tianyu would be in charge. I have to end this quickly. Huang Tianyu thought to himself. He began to fight with the third head, but he intentionally distanced himself from Yi Xian, Pengbo, and the second head. Hey, what are you trying to do? The third head asked softly. I'll give you a chance. Run away. Huang Tianyu said as he approached. The third head's eyes lit up when he heard that. He instantly understood. When Huang Tianyu got closer, he relaxed a little. The third head immediately understood that this was an opportunity. However, he would never have thought that Huang Tianyu did this on purpose. Huang Tianyu's original intention was not to let him go. Instead, he wanted to kill him. Die. The killing intent hidden in Huang Tianyu's eyes suddenly burst out. What? The third head was stunned. He finally realized that he had been tricked. However, by the time he reacted, his head had already flown into the air. Kill. Third brother. The second head's eyes turned red. Then, his gaze fell on Huang Tianyu as he roared, "Bastard, you're both half-demons. How dare you try to kill him? Half-demon." This word came out of his mouth. Most importantly, the second head actually said that Huang Tianyu was a half-demon. Of those present, only Yi Xian was a human. The rest were all half-demons. Half-demon? When he heard this word, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. This person had indeed revealed the secret. However, it was not surprising. If he did not reveal it now, he might not have another chance. Yi Xian, they are demons. They are mortal enemies with us humans. Kill them. Huang Tianyu ignored the second head's words and shouted directly. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. However, he was already certain that Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo were half-demons. Because if it was only Huang Tianyu or Peng Bo, why would the second boss use you? However, even though Yi Xian said yes, his figure dashed towards the third master's corpse. Why? Of course it was to take something. Huang Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He thought that Yi Xian had discovered something and was coming for him. He deliberately took a detour, only to find that Yi Xian didn't attack him. Instead, he dashed to the third master's corpse and picked up the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 65 points. One universe ring allowed Yi Xian to increase his level by 2 levels. Awesome! Why did this brat's aura suddenly skyrocket? Even though Yi Xian could suppress it, Huang Tianyu could still feel Yi Xian's aura growing stronger. However, he did not think too much about it. He would deal with the second master first. The second master had already revealed the secret. However, seeing that Yi Xian did not take it seriously, he guessed that Yi Xian was in cahoots with Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. Hence, he did not waste any more time and fought with all his might. However, he was no match for Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo, who had ethereal divine weapons. He was quickly killed. However, when he was about to die, someone suddenly dashed over and took the universe ring. Huang Tianyu found that it was Yi Xian again, so he did not pay much attention to it. They did not have the devouring system, so they could not retrieve anything from the universe ring. Hence, it did not matter who had the universe ring. They could just distribute it later. However, how could they have known that Yi Xian could empty the universe ring in an instant? Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 66 points. Yi Xian's level increased again. At this moment, Peng Bo turned around and asked, "Leader, should we chase after them?" Not only that, but the other exchanger, Zhou Huairan, had also finished off most of the bandits and dashed over. Nope. Huang Tianyu shook his head. Once the attribute conversion reached 100%, there would be a qualitative leap. It was much more powerful than 99%. If the great leader, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, transformed, they would not be able to defeat him even if they worked together. The 4 of them had successfully eliminated the bandits without any casualties. It was a complete victory. However, this was not the end. "Leader, that person said that you're a half-beast." "What is a half-beast?" Yi Xian pretended not to know anything and asked. "Half-beast? I've heard of it before. It's the Beast Clan. It's the mortal enemy of humans." Zhou Huairan blurted out. At this moment, Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo's expressions changed. This Zhou Huairan. Is he not a half-beast? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He could not understand why Huang Tianyu did not convert Zhou Huairan as well, since they were in the same team. That's right. Half-beasts and humans are mortal enemies. These half-beasts were originally humans, but they were later converted into beast clans. That person said, "I'm a half-beast." You must have heard wrongly. Peng Bo hurriedly said. Yi Xian pretended to have a change in expression and said, impossible. I heard it clearly. How could I have heard wrongly? As he spoke, he began to back away. When Zhou Huairan saw this, he also did the same. Half-beasts belonged to the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan and humans were mortal enemies. If Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo were both half-beasts, then they might make a move. Yi Xian had to keep a distance from them. Peng Bo's heart trembled as he turned to look at Huang Tianyu. All right, then I won't hide it. That's right. Peng Bo and I are both half-beasts. Huang Tianyu saw that there was no way to smooth things over, so he could only say it out loud. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Zhou Huairan's expressions sank. Leader, you, Zhou Huairan couldn't believe it. He had joined Huang Tianyu's team for 2 years. He didn't expect that Huang Tianyu had spent 2 years with a half-beast. This almost scared him to death. The two of you saw it too. The 2 people who died were both half-beasts. They suddenly became stronger because they used half-beast transformation. Now, I'll give you a chance. As long as you join, you can become stronger like them. Huang Tianyu suddenly took out 2 half-beast hearts. But Beast Clan and humans are mortal enemies. Zhou Huairan frowned. That's right. But you have to know that this is a world where the strong are respected. As long as you can become stronger, what's the difference between Beast Clan and humans? Besides, I became a half-beast for a long time. If I didn't say it, even the elders wouldn't know. What's there to be afraid of? Huang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to swallow this half-beast heart and increase your strength. 2 is to die. This, Zhou Huairan looked hesitantly at Yi Xian. To tell the truth, he was already wavering. He knew that if he refused, he wouldn't be able to return alive. So this was the only path. This. All right. Zhou Huairan nodded silently. After glancing at Yi Xian, he walked towards Peng Bo. Chapter 590. Have a falling out, you? Yi Xian widened his eyes. The reason why he did not speak was because he wanted to see Zhou Huairan's choice. He never expected that Zhou Huairan would yield. If Zhou Huairan refused, the 2 of them could join forces to fight against Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo. It was not certain who would win. However, Zhou Huairan accepted. If that's the case, then I can only do this. Yi Xian had already made a decision in his heart. At this moment, Huang Tianyu spoke again. Yi Xian, your aptitude is very good. If you become a half-fiend, your physique will be greatly improved. At that time, who would be your opponent on land? This half-fiend's heart was refined from the blood essence of a peak spirit stage sky dragon's heart. If you swallow it, you might have the strength to fight against me. In fact, Yi Xian had already heard of this from the silver-armored man. If it was before, he might have used this move. However, this was only a sky dragon's heart. Even a peak spirit stage half-fiend's heart would not be able to increase his strength by much. No, I, Yi Xian, will not become a half-fiend. Yi Xian directly refused. Although he had the bloodline of a beast king, others would not be able to see it. He was not resisting the half-fiend's heart, but he did not want to become a fiend. If he became a fiend, then he would be hunted down by human experts if he was exposed in the future. At that time, his family might be implicated. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Look at his changes first. Huang Tianyu waited until Zhou Huairan approached and threw a half-fiend's heart at him. Zhou Huairan caught the half-fiend's heart and paused for a moment. He held the sword in one hand and the half-fiend's heart in the other. He felt the strange spirit qi emitted by the half-fiend's heart. Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Xian and gave him a look. Yi Xian frowned. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Yi Xian, run! With a shout, Zhou Huairan suddenly attacked. He caught Peng Bo, who was nearby, off guard and sent him flying. What? This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhou Huiran had actually changed his mind and launched a sneak attack on Peng Bo. No, it wasn't necessarily a change of heart. Perhaps Zhou Huiran had been feigning submission from the start. As expected, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he used the demon god transformation again. However, Huang Tianyu moved as soon as the demon god's phantom entered his body. "You piece of trash, die." Exasperated, Huang Tianyu slashed out with an extremely fast slash that swept past Zhou Huiran's body in an instant. Hiss. Zhou Huiran was cut into two halves. Fortunately, the cut was horizontal, so he was not dead yet. "Huang Tianyu!" Yi Xian roared. This time, he no longer held back and directly took out the Bahuang sword. 8 Barren Wind Killing Formation. Earth-Splitting Sword. Throbbing Pulse of the World, second layer. Because Huang Tianyu was flying in the air, the martial dragon movement technique was unable to fuse with the throbbing pulse of the earth to create the effect of the battle dragon's 10 steps. However, the 8 Barren Wind Killing Formation was beyond Huang Tianyu's expectations. This brat actually has another ethereal divine weapon. This means that Qin Liang was killed by him. At this moment, Huang Tianyu instantly understood. It turned out that Yi Xian had already known about the half-goblin. If that's the case, then you can die. Huang Tianyu did not underestimate Yi Xian and immediately used the demon transformation. In an instant, he became the same as Qin Liang and grew a heavenly dragon's tail. His attribute conversion had already reached 90%. Now that he had an ethereal divine weapon and used the demon transformation, his combat power had reached the peak of the spirit stage. So what if you use the demon transformation? Yi Xian did not care about anything else and attacked crazily. On land, he was the king. Therefore, he would not foolishly fly into the sky and reduce his speed. After Huang Tianyu used the demon transformation, his attack speed was very fast. However, Yi Xian was even faster. The former's attack could only hit the latter's afterimage. After the two of them exchanged blows, it turned out that Yi Xian had the upper hand. This made Peng Bo and Zhou Huiran extremely shocked. This brat is actually so strong. Peng Bo suddenly crawled up from the ground and watched in shock. Fortunately, he had protected his vital parts. Otherwise, he would have been heavily injured by Zhou Huiran. However, Zhou Huiran had already been split in half by Huang Tianyu and had no combat power left. Demon transformation. Peng Bo also grew a pair of legs and a tail. He grabbed his ethereal divine weapon with his claws and rushed towards Yi Xian and Huang Tianyu. At the same time, he shouted, "Captain, I'll help you." Although his strength was much weaker than Huang Tianyu, he still had an ethereal divine weapon. Coupled with the demon transformation, he would be able to help. I'll let you know that numbers don't necessarily mean strength. On land, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he instantly changed his target. He controlled the 8 blades that contained the second layer of the earth pulse and rushed towards Peng Bo. Not only that, but the sword of the earth splitter also changed its target from Huang Tianyu to Peng Bo. "Trash, get lost." Huang Tianyu's expression changed as he shouted angrily. It did not occur to him that Peng Bo was his teammate. He and Yi Xian were having a good time when Peng Bo suddenly came in. This would not only not help him, it would also make things worse. This was because he suddenly remembered that Yi Xian's strength had skyrocketed after he obtained the 2 interspatial rings. Huang Tianyu wanted to stop him, but Yi Xian was already in front of Peng Bo. After Peng Bo's demon transformation, his strength was not bad. However, in front of Yi Xian, he could not withstand a single blow. Die. Yi Xian's sword shook Peng Bo's defense and in the next instant, the 8 blades came at him. Boom. 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 All 8 blades were powered by Earth-type true energy, and all of them contained the pulse of the earth. The blades pierced Peng Bo's body, petrifying him instantly. Then, the pulse of the earth vibrated twice, shattering the petrification. Among them, one of the ice blades pierced Peng Bo's throat. This explosion caused him to bleed profusely. Die. Yi Xian chopped Peng Bo's head off with his sword. Then, he seized his interspatial ring and the void god weapon. Ding! The host's earth essence conversion has increased to 68 points, 66 points. He had jumped to 68 points. This Peng Bo was still very rich. Of course, the void god weapon accounted for a large portion of his wealth. Just now, Yi Xian had already suppressed Huang Tianyu. Now that he had broken through, how much longer could Huang Tianyu jump around? Not good. Huang Tianyu had been surprised before. After thinking about it, although he did not understand, he knew that as long as Yi Xian obtained the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's strength would increase. Now, his guess was confirmed. Chapter 591. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio Kill Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu, die. Yi Xian did not waste any more time as he charged forward. Huang Tianyu had joined the Warlord Palace for 5 years, which meant that he was part of the previous batch. After 2 years of testing, he was finally transformed into a half-demon. As a result, his physique improved, and he was rewarded with a Void God weapon and Void God martial arts. However, the Void God martial arts were too complicated for him. He had only mastered one after a few years, and he had only mastered 30% of it. Ever since he had mastered this move, he had never used it on anyone else. This time, he was going to use it. Solar Golden Flame Sword. Huang Tianyu roared in his heart. Metal attribute true energy began to surge out crazily, condensing into a huge golden sword on his azure light sword. Void God martial arts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, Huang Tianyu's move reminded him of something. Huang Tianyu had refined the heart of a sky dragon to become a half-demon. Therefore, he might have the blood of a sky dragon flowing in his body. In that case, the dragon-slaying sword of desolation might have an effect on him. However, at this level, very few people would engage in close combat. Most of the time, it was a tug of war. Therefore, the dragon-slaying sword of desolation was not useful for the time being. However, even if Huang Tianyu used this Void God martial arts, he would not be able to defeat Yi Xian. Go, 8 Desolation Sword. Yi Xian quickly controlled the 8 sharp blades to continuously attack the several-meter-long golden sword. The sound of the explosions was deafening. Boom! 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 Huang Tianyu's face darkened. He did not expect Yi Xian to have such an ability. The wind formation of desolation was giving him a headache. Die, brat! His face darkened as he slashed down. The power of his metal attribute true energy increased after being strengthened by the golden sword. Even his speed was much faster. However, when he was halfway through his attack, the giant golden sword suddenly exploded. What? Huang Tianyu was stunned. His ultimate skill was actually dispersed by these 8 sharp blades. Was the earth pulse of 2 layers so terrifying? Huang Tianyu, die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian swiftly swept over. Under the double attack, Huang Tianyu was instantly beaten until he let out a roar of rage. Brat, you will definitely die. You will definitely die miserably. Huang Tianyu roared towards the sky. I, Yi Xian, will die, but I will definitely not be killed by you. Go. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he prepared to deal the final blow to Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu was very unwilling, he did not think that he would die here, so he quickly took off the universe ring, wanting to destroy it. Once an interspatial ring was destroyed, no one knew where the items inside would go. He had been in the Battle King Hall for 5 years and had become a member of the demon clan. His superiors had given him many good things. How could Yi Xian allow him to destroy the universe ring? Swish! A slash quickly swept past Huang Tianyu's arm. Bang! 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 In the next moment, all 8 blades pierced into Huang Tianyu's body. 2 of them even blew up half of his head. Huang Tianyu, dead. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 70 points, 70 points was 70%. Now, Yi Xian was only 30% away from the empty god realm. Now, the 4 half-demons were all dead, but Yi Xian was not idle. He quickly turned around and rushed towards Zhou Huiran. Zhou Huiran would rather die than become a half-demon. He wanted to buy some time for Yi Xian, but he was cut in half by Huang Tianyu. Big brother Zhou. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took out a bottle of healing medicine, preparing to connect Zhou Huiran's body. Yi Xian, go back and report this. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huiran, who had long been unable to hold on, steeled himself and continued to watch the battle. Now, after seeing Yi Xian successfully kill Huang Tianyu and Peng Bo, he finally said his last words. Big brother Zhou. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he checked Zhou Huiran's aura. It was gone. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. The world was truly unpredictable. He originally thought that Zhou Huiran had also been transformed by Huang Tianyu, but he didn't expect it to be so. As a result, when he was asking about the half-demon, Zhou Huiran suddenly spoke up. At that time, Yi Xian realized that Zhou Huiran had not been converted into a half-demon, but was a human like him. Speaking of which, Zhou Huiran's death had something to do with him. However, the dead could not be revived, so Yi Xian only felt a little pity. Then, he personally buried Zhou Huiran's body and kept Huang Tianyu's and the other 3 half-demons' corpses. That first master has already disappeared without a trace. I can't even chase after him. Now that I'm alone, should I go back or, after burying Zhou Huiran, Yi Xian thought to himself. He now understood that there were many half-demons in the Warlord Hall. These half-demons knew some techniques to conceal their aura, so even the elders could not detect them. Therefore, the Warlord Hall was like a tiger's den to him. In the previous assessment, Chen Liang had died. Now that Huang Tianyu had brought him out to carry out a mission, Huang Tianyu had also died. Both of them were half-demons. If the demons hiding in the Warlord Hall knew about this, they would definitely be suspicious. If he went back, he would definitely be walking right into a trap. However, he wanted to go back and take a look. Of course, it would be fine as long as he did not enter the Warlord Hall. He would disguise himself and secretly investigate. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I can already fight against those at the peak of the spirit stage. Even if it's a demon at the peak of the spirit stage, should have the ability to protect myself. After thinking about it, Yi Xian moved. Before leaving, he also investigated the surroundings, but did not find any survivors. Since that was the case, this matter should not be leaked. As for the first master, he was a half-demon himself. He would not leak this matter, right? After Yi Xian left the bandits' den, he rushed towards the Warlord Hall. However, just as he was about to reach the Warlord Hall, a large group of people suddenly rushed towards him. What's the situation? Yi Xian's eyesight was amazing. Furthermore, there were many people in this group, so it was difficult for him not to notice them. Hundreds of people. There are at least a dozen groups. Are they going to carry out a mission? Furthermore, there's a leader in black armor. Yi Xian was very surprised. The leader was at the peak of the spirit stage. His attribute conversion had reached 100. He was only one step away from breaking through to the nihility god stage. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Shi Shao. Previously, Shi Shao also went out to do a mission. It was to eliminate the saint beasts, so it should be very fast. After he returned to the Warlord Hall, he quickly went out for a second mission. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. At this moment, the group had already approached him. Chapter 592. Conspiracy. My captain is Huang Tianyu. We went to eliminate the bandits, but we were forced to split up because the bandits were too powerful. I couldn't find the captain, so I came back first. Yi Xian replied. Oh, Huang Tianyu? The black-armored captain nodded. The stone puppets suddenly flew to the front and said, Captain, he's Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian? The black-armored captain narrowed his eyes and nodded. If that's the case, then there's no need for you to return to the Warlord Palace. Follow me. In the warlord palace, the palace guards had to listen to the orders of the gold-armored captains. As for the black-armored captains, they were naturally able to command the captains. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to obey this order. It's a bit strange. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and blended in with the group. Yi Xian, how was the mission this time? The stone puppet came over and asked with a smile. Not good. Two peak spirit stage warriors appeared. In order to protect me, the captain and the two brothers lured them over. Yi Xian shook his head. Oh, don't worry. We're all elites in the warlord palace. They'll be fine. The stone puppet said. Yi Xian nodded silently and asked, do you know where we're going this time? I'm not sure. The captains should be taking us to carry out a mission. Otherwise, why would they mobilize so many people? The stone puppet shook his head. I heard that an important figure came to the main palace to discuss important matters. The elders were afraid that we would offend this important figure, so the captains led us out to carry out the mission. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. However, before he could finish his sentence, the leader of the black-armored soldiers shouted, "Shut up!" This time, the person did not dare to speak. However, the words had already left his mouth, and Yi Xian had already heard it. Important figure? These captains? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that they had mobilized many palace guards this time. No, rather than saying that they were mobilized, it would be better to say that they were hiding. Could it be that the Devil Clan experts were afraid that this important figure would discover them, so they sent everyone out to carry out the mission? Yi Xian suddenly guessed. If that was the case, then there might be quite a few half-demons in this group. By the way, Shi Shao, do you know which team Big Brother Chen, who led us through the assessment, belongs to? Yi Xian suddenly asked in a low voice. I know, he's from my team. I replaced him, Shi Shao nodded. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Had the stone puppet replaced Chen Liang and joined his team? After all, Chen Liang's captain was also a half-demon. Then, had the stone puppet also been transformed into a half-monster? Previously, Chen Liang took out 3 half-demon hearts. Perhaps he was preparing to transform me, Murong Shui and the stone puppet. It seems that the stone puppet has already been transformed. Yi Xian finally understood why the new palace guards had to be brought along by the old palace guards. Although Murong Shui was not in the team, she might have been converted. Otherwise, she would have died. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Since the important figure from the main palace had arrived at the sub-palace, the Devil Clan experts in the sub-palace were afraid that they would be exposed. Therefore, they sent all the half-demons out to carry out the mission. Yi Xian observed for a moment and found that other than the captain, who was at the peak of the spirit stage, there were 10 other captains. They were powerful and were far from what he could fight against right now. Most importantly, he was unable to distinguish who was a human and who was a half-demon. Therefore, he could only hide for the time being. He mingled in this large group, and then was chased by the black-armored captain for a total of 4 days. Finally, they landed on an ordinary mountain. Where is this? Could it be a sacred beast's nest? Of course, why else would the captain bring us here? It could also be a rest. After all, we have been flying for 4 days. A group of people began to discuss. At this moment, the black-armored captain suddenly shouted, "Silence!" No one dared to speak again and listened quietly. Everyone, stay on this mountain. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot. The black-armored captain yelled. Hearing this, the expressions of the humans who did not understand changed. What made the black-armored captain become so cruel? Kill on the spot? Others might not understand, but Yi Xian knew that the black-armored captain's last sentence was probably meant for the other half-demons. If anyone dared to leave, the half-demons would immediately attack and kill them. You 5 captains, follow me. The black-armored captain yelled and pointed at a few people. Immediately after, 5 captains wearing golden armor followed him. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. He understood what the black-armored captain wanted to do. The black-armored captain was probably going to be converted. As for the other 10 captains, there were probably a few half-demons as well. At that time, under the pressure of these experts, the human captains would probably submit and become one of them. If all the human captains were to become half-demons, then it would be Yi Xian and the others' turn. What a big appetite. He's going to convert all of them in one go. Is he going to go all out? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He glanced at the stone puppet and found that the stone puppet's expression was very calm, as if he already knew what the black-armored captain was going to do. It seemed that the stone puppet had already surrendered and become a half-demon. Damn it, I don't know how to distinguish between humans and half-demons. If I continue to sit here, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Yi Xian's face sank, but he forced himself to remain calm. Even if the 10 captains were all humans and only the black-armored captain was a half-demon, the captain could still bring them out alone. If anyone refused, he would instantly kill them without a trace. Moreover, half-demons seemed to be able to sense their own kind. The human captains would not choose a third option. It seems that we have to go. Yi Xian already had a plan in mind, but he felt that it was not the right time. He should wait for the black-armored captain to come back first. At this time, the black-armored captain had already left with the 5 captains. The 100 or so palace guards of Warlord Hall remained here, waiting for them. In less than half an hour, the black-armored captain returned. However, one of the captains was missing. Only 4 had returned. Why is one of the captains missing? Everyone had noticed it, but only the human palace guards had doubts in their hearts. On the human side, only Yi Xian understood that the missing captain was probably killed on the spot because he was unwilling to submit. Captain Bao Jianfang has been assigned to a secret mission by me. Next, I will choose from among you. Chapter 593. All converted. Of the 6 people who had gone out, 5 had returned. Now, there were still 6 people who had gone out. How many of them would return? However, Yi Xian was certain that the 4 returning captains were all half-fiends. The situation was exactly as he had thought. Then, he had to leave. After the black-armored captain left with the other 5 captains, Yi Xian suddenly landed on the ground and said, "I need to relieve myself." The 4 captains looked at each other and one of them said, "The captain ordered us not to leave this mountain. I will go with you. Then I will trouble you." Yi Xian smiled and turned around. "Yi Xian, I also need to relieve myself. I will go with you." Shi Shao suddenly stood up and followed. The 3 of them entered the forest. "Hurry up. If the captain comes back and finds you missing, you will suffer." The captain scolded. This time, the Battle King Hall only accepted a few people. Amongst them, only Yi Xian and Sun Xingyu had comprehended profound mysteries, so he naturally recognized them. If Yi Xian were to lose him, then he would probably be killed by the captain. Yi Xian took the lead and entered the forest. Immediately, he took out the azure light sword and Bahuang sword. "Yi Xian, you..." Shi Shao was stunned and asked in shock. 2 ethereal divine weapons? Brat, what are you doing? The captain, who had converted 90% of his attributes, frowned. "I will not waste time and get straight to the point. You all have refined the half-fiend heart, right?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said. "What?" Shi Shao and the captain thought they heard wrong. How did Yi Xian know about the half-fiend heart? "Yi Xian, could it be that Chen Liang was killed by you?" The stone puppet opened its eyes wide. The azure light sword he obtained was already in his hands. "That's right. He wanted to convert me and turn me into a half-monster to serve the monster race. However, I refused, so I killed him." Yi Xian nodded and looked at the 2 of them. "Humph. Since you know, then you should make a decision. I have a spirit stage peak half-fiend's heart here." The captain wasn't a fool. He didn't take the half-fiend's heart, but a weapon. No, Yi Xian doesn't want to become a half-demon. Yi Xian shook his head. Yi Xian, don't you want to become even more powerful? I heard that an expert has already gone to kill the void god beast. At that time, you might be able to refine a better half-demon heart and become even stronger. Thanks to Yi Xian, Shi Shao had obtained a virtual god weapon. Therefore, he was very grateful and was prepared to try to persuade Yi Xian. I, Yi Xian, will become stronger, but I won't be reduced to such a method. If I become a half-demon, how can I face my family and friends in the future? Yi Xian gripped the azure light sword tightly and stared at Shi Shao and the captain. If there were any changes, he would immediately take action. Since that's the case, then let's not talk nonsense. Let's capture him and hand him over to the captain. The captain coldly snorted. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! A cold light flashed and his head was thrown into the air. Yi Xian, you, the stone puppet, was shocked. The moment Yi Xian took off the universe ring of the golden armored captain, he also made a move. After all, he was now a half-demon, and Yi Xian was a human. Humans and the monster race were mortal enemies. Shi Shao, if you hadn't become a half-demon, I could have taken you and killed our way out. Unfortunately, you've become a half-demon yourself. Murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as Shi Zhao's head was thrown into the air. Both Shi Shao and the captain could demonize, but Yi Xian was now on land and very close to them. At such a close distance, if Yi Xian could not kill them instantly, he might as well kill himself. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 71 points. The golden armored captain was quite wealthy, and the stone puppet also had a void divine weapon, which allowed Yi Xian to break through once. The palace guards and the three captains did not know about their deaths, so Yi Xian could leave immediately. However, he did not want to do so. Since they're colleagues, I'll save them if I can. If not, you can only blame your bad luck. Yi Xian put away the azure light sword and the Bahuang sword. He had used the Bahuang sword just in case. At this moment, he had adjusted his state of mind and walked out. Hey, why did he come back alone? Someone noticed Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now very famous, much more so than Sun Xingyu. The three captains turned their heads in unison and looked at him thoughtfully. Oh no, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared and killed Shi Shao. The captains are now chasing after that mysterious expert, Yi Xian shouted as he ran toward the three captains. Mysterious expert? Everyone was stunned. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian revealed his murderous intent. I'm sorry, I was just speaking nonsense. By the time the three captains reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of them. Die! Hiss! 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 Three crisp sounds were heard as three heads flew up at almost the same time. Yi Xian instantly killed the three captains and collected their universe rings. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Before they could react, they heard Yi Xian shout, "Everyone, listen up. The person next to you is most likely a half-beast. He is the mortal enemy of humans. Be careful. These three captains and the captain are all from the beast race." What? Everyone was stunned. The humans began to look at each other, while the half-beasts were communicating with their eyes. Let's go. In the end, everyone reached a consensus and scattered. The humans wanted to escape, but the half-beasts also wanted to escape. After all, Yi Xian had killed three captains with a single strike. Only the senior captain could contend against such strength. That captain is at the peak of the spirit stage. He has an attribute conversion of 100 points. He is much stronger than someone with an attribute conversion of 99 points. If he were to transform, I wouldn't have the confidence to win. Yi Xian thought in his heart and quickly retreated. The captain was an expert on the same level as the leader of the bandits. Although Yi Xian had broken through again, he didn't have the confidence to kill him, so he could only remind the people around him. Whether he lived or died, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In reality, there were only a dozen or so half-beasts among the hundreds of warlord palace guards. Otherwise, why would the black-armored captain need to transform so stealthily? When the half-beasts saw that Yi Xian had left, they gathered together and killed the surrounding human warlord palace guards. Chapter 594. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The demonic beasts appear, humans, gather and fight against the enemy. Someone shouted. Although the humans had the advantage in numbers, they were too scattered. Moreover, the half-demons could demonize and increase their strength to fight against a group of 30. If the humans did not gather, more than half of them would be killed. This matter must not be leaked. Someone, go and inform the commander. A half-demon shouted. But in the next moment, their expressions changed because they saw that Yi Xian had actually killed his way back to them. All of you, go to hell. Yi Xian, who had rushed back, started a massacre. In less than 5 seconds, all the half-demons were killed and their interspatial rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. The remaining dozens of humans paused and immediately gathered. Yi Xian, what do we do now? A palace guard shouted. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not sure either. We can't return to Warlord Hall. You better organize yourselves and find a place to hide. At the same time, announce this matter to the world. What about you? Let's go. There's a commotion here. The commander should be here soon. Be careful. Yi Xian did not answer the question and left immediately. The group of human palace guards looked at each other and hurriedly flew toward the nearest city. With dozens of palace guards gathered together, even the 30 captains might not be able to defeat them. As expected, not long after they left, the black-armored commander returned with 5 squad leaders. When he saw that there was no one on the mountain, he immediately understood. Commander, what do we do now? A squad leader shouted. A bunch of trash. Forget it. We don't need 100 of them. Let's go. The black-armored captain shouted coldly, then turned around and left. However, what they did not know was that there was a figure following them in the clouds. Since you didn't chase after them, it seems like you're prepared to be exposed. Fine, let me see where you're going. This stalker was naturally Yi Xian. He felt that the demonic beasts were going to do something big this time, so he wanted to follow the black-armored commander. The black-armored commander left with 5 squad leaders. However, they did not notice that someone was following them. 3 days later, Yi Xian followed the black-armored commander to a mountain range. He watched as the black-armored commander led 5 squad leaders into the mountain range. This time, Yi Xian didn't follow because he saw many captains wearing black armor. There were over 100 of them. Warlord Hall's hall were recruiting people from the 12 regions every 5 years. This year, there were 100 of them. This meant that there were only 1,000 of them. However, there were quite a few cities in the Battle King Hall's territory, and the area they occupied was larger than the total area of the 12 regions. Thus, they would naturally recruit people from the territories under their control. However, wasn't the hundreds of black-armored commander, wasn't it a little? How terrifying. Have the Yao clan infiltrated to this extent? Did I actually stay in the tiger's den for so many days? Yi Xianxiang. Previously, he was not very strong, and any of the black-armored captains could easily take care of him. But this time, there was a Yar god, Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a strange figure in the group of black-armored commander. It was Sun Xingyu, who had comprehended the Midas touch. It seemed that Sun Xingyu had defected to the Yao and gained power. At this time, another group of black figures flew over. Yi Xian squinted and was almost scared to death. These people were all palace guards in silver or gold armor. There were more than 10,000 of them. Impossible. How can there be so many experts? Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. Even if they were recruiting, it was impossible to gather so many palace guards. However, he understood in the next moment. These people were not all palace guards of the Warlord Hall's hall. However, he was sure that these people were not humans. They were half-demons. So many people gathered. Are they planning to attack the hall? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Otherwise, why would they gather so many people? He watched from the sky. Because it was night, no one could see him. The group of palace guards and squad leaders gathered with the black-armored commander and waited quietly. Not long after, 3 figures appeared. Yi Xian was surprised to see that he had seen one of them before. It was Elder Bai Mei from the martial arts hall of the Warlord Hall. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had chatted with Elder Bai Mei for a long time. He did not expect Elder Bai Mei to be a half-demon. No, Elder Bai Mei was an empty god realm expert. He might be from the Yao clan and not a half-demon. As for the 2 old men who appeared with him, they should be elders of the Warlord Hall as well. Everyone. At this moment, Elder Bai Mei suddenly shouted. Everyone quietened down. Everyone, you are now part of the demon race. Next, we are going to do something big. If we succeed, each of you will be able to obtain a void divine weapon. Before Elder Bai Mei could finish his sentence, the crowd was in an uproar. Each of them would get an ethereal divine weapon. There were more than 10,000 people here. The big thing is for you to attack the Warlord Hall. If you can take it down, you will get countless cultivation resources. When the time comes, I will give them all to you. Elder Bai Mei continued. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Give them all to him. How many would that be? Everyone was calculating in their hearts. The wealth of an empty god realm expert was equivalent to 10,000 of them. If the Warlord Hall's branch was robbed, how many empty gods would come out? Although one would need to understand an ultimacy to break through from the peak of the spirit realm to the empty god realm, there would definitely be something that could increase one's comprehension within the treasures. However, would they be able to take down the Warlord Hall with just a few of them? Elder Bai Mei continued, the attack on the Warlord Hall will not be carried out by the 10,000 of you. What you need to do is to destroy, kill, and attract their attention. Now that the branch hall is empty, there are less than 300 people left. If you continue to destroy, you will attract the empty god realm elders. When the time comes, we will attack the Warlord Hall. That was the plan. When everyone heard the plan, their eyes lit up. The Warlord Hall's branch hall was in charge of 12 districts. If these districts were to be destroyed, would the branch hall not do anything? Chapter 595. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Massacre. Many of the half-demons were palace guards of the Warlord Hall. Now that they had joined the goblin race, they became agitated when they heard that they were going to attack the branch halls. Elder, can this plan really succeed? A leader in black armor asked. I'm 80% sure. Once it's done, I'll give you all the resources without taking a single cent. Elder Bai Mei shouted. Elder, what are you doing this for? Someone else asked. It would be reasonable to ask them to attack the Warlord Hall if it was just a feud between the 2 races. However, people were more realistic now. If there were no benefits, would the goblin race spend so much time infiltrating the branch halls just to destroy them? If a branch hall fell, the main hall could still send experts down and rebuild it quickly. It was impossible for them to spend so much effort just to destroy them. However, we have other plans. You don't need to know what they are. Anyway, I'm a man of my word. Once it's done, the martial techniques, ethereal divine weapons, and cultivation resources will all belong to you. Elder Bai Mei said solemnly. Now, everyone was curious. What was the goblin race after? However, there was no doubt that this was much more valuable than cultivation resources, ethereal divine weapons, and martial techniques combined. What was it? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Alright, all of you, scatter to the 12 districts. 1 month later, we'll attack the branch halls. Also, the leaders will stay behind. Elder Bai Mei waved his hand and the 10,000 people scattered in an orderly manner. Then, they flew to the various districts. 1 month later, they would attack the Warlord Hall. Yi Xian finally knew the plan and the time. Now, he had something to do. Let's kill these half-demons first and report back to the Warlord Hall. This was the plan that Yi Xian had just come up with. If he returned to the Warlord Hall first, wouldn't those half-demons escape? The 10,000 half-demons instantly split into 3 large groups. Yi Xian randomly picked one group to follow. There were still virtual God realm masters from the 3 major demon tribes here. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait until he was far away from them before he could make his move. Although this group of half-fae were all wearing the uniform of palace guards, only 1/10 of them were actually palace guards. The remaining 90% were half-fae that the fae had secretly nurtured. The reason why they wore the palace guard's uniform was to smear the Warlord Palace's name. Moreover, it was convenient for them to move around while wearing this uniform. Those who didn't know would think that they were on a mission. The more than 10,000 people were first divided into 3 groups, each with more than 4,000 people. Yi Xian followed behind a group of half-demons. At this time, the 4,000 people in front of them were preparing to disperse again. Damn it, how long has it been? Can't we just stay for a day? Yi Xian felt very helpless. This place was still quite close to the mountain range just now. If they were to make a move, what if they attracted the attention of a virtual God realm expert? So, Yi Xian had no choice but to endure. The 4,000 people were once again divided into 3 groups, each with more than 1,000 people. Yi Xian randomly picked a group to follow. When they were about to disperse again, Yi Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. It's about time. I don't believe that there will be a virtual God realm master coming from so far away. He took out the Bahuang sword and the green light sword and instantly attacked. These 1,000 people were all half-demons, members of the Fei clan. The Fei clan was the mortal enemy of humans. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't show any mercy. Earth-splitting sword. Bahuang wind-killing formation. A cold light flashed as Yi Xian rapidly approached the 1,000 people. Someone's attacking. Everyone reacted, but Yi Xian was extremely fast. They only knew that someone had rushed in, but they didn't know where that person was. Now that he had the green light sword, Yi Xian's combat strength had increased greatly. The Bahuang sword could be his assistant. Every second, dozens of people's heads would be pierced by the Bahuang sword. If Yi Xian was included, the number of people who died every second was more than 100. This large group only had about 1,300 people. Simply put, Yi Xian only needed about 10 seconds to destroy them. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 73 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 74 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 75 points. Ding! Proficiency of the martial dragon body technique has increased. Currently, it is at 50%. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian's strength had increased, so his killing speed had also increased. 10 seconds. He only used 10 seconds to kill this large group of people. As for those who were lucky enough to escape, there were at most 20 people. However, Yi Xian did not care about these 20 over people. Instead, he quickly rushed in one direction. A large group of more than 1,000 half-monsters. If he were to kill all 10,000 of them, his attribute conversion would probably reach 80 or even 90 points. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless. He quickly rushed toward another large group. However, this large group had been gone for some time. Therefore, it took him some time to find them. It had to be said that his luck was not bad. It only took him an hour to find the second large group of 1,000 people. Then, he destroyed them. Then, he left again. These half-monsters were not strong. The weaker ones had 50% of their attribute conversion while the stronger ones only had 70% to 80%. In any case, they were all killed by Yi Xian in one hit. Previously, when the Goblin tribe converted humans, they did not convert them indiscriminately. Instead, they chose those who were more secretive. Recently, they had started to refine the hearts of the half-monsters on a large scale. Then, they started to recruit more people. After Yi Xian killed 4 large groups of 1,000 people, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, his attribute conversion had reached 80%. He was only 20% away from the virtual god realm. It's about time. Let's hurry to the Warlord Hall and inform them. Yi Xian did not chase after the remaining thousands of half-monsters. Instead, he flew toward the Warlord Hall. He estimated that it would take him 3 days to reach the Warlord Hall. In other words, the Warlord Hall had 20 days to prepare. At this moment, Yi Xian could only hope that the experts in the Warlord Hall would not leave. Otherwise, things would be difficult. 3 days later, Yi Xian finally entered the territory of the Warlord Hall's branch hall. However, he heard a loud rumbling sound from afar. What's going on? Have they started the attack? It's only been 10 days. Yi Xian thought to himself in surprise. In 10 days, the Warlord Hall would not have sent out many elders. Could it be that they were confident that they would be able to win? Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The next moment, he was stunned. Indeed, hundreds of black-armored captains had started to attack the Warlord Hall under the command of some elders. Chapter 596. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales attacking the Warlord Palace, Goblin Clan. How dare you find trouble with the Warlord Palace? A middle-aged man in a black robe flew into the sky and shouted through the array. He was the Deputy Palace Master of the Warlord Palace. In front of him, there were hundreds of captains in black armor who were at the peak of the spirit stage. In front of the captains, there were 6 Goblin Clan elites. The white-browed elder was among them. Deputy Palace Master, since things have developed to this point, I won't waste any more words. As long as you leave the branch palace, this matter can be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for not taking into account our past relationship. The white-browed elder said. At this moment, a group of empty god stage elders from the Warlord Palace walked out. There were more than 10 of them. One of the elders in green robes couldn't help but shout, "What kind of joke is this? Ma Cheng, what are your intentions for infiltrating the Warlord Palace in human form? Do we need a reason to attack the Warlord Palace?" The white-browed elder squinted his eyes. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would you infiltrate the Warlord Palace for dozens of years? The green-robed elder shouted coldly. That's right. Who would believe that you don't have a motive? The Palace Master isn't here and Lord Yigu has just left. You guys have already attacked. You definitely have a spy. A red-robed elder shouted. When these words were spoken, the hearts of the Goblin Clan elites trembled. In addition, there was another person who frowned guiltily. This person was the Deputy Palace Master of the Warlord Palace. He was the spy of the Goblin Clan. However, no one would have thought that the Deputy Palace Master of the Warlord Palace was actually a member of the Goblin Clan. Even Lord Yigu, who came from the main palace, didn't find anything wrong with him. However, Lord Yigu couldn't be blamed. After all, the Deputy Palace Master was a human. He was only cooperating with the Goblin Clan. Stop talking nonsense. You can guess whether or not the Goblin Clan has a spy. Deputy Palace Master, I will only ask you one question. Are you going to open the Guardian Array or not? The white-browed elder frowned. If you want the branch palace, then attack it yourselves. The Deputy Palace Master frowned and said coldly. Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame us for being heartless. Elder Bai Mei said coldly. Then, he shouted, attack. In an instant, the 6 virtual God Realm Demon Clan Masters, together with hundreds of black-armored senior captains, began to attack the Guardian Array. This great protective formation was set up by an expert. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. Even with so many people besieging it, it would not be broken in a short period of time. Rumble. Immediately, the sound of the array breaking rang out once again. It was a soul-stirring sound. Vice Palace Master, why don't you let us go out and fight them to the death? The green-robed elder asked in confusion. That's right, we have 12 elders here. Including you, Vice Palace Master, it's impossible for us to lose. The red-clothed elder subconsciously said. When the Vice Palace Master heard this, he shook his head and said, Don't be careless. On the surface, there are only 6 empty God Realm Masters, but they can all transform into their true forms. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Also, how do you know that they only have these people? At that moment, a white-haired elder spoke. That's right. There must be a spy among us. If we were to rashly activate the Great Protective Formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. But, Master Yigu has seen us before, but he could not recognize anyone among us. First Elder, what do you think we should do? The green-robed elder frowned. That's right. Even Master Yigu could not identify who is from the demon clan. What should we do? The red-clothed elder continued. At that moment, the 12 elders there were all suspects. Not only that, but the Vice Palace Master was also suspected. If there were only 1 or 2 traitors, it would be fine. However, if there were 3 or 4 traitors, it would be troublesome. The first elder and the Vice Palace Master looked at each other and said, If that's the case, we can only ask the Palace Master to come out. Palace Master? All the elders' faces changed. First Elder, hasn't the Palace Master left for almost a year? Could it be that he has returned? The green-robed elder asked. That's right. The Palace Master has always been in the sub-palace. Going out is just an excuse. Only the Vice Palace Master and I know about this. Since things have come to this, let's ask the Palace Master to come out first. The first elder said slowly. That's right. The Palace Master is so powerful. If he comes out, he will definitely be able to take charge of the situation. The Palace Master is so talented and has been in seclusion for almost a year. His strength must have improved. If he comes out, the demon clan will be scared witless. But, where is the Palace Master in seclusion? When the first elder heard the question, he said, I know. All of you wait here. The Vice Palace Master and I will ask the Palace Master to come out. Yes, First Elder. The group of elders responded. Then, the First Elder and the Vice Palace Master entered the sub-palace. They walked all the way to the end of the sub-palace where there was a small hidden room. In the room, there was a passageway that led downwards. The two of them walked down quickly. Then, they saw a quaint door. The sub-palace is in danger. Please come out and resolve this crisis. The first elder shouted. In the next moment, the quaint door opened slowly. Behind the quaint door was a spacious white jade hall. In the white jade hall, there was a huge corpse. A dragon corpse. Moreover, it was the corpse of a sky dragon. A red-browed middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged beside the huge sky dragon corpse. He was the main palace master of the sub-palace of Warlord Hall. After the first elder and the vice palace master entered, the middle-aged man stood up and asked respectfully, First Elder, what happened? Although he was disturbed, the first elder standing in front of him was the previous palace master of the sub-palace. After the first elder stepped down, he took over as the new palace master. Therefore, the red-browed middle-aged man did not dare to show any disrespect. Palace Master, there are demon clan experts in our sub-palace. These demon clan experts have turned the guards and captains into half-demons to serve them. At this moment, these demon clan experts are here. We are unable to resolve this crisis. I hope the Palace Master can come out and uphold justice. The first elder explained. Demon clan? The red-browed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. He had been in seclusion for less than a year. It was inevitable that he would be shocked to hear this. Palace Master, even Lord Yigu, who was sent by the main palace, could not recognize these demon clan experts. Lord Yigu left after patrolling one round. Then, these demon clan experts led their experts to attack us. The first elder said. I did not expect this to happen. First Elder, How many of the elders are not from our clan? The red-browed middle-aged man asked again. Chapter 597. Break. If they dare to attack us with just 6 of them, they must have a spy. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. At that instant, the first elder glanced at the vice leader and said, "Leader, I have a suspect in mind." After hearing this, the vice leader's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but frown. "Speak." The red-browed middle-aged man said with a frown. "Before the demonic beast tribe attacked the side palace, I saw the vice leader meeting with the experts of the demonic beast tribe. Besides, there were many captains, but the vice leader would not interact with them with his identity. Therefore, I suspect he is from the demonic beast tribe, or he is colluding with the demonic beast tribe." The first elder said in a serious tone. "Oh." The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly turned around and glanced at the vice leader. The vice leader felt slightly guilty and said, "First elder, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Humph, when Senior Yigu was patrolling the side palace, you took advantage of my absence and sent out a large number of guards to carry out the mission. There were only a few hundred guards left in the side palace, and there were less than 30 captains in black armor. Now, these captains were all transformed into half-beasts by the demonic beast tribe. How do you explain this?" The first elder questioned. The vice leader's face sank and twitched. In the next instant, his aura skyrocketed as he uttered a roar, "Old man, die." A thick stream of chi was accumulated in his hand, before he hurled it forward. Everything happened so quickly that the first elder didn't even have time to react before he was struck in the chest by the fist and sent flying. "First elder?" The red-browed middle-aged man was startled. He took a closer look and realized that the first elder's injury was not serious. At that instant, he was extremely furious. Didn't the punch from the vice leader prove that the first elder was telling the truth? He was really a traitor. "How dare you attack in front of me, you're courting death." The red-browed middle-aged man was enraged. He turned around and realized that the vice leader had already left. He immediately chased after him. "Bastard, stay here." The red-browed middle-aged man instantly caught up to the vice leader and threw out a punch to avenge the first elder. However, at that instant, the vice leader's speed suddenly increased and dodged the punch. "What?" The red-browed middle-aged man was shocked. His strength far surpassed the vice palace master's. How could the gap between them be widened? In the next moment, he understood. The vice palace master was actually using the profound meaning of earth walking technique. So what if you have the world walking technique? Don't even think about leaving. The red-browed middle-aged man quickly gave chase. Although the vice palace master's comprehension of the earth traversal technique wasn't high, it was still a speed profound meaning. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could still run away. One ran while the other chased. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the subordinate hall. "It's the hall master. The hall master is here." What's going on? Why is the palace master chasing after the vice palace master? Could it be that the vice hall master is? The hearts of all the elders trembled. At this moment, the deputy palace master had already rushed out of the sub-palace. The hundreds of black-armored senior captains and the experts of the 6 great demon clans were still attacking, but with a wave of the deputy palace master's hand, the palace protection grand array was instantly shattered. The vice palace master was indeed a traitor. The guardian formation is broken. Kill. At the moment when the grand protective formation shattered, the white-browed old man shouted loudly and rushed toward the 11 elders. At the same time, among the 11 elders, 3 of them suddenly attacked the people around them. 3 traitors. Bam! 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 Although the other 3 people reacted, they were still successfully ambushed, and were sent flying. A great battle had begun. There were 9 empty God Realm elders on the demon clan's side. With the vice palace master, there were exactly 10 of them. On the warlord hall's side, other than the red-browed middle-aged man, there were only 8 elders left and 3 of them were injured. In terms of the overall situation, the warlord hall had the upper hand. After all, the red-browed middle-aged man was much more powerful than the rest of them. However, just as the two sides started to fight, another figure rushed out of the warlord hall. Grand Elder? The eyes of the experts on the warlord hall's side lit up. Originally, after the palace protection grand array was shattered, they had a slight advantage. After all, the palace master had come out. Now, with the addition of the Grand Elder, their chances of winning had greatly increased. The experts of the demon clan would definitely be scared witless by them. However, what no one expected was that after the Grand Elder rushed out, he suddenly attacked an elder of the warlord hall. Bam! The elder flew out. Now, the number of injured people had increased to 3. What? Everyone was shocked. The Vice Palace Master had betrayed the Warlord Hall. Could it be that the Grand Elder had betrayed the Warlord Hall as well? The item is in our hands. The Grand Elder quickly flew out and shouted. He then met up with the Vice Palace Master and the experts of the Demon Clan. Indeed, the Grand Elder was a traitor. Grand Elder? The red-browed middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that the previous palace master would betray the Warlord Hall. At this moment, he finally realized that the Vice Palace Master's sneak attack on the First Elder was just a ruse. Not good, the Sky Dragon's corpse. The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. Haha, you didn't expect this, right? That's right. Our target is the empty God Realm King Sky Dragon's corpse. The white-browed elder laughed. Not many people knew about this matter. At the very least, the elders and the black-armored captains of the Warlord Hall did not know about it. Grand Elder, you guys. The red-browed middle-aged man looked at them in disbelief. That's right. We have already colluded with the Demon Clan for the King Realm Sky Dragon's corpse. The Grand Elder nodded. The white-browed elder continued, this empty God Realm Sky Dragon is a senior of the Demon Clan. When he was alive, he fought with an expert. In the end, both sides were injured. After he died, his corpse was obtained by the Vice Palace Master and has been preserved until today. Today, we are here to retrieve his corpse. The Vice Palace Master that he was referring to was not the red-browed middle-aged man nor the Grand Elder, but the previous Palace Master of the Warlord Hall. Just because you say so. The red-browed middle-aged man squinted his eyes. The empty God Realm King Sky Dragon's corpse was very important to him. This was because the Sky Dragon was of the fire attribute and he was of the fire attribute. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had stayed beside the Sky Dragon's corpse to improve his comprehension. Now, the Sky Dragon's corpse had fallen into the hands of the Demon Clan. Chapter 598. The battle begins. There was a large amount of good items in the Warlord Palace's branch palace. Although they were not as good as the Sky Dragon's corpse, they were still quite good. After all, the white-browed elder had promised to split the items. Naturally, he had to keep his promise. Otherwise, how would they be able to get the human elders to work for them? You want this corpse to be refined into a half-fiend's heart and create a void god realm king. Is this possible? The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly asked. He glanced at the great elder and the Vice Palace Master. This was probably the only thing that could move the two of them. However, the void god realm relied on the comprehension of ultimacy. It was unrealistic to create a void god realm king. TSK, you don't need to know. Make your own choice. I'll give you time. The white-browed elder chuckled. After all, they had already obtained what they wanted. The red-browed middle-aged man looked around. At this moment, the Warlord Palace still had a few hundred palace guards and dozens of captains. In addition, there were 8 elders, but 4 of them were injured. On the other hand, the other side had 100 peak spirit realm captains that could demonize. Even without the Great Elder, the Vice Palace Master and the white-browed elder, there were still 8 void god realm captains. If they were to fight, he would be able to hold back the 3 experts. However, the number of spirit realm captains was much lower. Palace Master, an elder looked at the red-browed middle-aged man. As long as they gave up the branch palace, the other side could let them leave. However, they were from the warlord palace. How could they be forced to leave the branch palace? Palace master, I'm willing to live and die with the warlord palace. I'm willing as well. The goblin race and humans are mortal enemies. If it weren't for the goblin race, how could our 3 great palaces be trapped in the eastern continent and decline day by day? Yes, let's fight it out with them. A group of elders were shouting. If it weren't for the Sword God Palace, the experts of the goblin race wouldn't be able to come over. Otherwise, how could the 3 great palaces still exist? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave or fight, make your decision. The white-browed elder was displeased. The red-browed middle-aged man frowned. Indeed, the demon clan was very powerful. There were even Void God Realm great emperors among them. If they came, the 3 great royal palaces would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace was there to intimidate the demons of the great wilderness. Today, your demonic race has already come knocking on our door. You want us to leave just like that? Why don't you just let us smash our heads into a wall and die? Everyone from the Battle King Hall, listen up, kill. The red-browed middle-aged man made his decision and shouted. At the same time, his figure had already swept into the sky and attacked the white-browed old man. The white-browed elder was currently the strongest person in the demon clan, but he could not deal with the deputy palace master alone. He had to join forces with the deputy palace master and the great elder. In an instant, the great elder and the vice palace master rushed over. Then, the 3 of them joined forces to fight against the red-browed middle-aged man. A great battle had finally begun. At this moment, in the distant sky. I didn't expect to end up like this. There are so many traitors. Yi Xian was surprised. He knew that even if he had arrived first, it would be useless. After all, the great elder and the deputy palace master had colluded with the demonic race. If he had rushed back first, he would be in danger. He looked at the 100 people fighting and hesitated. There were empty God Realm experts fighting over there. Every one of them could easily kill him. However, there were more than 100 black-armored captains. There was a large amount of experience points. If he could obtain all of them, he might be able to break through to the empty God Realm. Let's go all out. I am also a member of the Battle King Hall. Kill. Yi Xian had also made his decision. This was a good opportunity for him to level up. If he broke through to the empty God Realm, his strength would increase tremendously. Firstly, he would have various divine bloodlines. Secondly, he would be able to comprehend ultimacy faster. Thirdly, he would be able to cultivate empty God weapons. Fourthly, he would be able to learn the real 8 Desolation swordsmanship. 8 Desolation Sky Quake Sword and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword were only superficial. Only when one reached the empty God Realm could he learn the 3rd level of 8 Desolation swordsmanship. There were so many reasons that he had to kill his way out. He immediately used his martial dragon body movement skill and rushed over on land. The goblin race had brought more than 100 black-armored captains. Some of these people might not have been from the Battle King Hall, but they could all transform into goblins. Peak Spirit Realm experts were already very strong. Coupled with the transformation, their combat power was much stronger than the human captains. By the time Yi Xian arrived, half of the human palace guards were already dead. Die for me. Yi Xian took out his 8 Desolation sword and charged into the encirclement with his other empty god weapon, the green light sword. These black-armored captains had already transformed into goblins. Hence, they were stronger on land. At the same time, the land was Yi Xian's home ground. Earth-splitting sword. 8 Desolation wind formation. At that moment, Yi Xian's attribute conversion had reached 80%. Coupled with various bloodlines, martial arts, and ultimacies, his strength was already the strongest under the empty god realm. Even the black-armored captains who had transformed into goblins could only be instantly killed by him. After Yi Xian charged into the crowd, he began a massacre. He killed every black-armored captains that he saw. Of course, he did not forget to collect the universe rings. His realm was rapidly increasing. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 81 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 82 points. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is 83 points. These black armored captains all had empty god weapons. Some even had more than one. They had been in the Battle King Hall for at least 20 to 30 years. Hence, they were extremely wealthy. Now, all of this was benefiting Yi Xian. Someone knows how to use ultimacies over there. Quickly kill him. Finally, someone noticed Yi Xian. They hurriedly sent a dozen people to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were going to give benefits to Yi Xian. Originally, this group of demonized black-armored captains was going to help the elders after clearing out the people from the Battle King Hall. However, now that Yi Xian had suddenly joined the fray, they were held back. One by one, they rushed to their deaths, giving Yi Xian a large amount of experience points. After a few dozen black-armored captains died, Yi Xian's Earth attribute conversion had increased to 90%. 90%. Sun Xingyu, where is Sun Xingyu? Suddenly, someone shouted. Hearing someone call his name, Sun Xingyu could not help but turn his head. However, he was stunned the next moment. Chapter 599. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Sun Xingyu, I thought you died because you were unwilling to submit. So you ran away. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. As long as you're dead, the other half-demon heart refined from a virtual god beast will be mine. Sun Xingyu's eyes lit up as he charged at Yi Xian with the green light sword. Along the way, a half-demon captain blocked his line of sight. Sun Xingyu slashed and killed the half-demon captain. Trash, how dare you block my way? Sun Xingyu snorted in his heart. At this moment, Yi Xian also felt a powerful aura that was quickly approaching him. He turned around and discovered that it was actually Sun Xingyu. Sun Xingyu's strength has increased so quickly. It seems like he's highly regarded by the experts of the demon clan. Yi Xian reacted instantly. However, as long as his opponent had not broken through to the virtual god realm, he would be a piece of cake in front of him. Die! Yi Xian's eyes flashed and 8 sharp blades flew towards Sun Xingyu. Humph, such a petty trick. Sun Xingyu was not afraid at all. He moved quickly on the ground and shook off the 8 sharp blades. His speed was almost on par with Yi Xian's. As expected, this guy must have refined the half-demon heart of a virtual god beast. His physique has increased tremendously. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Sun Xingyu's strength was stronger than an ordinary black-armored captain, as long as Yi Xian gave him some time, Sun Xingyu would definitely be cut down by his sword. Sun Xingyu admitted that he had underestimated Yi Xian. The 8 sharp blades and Yi Xian made it difficult for him to get close. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly released the 8 sharp blades and sent them to kill the surrounding black-armored captains. You're courting death. Don't blame me for this. Sun Xingyu's eyes shone brightly. Even if all the surrounding black-armored captains died, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, if one more died, he would have one less share of the treasures. Wouldn't that be better? Yi Xian, hand over your life. Sun Xingyu quickly rushed to Yi Xian's side and launched an attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian did not care at all. He had split out the Bahuang sword to kill the other black-armored captains because he could see that this Sun Xingyu was not much of a threat to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Sun Xingyu first. However, after the 8 sharp blades separated, they began to bombard the captain in black armor quickly. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who was fighting Sun Xingyu, was collecting the cosmos rings casually. I have the half-monster's heart refined by the void god beast, but how did his strength improve so quickly? Sun Xingyu felt a little unbalanced in his heart. In his eyes, he was the #1 genius, but now there was someone who was even more monstrous than him, which made him very unhappy. However, how could he know that there were quite a few spirit stage martial artists that had comprehended profound within the warlord palace? Even if he was sent to the main palace, he would be at the bottom. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 91. While Yi Xian defended against Sun Xingyu, he also took the time to kill the black-armored captains. His realm had also slowly increased. Bastard, do you dare to fight me with your full strength? Sun Xingyu shouted angrily when he saw that Yi Xian was distracted. Wait until I kill all of them, then I'll deal with you. Yi Xian replied coldly. Sun Xingyu's strength had exceeded his expectations. If the two of them were to fight now, it would take too much time, and Yi Xian was afraid that something unexpected would happen. For example, if an elder from the warlord palace died. For example, if a few hidden experts from the devil race appeared. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. Alright, since you want these cosmos rings, I'll give them all to you. Suddenly, Sun Xingyu stopped attacking Yi Xian and turned towards the black-armored captains. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when he saw Sun Xingyu instantly kill a black-armored captain and throw his cosmos ring over. F***CK. This Sun Xingyu is really crazy. He actually started killing his own people. This idiot. Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sun Xingyu was actually helping him, and this made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, Yi Xian accepted all the cosmos rings that flew over. He did not reject any of them. Oh no, Sun Xingyu has betrayed us. Run! The black-armored captains' faces darkened as they fled in all directions. The situation on their side also fell into the eyes of those empty God realm experts. What's the situation? There's a traitor among us? The experts of the devil race turned their heads and their gazes landed on a red-robed elder. This red-robed elder had just launched a sneak attack on his own people and then defected to the devil race's side. At the same time, he was also Sun Xingyu's master. However, at this moment, Sun Xingyu had killed a large number of black-armored captains. Following this, he started fighting with Yi Xian again. Everyone immediately understood that Sun Xingyu was thinking that these black-armored captains were a hindrance, so he cleared the battlefield. Yi Xian, let's fight! Sun Xingyu shouted. As you wish. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This Sun Xingyu really wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. Originally, he still needed some time to kill the other captains, but this Sun Xingyu was actually helping him. This was obviously kicking him into a dead end. At this moment, Yi Xian's earth attribute conversion had increased to 93 points. He only needed 7 points to reach 100 points, which was the peak of the spirit realm. No, the void god realm. He had already comprehended the earth throbbing profound. As long as his attribute conversion reached 100 points, he would be able to break through. Sun Xingyu, although you've saved me some time, you actually dared to cause trouble for me. Die. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed, and his aura instantly soared. Just now, he had deliberately concealed his aura so that Sun Xingyu would think that he was still in the same realm. However, he had increased his attribute conversion by 3 points and was much stronger than before. Although the difference of 1 point in attribute conversion was not large, it could determine the outcome of a battle. 3 points was enough. What? I became stronger? Sun Xingyu's eyes widened as he watched the black-eyed Yi Xian quickly rush towards him. He knew Yi Xian's methods, so he had been flying at a low altitude without touching the ground. However, the threat of the earth-shattering sword and the 8 desolate wind array had suddenly increased. Clang! 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 Sun Xingyu relied on his vitality, which was stronger than Yi Xian's, to defend against Yi Xian's attacks. However, he had overlooked 1 point. His true qi was of the metal attribute. On the other hand, Yi Xian was of the earth attribute. The metal attribute had strong attacks, while the earth attribute's true qi was weaker. Therefore, it was countered. If Sun Xingyu was a sharp sword, then Yi Xian was a hard shield. Moreover, it was a shield with thorns. Chapter 600. Void battling mythical beast, impossible, you bastard, go to hell. At this time, Sun Xingyu suddenly poured out a large amount of metal attribution qi, which then condensed on the azure light sword. This is, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Sun Xingyu had used this move before when he was fighting against Murong Shui. At that time, Murong Shui was unable to react in time and was almost killed by this move. In the end, she was saved by Huang Tianyu. Don't think that I only know how to use a sword. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart as he quickly struck out with his left hand. Emperor Dragon Fist. A brown-yellow true qi heavenly dragon blasted out, directly interrupting Sun Xingyu's ultimate move, and sent him flying. At this moment, Sun Xingyu's face had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He realized the danger, so he hurriedly shouted, "Master, save me." Unfortunately, the red-robed elder was fighting with the others. No one could save him now. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Bang! 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 In less than 3 seconds, Sun Xingyu's head was pierced by the sharp blade and shattered by the throbbing pulse of the earth. Death. I was going to let you jump around for a while more, but who would have thought that you would send yourself to death? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. He quickly rushed over and put away Sun Xingyu's interspatial ring. Sun Xingyu had already been accepted as a disciple by that red-robed elder, so he had obtained quite a few good things. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 95 points. Another notification sounded in his mind. 95 points away from breaking through to the virtual god realm. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. As long as he broke through, his strength would increase greatly. Immediately, he dashed out and killed all the remaining black-armored senior captains who were still alive. What? The scene of Yi Xian killing Sun Xingyu fell into the eyes of many. The red-clothed elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was currently being pestered by others and was unable to avenge Sun Xingyu. That brat, the red-browed middle-aged man, also noticed Yi Xian. Previously, he had been in seclusion, so he did not recognize him. However, if a person who could kill 100 black-armored captains and Sun Xingyu by himself was sent to the main palace, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. After all, Yi Xian had yet to break through to the virtual god level. At this moment, Yi Xian had already gotten rid of all the irrelevant people around him. Then, he looked up at the sky. In the air, there were more than 10 figures fighting. The Hall Master of the Warlord Hall was currently fighting with the white-browed old man, the Grand Elder, and the Vice Hall Master. The other 5 Monster Clan experts joined forces with the 3 Grand Elders to fight against the other 8 Battle King Hall Elders. Yi Xian could not tell who had the upper hand now. In any case, he could not interfere. Brat, you can't help. Hurry up and leave. All of a sudden, an elder shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. He wanted to leave too, but he was waiting for someone to fall. At that time, he would be able to break through to the virtual god level with the help of the universe rings of those who had fallen. However, he did not know if things would go as smoothly as he imagined. Roar! However, right at this moment, a loud roar that shook the heavens entered everyone's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that a black dragon had actually flown out of the Warlord Hall. Oh no! Yi Xian's face darkened. He had seen this black sky dragon when he had first entered the Warlord Hall. It was a virtual god beast. This void god beast was captured by an elder and was chained up by him. Yet now, he was actually released by someone. Although the black sky dragon was not of much use in the battle, it could not fight back against any of the elders. However, there was still a spirit stage martial artist present at this moment. Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, go, tear him apart. One of the monster race experts shouted. The monster clan and the beasts were inextricably linked. To put it simply, the monster clan was a beast in their previous life. After they obtained the ability to transform, they called themselves monster clans. Therefore, the monster clan could communicate with the virtual god beast. Roar. The black sky dragon had been trapped for a long time and was finally released. It roared and charged towards Yi Xian, who was the closest to it. Since the others were stronger, it was useless for it to go over. Therefore, it naturally went to find the weakest Yi Xian to vent its emotions. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he raised his spirit to 120%. He was already invincible under the virtual god realm, and there was a virtual god beast in front of him. Although it was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for him. Let me see if your virtual god beast is really that strong. Yi Xian charged over. He had heard that the virtual god beast had just broken through to the sacred beast level and was not strong. As long as he could kill it, he might be able to break through to the virtual god realm with the help of the virtual god beast's corpse and the sacred beast's soul. Roar. The black sky dragon roared and swiped down with its claw. At this moment, Yi Xian was on land and nimbly dodged the claw. Bahuang's sword, assemble. Yi Xian quickly reassembled the Bahuang sword and took out the dragon-slaying sword that he had not used for a long time. The sky dragon was a dragon, but it was also a beast. Yi Xian had the Beast King bloodline in his body. Now that he had the dragon-slaying sword, his attacks had a huge boost to the sky dragon. Dragon-slaying sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian held the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the sky dragon's huge body. This slash was also combined with the second layer of the Earth's pulse and was extremely powerful. Boom! The slash landed on the sky dragon's black scales and dealt a heavy blow to it. However, the virtual god beast was still a virtual god beast. Its strength was several times stronger than a sacred beast at the peak of the spirit stage. This attack could only barely crack its scales and was unable to break through its defense. So strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. It seemed that this battle would not be easy. Roar. The black sky dragon was enraged. It flew at a low altitude and continuously used its claws and tail to attack Yi Xian. Boom. 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 The earth was shattered by it, but it was unable to hurt Yi Xian. That brat didn't get killed? The experts couldn't help but focus their attention on Yi Xian. A virtual god beast could easily kill any spirit stage expert. However, Yi Xian was actually able to fight against it. It was simply inconceivable. However, when they thought about how Yi Xian had killed over 100 black-armored captains at the peak of the spirit stage, they felt relieved. This brat's future is limitless. This was the same thought that everyone had. However, it was still uncertain whether Yi Xian could leave this place alive. This was because the gap between the shifter race and the branch palace had widened. Chapter 601. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Empty God Realm. Meanwhile, on the ground. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian used his dragon-slaying skill to attack the Black Celestial Dragon. Although he could dodge the Black Celestial Dragon's attacks with the Martial Dragon Body technique, his attacks were not strong enough to break through the Black Celestial Dragon's defense. Ding! The proficiency of the Martial Dragon Body technique has increased. It is currently at 60%. F***CK, what's the use of increasing the proficiency now? Yi Xian was helpless. The Black Celestial Dragon was not as fast as him. Increasing the proficiency of the Martial Dragon Body technique would not help at all. If this dragged on and the Shifter's tribe killed one of the elders, the situation would change instantly. He would be dead meat then. Whatever, I'll fight another 30 rounds. If it doesn't work, I'll escape immediately. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. Boom. 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 Yi Xian's attacks landed on the Black Celestial Dragon continuously. Time passed slowly. 10 rounds. 20 rounds. 30 rounds. It seemed that Yi Xian was going to leave. I don't care. Although I'm a member of the Warlord Palace, I can't help much now. Retreat. Yi Xian made a decision in his mind. He would only fight for his life when he was at his wit's end. He still had a chance to escape, so he had to cherish it. If someone died later, he would not be able to escape. However, at that moment. Ding! The host has learned the Earth's pulse level 4. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard the system's notification. What? The Earth's pulse level 2 had evolved to level 4? Haha. Yi Xian was so surprised that he could not help but laugh. This breakthrough had come at the right time. You're a virtual god beast, right? Now, I'll beat you to death. Yi Xian suddenly felt confident and immediately turned around to attack with the dragon's judgment. Previously, the dragon's judgment had integrated the Earth's pulse level 2. Its attack could not break through the black celestial dragon scales. But this time, dragon's judgment had fused with 4 of the throbbing pulse of the world. The throbbing pulse of the world of 4 layered waves would cause 4 vibrations upon impact. This was several times more powerful than 2 consecutive waves of the throbbing pulse of the world of 2 layered waves. He might not have been able to do so in the past, but he would definitely be able to do so now. Bang! When the dragon's judgment, infused with the 4 layers of the pulse of the earth, landed on the black sky dragon, a crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the black heavenly dragon scales shattering. Success! Ha, virtual god realm, here I come. Yi Xian's aura soared as his pitch-black eyes locked onto black heavenly dragon. In the blink of an eye, he sent out several dragon's rulings. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp and clear sounds rang out. The black celestial dragon was finally injured. Roar! It roared and charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's movement technique was impressive. Coupled with the advancement of his agility, it could not hurt Yi Xian at all. Moreover, after the throbbing pulse of the world had evolved to the 4 layers, the defense of the pulsating guard had also increased. Therefore, the threat of this black sky dragon was greatly reduced. So what if you're a virtual god beast? Aren't you still being chased around by me like a punching bag? Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Relying on his extraordinary speed and powerful attack power, Yi Xian aimed directly at the black sky dragon's head. The black sky dragon was dazed by the throbbing pulse of the world, and its speed had decreased. It was helpless. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would break through at this moment? At this moment, the group in the sky widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, Yi Xian could not break through the black sky dragon's defense. Now, he could. Therefore, they focused their attention on Yi Xian's attack. 4 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. This kid broke through in the middle of a battle? The throbbing pulse of the world is extremely difficult to comprehend. How old is this kid? How could he have comprehended the 4 layers? If he had comprehended the 8 layers, his power would be so strong that he could kill us instantly. The experts were extremely shocked. One of them had reddened eyes. That was the deputy palace master. Previously, when he saw the red-browed middle-aged man in the depths of the sub-palace, he and the great elder had put on a show. Then, he had used the earth-walking skill to leave. However, the earth-walking skill was the ultimacy that he had comprehended when he was at the peak of the spirit stage. Because of that, he had broken through to the empty god stage. Until now, it had been a few decades. However, in these few decades, he still had not comprehended the 2 ultimacy. Therefore, he was jealous. He was jealous that Yi Xian could comprehend such a powerful ultimacy. This kid, the deputy palace master's eyes flickered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, just as he was feeling indignant, there was a change in the battle on land. Plop! The black celestial dragon was continuously hit by Yi Xian. The continuous shaking caused its head to be unable to bear the impact and it fainted. Its huge body smashed onto the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Let me send you on your way. Yi Xian suddenly swept into the sky. The black celestial dragon's consciousness was in a trance. It could still feel the movements around it, but its body could not keep up with the rhythm. Just now, it had dodged the attack. Now that it could not move, what awaited it was death. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Yi Xian continued to wave the dragon's judgment as the dragon's judgment landed on the dragon's head. Dozens of dragon's judgments landed on the black celestial dragon, causing it to be beyond recognition. Kacha. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. This time, it was not the sound of dragon scales shattering, but dragon bones shattering. The black celestial dragon's body struggled, but unfortunately, it was too late. After Yi Xian had blasted more than 70 dragon's judgments, the black celestial dragon's head had exploded. With its head exploding, even a void god beast would die. The black celestial dragon was dead. Yi Xian immediately flew to the ground and waited for the black celestial dragon to die. Then, he directly devoured the black celestial dragon's corpse. Ding, the host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 100 points. Ding, the host has comprehended the profound and broken through to the void god realm. Currently, the void transformation level is at 1 point. 2 notifications sounded out in a row. Right when the notifications sounded out, the earth attribute divine soul within Yi Xian's body dimmed down. Right now, all of the true energy within his body had been converted into earth attribute true energy, and its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When a divine core warrior broke through to the strength realm, he would break the core and form the soul. Right now, his divine soul had finally broken through to the void god realm. Yi Xian had skipped the peak of the spirit realm and broken through to the void god realm. His true energy was several times stronger than a peak spirit realm warrior. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Void god realm, he had finally broken through to the void god realm. Ding, will the host fuse with the sword god's bloodline? Ding, will the host fuse with the beast god's bloodline? Chapter 602. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales 8 Barren Swords. Yes. Yi Xian shouted, yes, 3 times in his heart. Then, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. The divine sword bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. The divine beast bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. The divine tree of life bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer able to describe his strength with words. Ding. Host has learned the first move of the 3rd level of the 8 Barren Swordplay, 8 Barren Swords. Ding. Host has learned the 3rd level of the 8 Barren Swordplay, 8 Barren Jin. After breaking through to the empty god realm, there were too many ways for Yi Xian to increase his strength. Not only that, his 2 empty god realm martial arts were no longer restricted and could be increased to 70%. However, at the same time that Yi Xian broke through to the empty god realm, there were casualties in the battle in the sky. An injured elder could not hold on and was killed by an expert from the demon clan. His corpse fell from the sky. That kid has broken through to the empty god realm? Everyone was shocked at this moment. A single battle actually allowed Yi Xian to break through to the Nihility God stage. That kid cannot be left alive. Quick, kill him. The white-browed elder said in horror. The death of the elder from the palace would affect the entire situation. However, Yi Xian's sudden breakthrough made the white-browed elder very uneasy. Therefore, the red-browed elder who killed the elder from the palace rushed towards Yi Xian. Kid, how dare you kill my disciple? Go to hell. The red-browed elder was Sun Xingyu's master. Of course, Sun Xingyu was not worth his anger. He was afraid of Yi Xian's talent. I am not afraid of you now. Yi Xian laughed and threw out the 8 barren swords. In the next moment, the 8 barren swords broke into pieces and arranged themselves in a few rows. What? The red-browed elder was surprised. At this moment, the 8 swords suddenly separated a trace of true qi and connected with the other 7 swords. In the next moment, a brownish-yellow energy body appeared in front of everyone. This was the 8 barren jin. Go. Yi Xian thought. Then, the 8 Baron Jin flew quickly. Its speed was not slower than the red-browed elder's Jin than the red-browed elder. What the hell is this? Scatter. The red-browed elder wielded the green light sword and slashed at the 8 Baron Jin. At the same time, the Jin threw a punch. The fist was Jin Baron swords. Bam! The Baron swords Jin was Jin. How is this possible? The red-robed elder's eyes widened. He was a Nihility God stage ranker, and his fire attribute had already reached 10%. However, his attack was actually destroyed by something condensed from Yi Xian's Shen Qi. This was truly too unbridled. Most importantly, his fire attribute was still able to restrain Yi Xian's earth attribute. So powerful. Is this the third layer of the 8 desolate wind formation? Yi Xian was also shocked. However, he could see that the 8 desolation giant spirit had used a sharp blade to block the punch. Moreover, it had the effect of the 4-layered pulse of the earth. That was why it had been able to disperse the Red Elder's attack. This was only the killing formation of the 8 wastelands. Yi Xian had yet to try out the 3rd level of the 8 wasteland swordsmanship, the sword-cleaving 8 wastelands. However, that didn't matter. He had to kill this red-robed old man first. Immediately, he took out the azure light sword again and rushed up. The 8 desolate sword art required the 8 desolate sword to be used, so he could only use the earth-splitting sword to attack. Earth-splitting sword. Emperor Dragon Fist. Martial Dragon Movement Technique. Throbbing Pulse of the World, 4-layered waves. Yi Xian's individual combat power was already very strong. Now that he had the 8 desolation Jin, the red-robed elder was forced to retreat in the blink of an eye. The red-clothed elder was not from the demon clan. She was only cooperating with the demon clan like the vice palace master and the grand elder. If I kill you, I can break through again, and both of your interspatial rings will be mine. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Just now, the red-clothed elder killed the other elder of the sub-palace and took the latter's interspatial ring. If Yi Xian killed him, the interspatial ring would be his. At that time, he might be able to dominate this battle. Kill. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. Under the 2-pronged attack, the red-clothed elder could not hold on any longer. Oh no. The demon clan members' expressions changed abruptly. They originally had the upper hand, but now they saw the red-clothed elder being suppressed by Yi Xian, who had just broken through. If the red-clothed elder died, they would regain their advantage. No, they might even be able to reverse the situation. Let's go. The white-browed old man knew that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly shouted. They were not half-demons, so they could not demonize. They could only revert to their original forms. Although reverting to their original forms would increase their strength, they had to pay a huge price every time. Therefore, they did not want to revert to their original forms easily, as it might cause their realm to drop. This was the demon clan that had been cursed. After hearing the white-browed elder's words, everyone was stunned. Immediately after, a demon clan elder did not hesitate to take the risk of dropping his realm and transformed into his original form. A sky dragon. His original form was a red sky dragon. Let's go. The white-browed old man quickly retreated, preparing to jump on his back. In terms of speed, the sky dragon was faster. However, not everyone was able to leap onto his back. You want to leave? Stop them. The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. What kind of joke was this? One of the sub-palace elders had died, and the sky dragon's corpse of the void god realm king had been snatched away. The demon clan members wanted to leave? What a joke. Bang. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Everyone glanced at the red-clothed elder, who was fighting with Yi Xian, and saw him fall from the sky. Dead? They saw that Yi Xian had just put away the 2 interspatial rings. Ding. The host's void transformation level has increased. The current level is 5 points. The system notified. What? That's all? Yi Xian was startled. He thought that he would be able to increase it by 10%, but he didn't expect it to only be 5%. However, he was already able to kill an elder who had reached 10% of the void transformation level. Then, he really could reverse the situation. At that moment, he charged over again. In an instant, Yi Xian met up with the experts from the sub-palace. "Quick, attack them together!" The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. In an instant, the 9 people from the sub-palace, including Yi Xian, attacked the red sky dragon. 8 Desolation Giant Spirit, come back! Yi Xian suddenly called back the 8 Desolation Giant Spirit and reorganized it into the 8 Desolation Sword. 8 Desolation Sword Technique, Sword Break 8 Desolation. He held the 8 Desolation Sword in his hand, aimed at the red sky dragon, and slashed. This seemingly ordinary slash was extremely fast and contained an enormous amount of power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the slash split into 8. Chapter 603. Annihility God Stage Palace Guard. At this moment, the 8 slashes suddenly gathered together, combining into one. Immediately, their power increased greatly, and they were several times stronger than before. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. This sword-breaking 8 desolation landed on the red sky dragon's body. This demon clan expert, who had already reached 10 points in the void transformation stage, was instantly pierced through with a large hole. What? Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian had killed the red-clothed elder. This was actually nothing, but this demon clan expert had already transformed into his original form. However, he was still pierced through by Yi Xian's attack. One had to know that just now, Yi Xian was unable to do anything to that void god beast that had just broken through. In just half a minute, why was the difference so big? All right. Seeing this, the branch palace master also shouted loudly. However, in the next moment, the white-browed old man also transformed into his original form, and another red sky dragon appeared. His strength was much stronger than the red sky dragon that was pierced through by Yi Xian. He extended his claws and grabbed the few human elders, preparing to take them away. Don't even think about escaping. The branch palace master condensed his innate chi and suddenly thrusted his sword towards the white-browed old man's body. Whoosh! The flaming sword light instantly pierced through the white-browed old man's body, causing his body to tremble. However, the white-browed old man's speed was very fast, and he instantly pulled away. As for the red-browed middle-aged man, he did not know the earth movement technique, so he could only watch as the demon clan group left. Roar! The red sky dragon that was abandoned by the demon clan expert roared and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you! The remaining elders were furious. They attacked together and killed him in an instant. Originally, the elders of the branch palace wanted to keep him alive and ask him a few questions. Unfortunately, he suddenly wanted to attack Yi Xian. The remaining elders were afraid that Yi Xian would be injured, so they attacked together and killed him instantly. Sigh, the clues are gone. When the branch palace master saw the fallen red sky dragon, he thought helplessly in his heart. The white-browed old man did not hesitate to take the risk of his realm dropping and transform into his original form. His speed was so fast that even he could not catch up to him. This way, the sky dragon's corpse would not return. Palace master, what do we do now? An elder walked over and asked. Hollow God realm sky dragon corpses have been snatched. If they refine them into half-beast hearts, even if they can't break through to the hollow God realm, it will still greatly increase their physique. At that time, I'm afraid no one in our sub-palace will be able to stop them. The red-browed middle-aged man looked in the direction where the monster clan expert had left. He paused and said, however, this thing is not so easy to refine. Then, should we chase or defend? Stop chasing. You won't be able to catch up unless I have world walking. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head, then turned to look at Yi Xian and said, It's all thanks to you, little brother. May I ask who you are? Hall Master, Yi Xian is also a member of our Battle King Palace. He comprehended profound when he was at the spirit stage. He just became a palace guard a few days ago, reminded an elder. What? The red-browed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said, a Void God Realm palace guard? The elders were also helpless. They remembered that during Yi Xian's previous assessment, he had only converted 50 to 60% of his attributes. However, in such a short period of time, Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm. Furthermore, he had killed a powerful Void God Realm elder. This growth speed was simply heaven-defying. The red-browed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian for a while. He then said, right now, our sub-palace is empty. There are only a few of us left. The two of you, quickly go and pack up your things. Yes, Hall Master. Two of the elders quickly rushed into the sub-palace. Yi Xian, keep this sky dragon corpse. The Qian Kuan ring should be in its mouth, the red-browed middle-aged man said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This corpse was also given to him? Thank you, Hall Master. Yi Xian quickly thanked him. He then rushed down to find the Qian Kuan ring and put away the sky dragon corpse. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 7 points. His cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. However, he did not dare to expose himself. He hurriedly restrained his aura. It had only been a second, and his cultivation level had increased. He would definitely be suspected. At this moment, the red-browed middle-aged man suddenly activated the guardian formation and then led Yi Xian and the rest in. Follow me. Don't run around. After the red-browed middle-aged man finished speaking, he rushed to the deepest part of the sub-palace. Previously, he had been cultivating in the sub-palace. No one knew because only the three of them knew about the secret passage. He rushed to the place where he had been cultivating and was shocked. The sky dragon corpse of the Void God Realm King was still there. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Was this the body of the sky dragon that was at the Void God Realm? In an instant, all the blood in his body began to boil. At this moment, he really wanted to rush forward and keep the corpse. If he devoured this corpse, he was afraid that he would instantly soar by dozens of levels. However, there were many experts around him. If he dared to act rashly, he might be killed on the spot. The Great Elder didn't keep it? Don't tell me the demon clan isn't after the sky dragon's corpse. An elder asked in astonishment. No. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head and then rushed over. Everyone's eyes gathered and found that the sky dragon corpse's stomach had been cut open. Sure enough, the heart is gone. It seems that the Great Elder didn't keep the entire corpse because of his age. The red-browed middle-aged man sighed and kept the sky dragon corpse. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept the corpse and chased after the deputy palace master. It's fine if it's just a heart. An elder heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The corpse is still intact. People with the fire attribute can still cultivate here. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. Soon after, the few of them quickly rushed out. The two elders also put away the items and handed them to the red-browed middle-aged man. Palace master, are we going to the main palace? An elder asked. No. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head. Suddenly, he took out a piece of paper and said, look at this. Everyone's eyes gathered on the piece of paper. In the next moment, their faces changed. There was only one place on the piece of paper, Mount Cheng. Could it be the Great Elder? That's right. I found this in the Sky Dragon corpse. It should be the Great Elder who left it. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. The Great Elder left us a clue. Is it real or a trap? It should be a trap. If the Great Elder is on our side, why would he take the Sky Dragon's heart? Even if it was an act, he could have turned the situation around if he joined forces with the Palace Master. Yes, it must be a trap. The elders were discussing among themselves. Yueluo didn't say that she would be updating these few days, but I saw that many readers were urging me, so I've been updating overnight. Including the previous explosive updates, the total number of updates has exceeded 200. It was too tiring. Yuelua's body couldn't take it. It was like a 20-hour language class. She was physically and mentally exhausted. Her body was her capital. Today was the last day to update. From now on, she would update at least 3 chapters every day. Once she had time, she would release more chapters. Chapter 604. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin towards the main palace. Yes, it could be a trap. However, it could also be that the Great Elder is using the Beast Clan. He wants to use the Beast Clan to obtain the half-beast heart refined from the Sky Dragon's heart, said the red-browed middle-aged man. Monopolize? Everyone immediately reacted. However, when they thought about it, this was indeed a possibility. Oh right, how long has Lord Yigu been gone? The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly asked. He just left yesterday. An elder replied. What about the other 3 elders? The red-browed middle-aged man asked again. The other regions have been destroyed by the half-beasts. They just left recently. I don't know when they will return. The red-browed middle-aged man sighed and said, Yi Xian, it's better if you don't get involved in this. Elder Wu, take him to the main palace. If you see Lord Yigu on the way, ask him for help. Palace Master, you are. Elder Wu frowned and asked. If we wait for the experts from the main palace, they would have left already. Therefore, we have to go and take a look. Even if it's a trap, we have to go. The red-browed middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said. After all, he was the palace master of the sub-palace. This time, they were the only ones left in the sub-palace. How could they not take revenge for this? Palace Master, I will go as well, Yi Xian suddenly said. No, you go with Elder Wu to the main palace. If possible, ask the main palace to send experts over. Even if we are in trouble, we have to find the Sky Dragon's heart, the red-browed middle-aged man refused directly. But I am not weak. I can help, Yi Xian said again. This was a good opportunity. If he could obtain the corpse of the Void God Realm King, he would be able to break through greatly. No need. One of the Beast Clan's experts died and one of them transformed into his original form. If that is the case, I am enough to deal with them. We don't need you. Elder Wu, there is no time to lose. Take him to the main palace immediately and look for Lord Yigu. I will go and hide the sub-palace's wealth. Even if we all die, we cannot let the things fall into their hands. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head and said. Yes, Palace Master. Elder Wu nodded and then looked at Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian Editor, Transin. Since the Palace Master did not agree, he could not follow. In fact, he really wanted that corpse. As long as it was given to him, he would annihilate all of the demon clan. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal the devouring system. After all, he had encountered too many things. What if someone found out about his secret and tried to steal his body? So far, he had already encountered it twice. The first time was in the Shattering Cloud sect, when his master wanted to steal his body. The second time was on Heavenly Wolf Island. The demon lord possessed his body and tried to erase his will. Therefore, he had to be cautious. In the end, Yi Xian decided to follow Elder Wu to the main hall. Transin was Transin. Immediately, they set off for the main palace. Yi Xian, your talent is the best I've ever seen. How old are you this year? Transin. I'm 21. Yi Xian reported his age. In the past, he was afraid that his secret would be discovered, so he often lied about his age. But now, he had seen many geniuses. Age was nothing. After all, Jiang Tianjin was not that old. Amazing. I'm 3 times your age, but my strength is the same as yours. I've been living like a dog all these years. Elder Wu said in shame. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. At this moment, they had already traveled for half a day and were far away from the sub-palace. But they did not know that there were people lying in ambush in front of them. They're coming. The news is accurate. They're going to the main palace. How arrogant. Only an elder is escorting them. He comprehended ultimacy at the spirit realm and broke through to the empty god realm in such a short time. We can't let him return to the warlord palace. The ice goddess and the fire emperor have already broken through to the nihility god realm. The warlord palace has hidden themselves well. I heard that the 3 warlord palaces are going to form a team to enter the wilderness. Great, let's destroy them all. These 2 siblings are enough for us. Now that there's another one, we can't leave them alone. If we let them grow, they'll become another void god realm king in the future. Let's kill him while he just broke through. The 3 people hiding in the clouds were discussing in low voices. At this moment, Yi Xian and Elder Wu were heading in their direction. It's about time. Kill. The 3 of them instantly charged down. What? After sensing the 3 powerful auras, Yi Xian and Elder Wu stopped in their tracks. Not good, there's an ambush. Elder Wu's expression changed. Yi Xian had also reacted. However, he couldn't understand why the shifter race would block their path. They had only left for half a day. Could it be that the white-browed old man had immediately notified the other shifter race to stop them after he left? It seems that my aptitude is so strong that even the shifter race is afraid of me. Yi Xian thought to himself. The 3 of them quickly landed on the ground and blocked Yi Xian and Elder Wu's path. You guys are from the shifter race, right? Elder Wu had already drawn his long sword and was glaring at them. That's right. The leader, a muscular man, laughed. How did you know? After the battle, we started our journey almost immediately. Elder Wu asked, puzzled. Let's not talk about the shifter race's special communication method. How can the shifter race's physique be compared to yours? The muscular man laughed. A bald man at the back also smiled and said, that's right, that Lord Yigu of yours was also intercepted by us. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured by us. We don't know where he is hiding to recuperate. What? After hearing this, Elder Wu and Yi Xian were shocked. The main hall emissary who was stronger than the main hall master was also intercepted and heavily injured? Don't be afraid. He wasn't injured by the 3 of us. We don't have the strength. However, we can still deal with the 2 of you. The muscular man said with a smile. Just the 3 of you? Elder Wu's eyes turned cold. He could feel that the 3 of them were stronger than him. In other words, the 3 of them had more than 10% of their void transformation level. Old man, I know you. Your strength is invincible among those of the same level. Although the void transformation level is only 10%, you have comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. It's very difficult to deal with. The muscular man narrowed his eyes. Chapter 605. Ambush, Elder Wu snorted coldly. Brat, you're even more powerful. You managed to comprehend the profoundness before reaching the peak of the spirit stage. You even managed to break through to the nihility god stage within a month. You even managed to kill a branch elder who had reached 10% of the void transformation stage. If you continue to grow, you will become a huge threat to the devil clan. After the muscular man finished speaking, he took out a pair of gloves and continued, therefore, this day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Yi Xian understood that this pair of gloves should be a void divine weapon. Furthermore, it was a void divine weapon that had been nurtured for many years. He had just broken through to the nihility god stage and had just started nurturing the Bahuang sword with his true qi. Although he had been using up his true qi for the past half a day, it had only been a few days. Fortunately, the Bahuang sword was not a low-rank void divine weapon. It was at least a middle-rank void divine weapon. It might even be a high-rank void divine weapon. Yi Xian, I'll hold back 2 of them while you quickly deal with one of them. If there's no other way, I'll use my death to hold back the three of them. Elder Wu said softly. Elder Wu, you. Yi Xian said in shock. Don't say any more. I still have a trump card. Elder Wu said solemnly. The three experts of the Devil Clan were standing 1,000 meters away, so they could not hear them. Ha ha ha, old man, I can read lips. Do you think I don't know what you're saying? The muscular man in the lead laughed. Trump card? I'd like to see what your trump card is. Go. In an instant, the three of them charged forward. Elder Wu's expression darkened. He raised his hand and shot out a few streams of true qi that contained flames. He had already comprehended the profoundness of the inextinguishable flames, so his true qi was extremely powerful. However, the opponents were all from the Devil Clan. Their physique was stronger than humans. Coupled with their movement techniques, they were able to dodge the attacks. Kill. Yi Xian immediately used his demon god transformation and attacked with the Bahuang sword. He only had one move of the Bahuang sword technique that he had just learned. It was called sword slashing Bahuang. Furthermore, he did not have any proficiency points. He had used this move once half a day ago. It pierced through the body of a sky dragon and was extremely powerful. However, this move had exhausted all of the true qi in his body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not use it. Otherwise, without the support of his true qi, he wouldn't even be able to use his movement technique. It would be very easy for accidents to occur. If he wanted to win this battle, he had to make his opponent careless. After all, his opponent had never seen his true strength. In an instant, Elder Wu came into contact with the other two demons. As for the last demon clan member, he was also continuously sending out flaming sword qis at him. The fire element countered his earth element, causing his expression to darken even more. Pulse Guard 4th level. He hurried to use his power Upanishad to increase his survivability. What a brat. You really do have the 4th fold of the throbbing pulse of the world. You've transformed twice at such a young age. I can't allow you to live. Yi Xian's opponent was the bald man. He couldn't help but think to himself when he saw the fluctuations around Yi Xian. However, his attacks could break through the 4th layer of the Pulse Guard. Coward, coward first. At this moment, Yi Xian kept reminding himself in his heart. On the other side, Elder Wu was single-handedly holding back two demons of a higher realm than him. Therefore, the battle couldn't be dragged out. Therefore, he had to make them look down on him, When the time came, he would explode with power and kill his opponent. He just didn't know if this plan would succeed. The two of them exchanged a few blows in a second. However, what surprised the bald man was that Yi Xian wasn't as strong as he had heard. Is it a disguise, or is the information inaccurate? The bald man thought to himself as he attacked. He wasn't stupid. He had seen many powerful people deliberately hide their strength and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Yi Xian was beaten back repeatedly. Soon, 50 rounds had passed. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Elder Wu's figure fly backward. This made his body tremble. As expected, although Elder Wu had comprehended the profound meaning of the inextinguishable inferno and had extremely strong offensive power, his opponents were still demons. Furthermore, there were two of them, and both of them had higher realms than him. It was already very good that he could hold them off for 50 rounds. You dare to be distracted? Die, you brat. The bald man gripped his longsword tightly with both hands and viciously chopped down at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian dodged the strike with a gloomy expression. No, it should be said that he dodged a vital point. However, the strike still chopped off his entire left arm. It's time. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The Bahuang sword instantly shattered and reformed. Bahuang wind-killing formation, Bahuang Jin. Suddenly, a brownish-yellow true qi giant spirit appeared and threw a punch at the bald man. This punch contained the fourth layer of the pulse guard earth. What? The bald man was shocked. He had never heard of Yi Xian having such a move. However, his reaction was quite fast. He immediately held his long sword in front of his chest to block. Clang! The Bahuang's sword on the Jin's fist struck the bald man's longsword. The bald man was flying close to the ground, but now, he was blasted to the ground by this punch. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot heavily. Pulse guard earth. Wang! When the bald man's foot made contact with the ground, his head shook. Yi Xian had comprehended the pulse guard earth using the battle dragon stomp. Previously, he had combined the battle dragon's 10 steps with the pulse guard earth. However, this did not mean that the pulse guard earth had to be combined with the battle dragon stomp. After all, he could combine the pulse guard earth with a casual punch. Naturally, he could also stomp his foot. While the bald man was in a daze, the Bahuang Jin suddenly swept over and threw another punch. Bam! This time, the bald man had no way of blocking. He was directly struck in the chest and sent to the ground. Again. Yi Xian stomped his foot again, directly causing damage to the bald man through the air. Damn brat, this won't do. I have to revert to my original form, or I'll be killed directly. The bald man thought in a daze. In the next moment, his body began to expand. Sure enough, he was also a heavenly dragon. The monster race was born with a curse. After they transformed into human form, they had to pay a huge price to revert to their original form. But now, the bald man's life was threatened. If he did not revert to his original form, he would die. Damn it, I'm still one step too slow. Bahuang Jin, come back. The monster race's expert transformed at will. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill the other party, but he was still one step too slow. However, would it be useful to revert to his original form? Clang! The Bahuang's sword was instantly reassembled. In the next moment, Yi Xian summoned the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword. The bald man's human body had already exploded, and then a red heavenly dragon drilled out. This red heavenly dragon's body was rapidly expanding. Chapter 606. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Behead the Beasts. Dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. Yi Xian instantly slashed out with a slash. The sword god bloodline, beast god bloodline, dragon's judgment, and earth-throbbing sword of 8 desolation. All these factors made this slash extremely powerful. Rip! Before the burly man could fully transform back to his original form, he was struck by the dragon's judgment. In an instant, his huge dragon body was split into two. Roar! The red dragon roared at the sky. Die for me! Yi Xian slashed out again. This time, he directly chopped off the dragon's head. The beasts needed some time to transform back to their original form, and this time was enough to kill them. Previously, at the entrance of the sub-palace, someone had also transformed back to their original form, but at that time, the white-browed elder and the others helped to defend, so the red dragon was not injured. This time, his teammates were held back by Elder Wu, so there was no one to help him block the attack. Plop! When the dragon's head and body fell to the ground, the earth trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian quickly flew over. The experts of the demon race did not have the soul of the saint beast, so they could cultivate it. That was why they cultivated the soul of the saint beast into a divine spirit. However, this muscular man had the void spirit. After he died, the void spirit directly shattered. Therefore, Yi Xian could only take their interspatial rings. He could not even devour their corpses. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased to 10 points. Now, Yi Xian was at the same level as Elder Wu. After breaking through, he quickly rushed in Elder Wu's direction. The 8 desolation spirit appeared again. What? This kid killed third brother? The burly man's eyes widened. His third brother's void transformation level had reached 15%, which was 5% higher than Elder Wu's. However, he died at the hands of Yi Xian. But in the next moment, the burly man discovered something else. Yi Xian's severed arm grew back. How was this possible? Even the wood attribute's rapid healing profound could only heal injuries. It would take time to heal a severed arm. The second profound of rapid healing, rejuvenation withered wood, had this effect. However, Yi Xian had the earth attribute. Did this kid eat the twin fruit? Is it divine soul art? The burly man guessed. The twin life fruit was a legend. Anyone who swallowed it would be able to condense a second spirit. This meant that that person could possess various attributes and could comprehend the profound of two profound. However, in all his years of chaos profound realm, the burly man had never heard of two profound attribute. This brat must die. The brawny man made up his mind. Yi Xian, even if he die, he would die. Mu Xian is Amr. At this moment, Yi Xian had already led the 8 desolation giant spirit over. He held the azure light sword in his hand and attacked the brawny man. Now, it was 3 against 2. Elder Wu, how are your injuries? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Not bad. I won't die. Let's join hands and kill them. Elder Wu shouted. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. The burly man and the other person were slightly stronger than the bald man. If even the bald man was killed by Yi Xian, then Yi Xian's strength would be a threat to them. Therefore, the burly man and the other man looked at each other and made a decision in unison. Transform. Second brother, I'll help you stop them. The burly man shouted. At this moment, his second brother was already transforming. His human body was about to explode, and a heavenly dragon was growing in size. Yi Xian, I'll stop him. You go and kill that heavenly dragon. Elder Wu shouted. Don't even think about it. The burly man's face darkened. If he could not stop them, then his second brother would be beheaded by Yi Xian, just like his third brother. Yi Xian looked at the heavenly dragon that was growing bigger and bigger as he thought quickly. To deal with a heavenly dragon with a strong defense, it was best to use the dragon's judgment. However, the dragon's judgment required the Bahuang sword. If he withdrew the Bahuang spirit, then Elder Wu would be in danger. So this time, he had to change his plan. Kill the burly man first. Seeing that Yi Xian was indifferent, the burly man's face darkened. What he was most worried about had happened. Yi Xian and Elder Wu were prepared to kill him first, then fight with his second brother who had transformed into his original form. This was troublesome. Bastard, even if I die, I will kill you. The burly man shouted. Although his realm was the highest among the 4 of them, after 2 breakthroughs, his void transformation level could reach 20%. However, his attribute was metal. Elder Wu had comprehended the inextinguishable raging flames, so his attack power was extremely strong. As for Yi Xian, he could also fight against him. But what about the Bahuang spirit? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared beside the burly man. Bam! The burly man resisted with all his might, but he was still sent flying by the Bahuang spirit's punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly followed and attacked crazily. Bam! 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 The cyan light sword and the burly man's gloves collided, creating a violent vibration. After a few rounds, the burly man's arm became numb and began to tremble. Although he was a demon, he could cultivate. Unfortunately, when he broke through to the Nihility God realm, he comprehended the profound mysteries of turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold, if one did not injure the enemy, it would not be effective. Just now, when Elder Wu was injured, it was his second brother who injured him, not him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly rushed up and slashed down. Good chance, go die. The burly man suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a wave of true energy. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt an extremely strong sound wave. Demonic dragon roar. Wang! Elder Wu instantly fainted. This was one of the sky dragon's ultimate skills, and very few people knew it. Moreover, using it once would cause great damage to one's vitality. This was a rare opportunity for the burly man to use it. However, this move was useless against Yi Xian. Yi Xian also knew how to attack using sound waves. It was the first stage of the Bahuang swordsmanship, the Bahuang heaven-shaking sword. Ever since he'd learned this martial art, Yi Xian had developed a habit of gathering true energy in his ears to prevent such a thing from happening. The burly man did not expect Yi Xian to be prepared. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him. Rip! A head flew up. It was the burly man's head. Big brother. When the red sky dragon saw the burly man, its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It roared loudly. It only took about a second to transform, but in that second, Yi Xian killed the burly man. Then, the next one would be him. Go to hell. The red sky dragon opened its mouth wide and aimed at Yi Xian and Elder Wu with its sky dragon breath. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already reassembled the Bahuang sword. He activated all the true energy in his body, connected with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, and then slashed with his sword. Chapter 607. Twin Fruit Swish. This slash split the sky dragon's breath into two and followed the dragon's breath into the sky dragon's mouth. Bam! The red sky dragon's brain was shaken and its body trembled violently. Then, its huge body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Sword slashing 8 desolates. This move was first split into 8 and then combined into 1. This way, its power would multiply. Although Yi Xian's attack was not split, there were no scales in the dragon's mouth. In addition to various factors, this attack directly slashed into the red sky dragon's brain. Phew, it's finally dead. Yi Xian hurried over and kept the 2 universe rings. Although the demon clan's predecessor was a void god beast, they were different from the sea clan. Their corpses could not be devoured. What a pity. Ding, the host's void transformation level has increased to 13 points. The system notified. Yi Xian's strength had increased by a little. Elder Wu, are you alright? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. I'm alright. The one who injured me is also of the fire attribute. Let's go. If there are more demon clan experts, we'll be in trouble. Elder Wu hurriedly took out a bottle of healing medicine and drank it. All right. Yi Xian nodded and hurriedly helped him out of this place. At the same time, he glanced at his panel. The battle just now was not without benefits. His martial dragon movement technique had increased by 10%. It was just that the battle just now was too intense, so he did not pay attention to it. However, at this time, he discovered another point. The 3 divine rank bloodlines that he had fused with actually had a bracket behind them. Void. It seems that these 3 divine rank bloodlines are not true divine rank bloodlines. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was looking forward to it because he would soon be able to expand his first bloodline. Bloodline expansion was the most expensive for combat bloodlines, followed by physique bloodlines, and then support bloodlines. Although they were only support bloodlines, he found a very good support bloodline among the thousands of divine rank bloodlines. Gemini bloodline. This bloodline could allow him to condense another void spirit, allowing him to have 2 attributes. If he could obtain a twin life fruit, he could condense a clone with the same combat power as him. This clone also had 2 attributes. However, these were all for later. Let's talk about it after he safely arrived at the main hall. At this moment, Elder Wu suddenly turned his head and stared at Yi Xian's sleeveless left arm that was exposed to the air. He said, Yi Xian, I clearly saw that your arm was chopped off. How did you recover so quickly? This is a fortuitous encounter I had in the past. Although I didn't condense the earth spirit, my recovery ability is astonishing. Yi Xian casually made up a story. Oh, I thought you ate a twin life fruit and a wood spirit, Elder Wu said. Twin fruits. When this word entered Yi Xian's ears, it caused his body to tremble violently. Wasn't the requirement for the Gemini bloodline to condense and avatar the Gemini fruit? Elder Wu, have you heard of the twin fruits? Yi Xian asked hastily. How could I not have heard of it? The twin fruits can allow a person to condense a second spirit. Think about it, how powerful would a person's combat power be if they comprehended two profound elements? Elder Wu nodded. Yi Xian nodded silently. If he comprehended the gold defense and combined it with the throbbing pulse of the earth, he would become an unkillable cockroach. It would be too heaven-defying. Elder Wu, do you know where the twin fruits can be found? Yi Xian asked hastily. I don't know. The twin fruits is only a legend. I have never heard of anyone possessing two spirits. It is said that the twin fruits are a divine item that can be found anywhere. Even in a village that lacks Yuan Qi and doesn't even have a spirit fourth stage, it can be found. Elder Wu shook his head. Oh. Yi Xian's expression immediately dimmed. From the looks of it, the twin fruits were extremely difficult to obtain. However, since the Gemini bloodline gave a hint, then it definitely existed. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking of quickly leveling up and expanding his bloodline to fuse with the Gemini bloodline. The Gemini bloodline had the same effect as the twin fruits. It could allow a person to condense a second spirit. If he could obtain another twin fruits, he would be able to condense a doppelganger. At that time, his combat power would increase exponentially. Level up, breakthrough. Yi Xian's eyes widened. After killing the 3 Devil Clan experts, Yi Xian and Elder Wu did not encounter any more Devil Clan experts. It had to be said that the Devil Clan was too careless. They only sent 3 people. If they sent an expert like the white-browed elder, Yi Xian's corpse would have been completely devoured by the sacred beasts. Yi Xian rushed for a few days and finally arrived at the main hall of the Warlord Palace. There might be news of his father, Yi Chong, here. The main hall was similar to the sub-halls, but the size was more than 10 times different. Yi Xian saw the huge main hall from afar. However, there were sentry towers around the main hall. Behind the sentry towers, there was a no-fly zone and a defensive formation. Anyone who wanted to enter had to be notified. Who are you? Below the sentry tower, a main hall guard stopped them. Yi Xian and Elder Wu stopped in their tracks. The latter hurriedly said, I am Elder Wu Bo from the 9th sub-hall. There is a major crisis in the 9th sub-hall. I am here to report. Something happened to the 9th sub-hall too? The guard was shocked. Too? Yi Xian and Elder Wu looked at each other. It seemed that something had happened to the other sub-halls too. Wait a moment. The guard entered the sentry tower and led a gold armor squad leader down. F***CK, even the main hall squad leader is at the virtual god realm. Yi Xian was shocked. After the gold armor squad leader came down, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and Elder Wu. He said, identity token. Wu Bo immediately understood. He took out a token from his universe ring and threw it over. The gold armor squad leader confirmed it and took out a portrait for comparison. The identity token and portrait are correct. Now, we will verify your attribute, realm, and ultimacy. The gold armor squad leader said. Is the verification so strict now? Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and slashed a ray of sword chi towards the sky. Fire attribute, inextinguishable flame, 10% void transformation. The gold armor squad leader nodded. The last time Elder Wu came, his void transformation level was less than 10%. The difference was not big, so there was no problem. After all, he would break through. Identity token, portrait, attribute, realm, and ultimacy. There were 5 levels of verification. The gold armor squad leader's realm was higher than Elder Wu, so he could confirm it. Please forgive us. Recently, the demonic beasts have been rampant, and all the branches have been infiltrated. Now, Elder Wu, please swallow this pill. The golden armored captain took out another pill and threw it to Elder Wu. What is this? Elder Wu caught the brown pill and asked curiously. Author's note, I guarantee at least 3 chapters a day. This chapter is the 4th chapter. Today's extra chapter. Thank you for your monthly votes and tips. The more monthly votes and tips, the more motivated Moonfall will be. Chapter 608. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Warlord Palace. This is a transformation pill. You must consume it in front of me. If you are a shifter, you will be forced to transform into your original form. Even if you are a half-shifter, you will immediately transform into a shifter, said the golden-armored captain. So that's how it is. Elder Wu nodded and swallowed the pill on the spot. After waiting for about 5 seconds, the golden-armored captain focused his attention on Yi Xian and asked, "You can confirm your identity now." "Who is he?" "This is a genius from our branch palace. He comprehended the profound before reaching the peak of the spirit stage. He has now broken through to the nihility stage. His realm is even higher than mine," Elder Wu quickly introduced. After the previous battle, Elder Wu had also sensed Yi Xian's realm. However, in his eyes, Yi Xian was a super genius. Continuous breakthroughs weren't a big deal. "Oh? Your realm is higher than his?" The golden-armored captain squinted his eyes and tossed another transformation pill to Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood what he meant. He pretended to throw the transformation pill into his mouth and swallowed it in front of the golden-armored captain. 5 seconds later, he did not transform into his original form, nor did he transform into a shifter. This proved that he was a human. However, what the golden-armored captain did not know was that the transformation pill had already been swallowed by Yi Xian. "Okay, you are not a shifter. However, I cannot confirm whether you are colluding with the shifter to obtain information. Be careful when you enter. If anything goes wrong, you will be killed by an expert on the spot," said the golden-armored captain. "Yes." Elder Wu nodded, then brought Yi Xian through the formation and walked in. After they entered the warlord palace, the formation was immediately restored. Although he could not see it, Yi Xian could feel it. "I never thought that the shifter would be so rampant. They have placed people in all the branch palaces. Even the elders are colluding with them. This is troublesome." Elder Wu could not help but speak as they ran from the sentry tower to the main palace. "Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Xian was a little confused. Hadn't they already verified their identities? Why was it so troublesome? Elder Wu replied, "Although we can prove that we are humans, we can't prove that we have colluded with the demons. If you come in now, they might think that you are deliberately planted here by the demons. They will be worried about you." "I see." After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. Indeed, in this type of situation, the War King Hall was extremely careful, not nurturing any newcomers. However, even a person like the first elder of the sub-palace had been bribed by the Yao clan. How many people could prove their innocence now? After all, the first elder of the sub-palace was the previous sub-palace master. Elder Wu led Yi Xian into the main hall. The branch that Yi Xian had joined was the 9th branch, the last branch. At the same time, an elder would come to the main branch every once in a while to stand guard and receive the people from the branch halls. This time, Elder Wu was leading Yi Xian to find this middleman. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get in touch with the higher-ups of the main palace. The main palace was really big, and there were many patrolling guards along the way. Elder Wu and Yi Xian were relatively unfamiliar with each other, so they were stopped and questioned a total of 6 times along the way. After that, they finally found the 9th branch of the main palace. "Elder Huang." Elder Wu walked in and shouted loudly. Yi Xian also looked around and realized that this place was completely a library with a large number of books. This should be news from the 9th branch. Elder Wu, why are you here? What happened to the 9th branch?" After hearing Elder Wu's shout, an old man in a yellow robe walked out from the inner hall. He had been in the main palace all this time, so he naturally knew about the demons. "Our branch was also attacked. This is the report written by the palace master himself. Take a look." Elder Wu handed over a sheepskin scroll. Elder Huang took a look and jumped in fright. What? Even the Grand Elder and the Vice Palace Master colluded with the demons? However, after he finished looking at it, he exclaimed, "Our branch palace actually has a Void God King level Heavenly Dragon corpse." That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. This corpse was picked up by one of our palace masters. It is said that this Sky Dragon corpse did not have the soul of a saint beast, so it could be a demon expert. Elder Wu nodded. After Elder Wu's reminder, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. He could not devour a demon corpse, so he could only devour void god beasts. If that corpse was a demon expert, it would be useless to him even if he took it. At the mention of corpses, Yi Xian naturally thought of the palace masters of the branch halls. What happened to them? Oh right, Elder Wu, is it necessary for the demons to use the heart of a saint beast or a void god beast to refine a half-demon heart? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This, I'm not very sure. However, I don't know what happened to our branch halls. Therefore, I guess that white-browed demon race was planning to attack the Battle King Palace, and that corpse was probably something they did along the way. Elder Wu answered. Elder Wu, this little brother is? Elder Huang asked in astonishment. This was his first time seeing Yi Xian, but he felt that Yi Xian was very strong, not any weaker than him. He's a genius from our branch hall. His cultivation realm is higher than mine, so the palace master asked me to escort him to the main palace. Elder Wu answered. Hearing this, Elder Huang was shocked. What? His cultivation realm is higher than yours? That's right. Earlier, we were intercepted by 3 demon experts. Each of them had a higher cultivation realm than me, and all 3 of them died in Yi Xian's hands. Elder Wu nodded. Elder Huang was shocked. I thought this little brother was a genius from the main palace. I didn't expect him to be from our 9th branch hall. Elder Huang, then do you know the answer to my question? Yi Xian asked again. Only the demon race knows how to refine a half-demon's heart. However, as long as there is a method, we humans can refine a low-grade half-demon's heart. However, I'm afraid that a void god's heart would need to be personally refined by a demon clan expert. Human experts would only be able to help at most. As far as I know, the half-monster's heart cannot be refined using the heart of a dead demon clan expert. Cannot be refined? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If it couldn't be refined, then what did the group of demon experts who attacked the 9th branch hall need that void god realm king level sky dragon's heart for? No, it was still impossible to determine whether that void god realm king level sky dragon's corpse belonged to a senior of the demon race or an ordinary void god realm beast. If it was a senior of the demon race, then it couldn't be refined into a half-demon's heart. If it was a void god realm beast, then it could be refined into a half-demon's heart. Although it wouldn't reach the void god realm, it would still be very strong. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care so much now. Chapter 609. Ice Lady, Flame Emperor. Elder Huang, hurry up and report this matter. Elder Wu urged. Yes, I will immediately inform the main hall elder. Elder Huang hurriedly nodded and said, Yi Xian, follow me. Yi Xian, go ahead. With your aptitude, you will definitely be nurtured with priority as long as there are no accidents. Elder Wu said. Yi Xian nodded silently and followed, while Elder Wu stayed behind. After leaving, Elder Huang could not help but remind him, Yi Xian, you have to be mentally prepared. If it was before, you would definitely be nurtured with priority. But now, the demon clan seems to have made a big move. Newcomers have to go through strict vetting. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. Now that the demon clan was running amok, even if he did not receive priority nurturing, he could still go out and hunt by himself. There was also a genius who came last month. He was also a Nihility God Realm genius. Now, he has been sent out to carry out an assessment mission. It is said that he has to kill 100 demon clan members of the same level. Elder Huang sighed. What? 100 demon clan members of the same level? Yi Xian was shocked after hearing this. He had reached 10% of the void transformation stage, which meant that he needed to kill 100 demon clan members of the same level. This was 2F** King deceptive. It's to show your loyalty. As long as it's a demon clan member, it's fine too. Elder Huang continued. Where can we find so many demon clan members? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. One had to know that the number of demon clan experts he saw was only a dozen or so. Although he had seen quite a few half-demons, what he wanted now were half-demons of the same level. Where could he find them? Don't worry, our 9th branch is the weakest, so there are very few demon clan members there. If you go to the 1st, 3rd, and 6th branch, the demon clan will appear in groups. Elder Huang's voice suddenly became softer as he continued. The 6th branch palace's Jianghu region's beast tide was actually caused by the demon clan. The rumors outside said that there was a void god beast, but that was fake. At that time, there were over 100 demon clan experts, but in the end, they were all killed by our 2 new elders. Over 100 demon clan experts? Jianghu region? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled that he had indeed heard of this matter in the restaurant. At that time, he thought that these 2 people were Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. At this moment, he thought of something and said, I've heard of this before. I heard that it was quelled by a pair of siblings who recently joined the Battle King Palace. Elder Huang, do you know their names? That's right, these 2 elders just joined our Warlord Hall. They are the secret weapons of our Warlord Hall. Their talents are very high, so they were hidden by the Hall Master. No one knows what they look like. It is said that they wear armor that covers their faces all day long. I only know that one of them is of the fire attribute and the other is of the ice attribute. Therefore, the outside world gave them names. The younger sister is called the Ice Goddess and the older brother is the Flame Emperor. Elder Huang shook his head helplessly. He was only an elder of a branch hall, and his strength was too weak. He did not have the qualifications to meet those 2 people. Ice Goddess, Fire Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, then, Elder Huang, do you know where they came from? It is said that the young hall master brought them back, but I don't know where they came from. Elder Huang shook his head again. Yi Xian couldn't help but stop walking. It had been more than a year since he left. During this time, the 2 siblings might have cultivated to the void god realm. After all, Lin Wenyue once said that Song Suijing and Song Saijue had come to find him after they had mastered that wondrous cultivation method after returning to Tianshui continent. I don't know their names or appearances. Could it be them? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. To be honest, he hoped that the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor were Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. That way, he wouldn't have to look for them. Moreover, this Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor seemed to be stronger than him. Yi Xian, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Yi Xian was deep in thought, Elder Huang suddenly asked. Nothing, this is the first time I've heard of the ice and fire attributes. Yi Xian said with a smile. Indeed, this is also the first time I've heard of it. The wind attribute appeared in our main hall before, but when he went out to train, he didn't return. I think he died. Elder Huang sighed. Elder Huang, what are the mysteries of these 3 attributes? Yi Xian asked curiously. Elder Huang continued to shake his head. I don't know about the ice and fire attributes. It's too good to keep it a secret. As for the wind attribute, I know about it. The wind attribute is also a powerful attribute. Its mysteries are wings of the wind, binding of the wind, and wind blade. These are the 3 mysteries I know. The wings of the wind can increase your flying speed and attack speed. The binding of the wind and the binding of the water can restrict the enemy. As for the wind blade, it's an extremely powerful cutting mystery, comparable to the metal attribute's metal cutting. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The wind attribute could increase one's speed and restrict the enemy. It was too powerful. In addition, the wind attribute isn't restricted by any other attribute. It's considered independent. Elder Huang added. Yi Xian nodded silently. He had also guessed this. Other than the 5 elements being restricted, the other attributes weren't restricted. This was the true strength of the wind attribute. Elder Huang had been in the main hall for a long time, so he definitely knew more than Elder Wu. Therefore, Yi Xian asked for more information. Soon, Elder Huang led Yi Xian to a person. It was an elder of the main hall. His strength was unfathomable. Yi Xian estimated that his virtual spirit had reached at least 50% virtual spirit transformation. Elder Hellion, this is the dossier that our 9th palace sent over. Elder Huang handed the dossier over to Elder Hellion. Although this Elder Hellion wasn't the strongest, his position was extremely high. He was in charge of many matters in the main hall. He took the dossier and his expression changed drastically. Something happened in the 9th branch hall. What? A sky dragon's corpse of a void god king? Why did you only report it now? Elder Hellion shouted. This. Only the hall master has the right to know. Elder Huang said with a gloomy expression. Damn it. A void god king fire attribute dragon's corpse. If brought to the main hall, it could greatly increase the perception of fire attribute experts. Elder Helian's expression darkened. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted, the sky dragon's corpse is still there. It only lost a heart. The 9th branch hall master must have hidden the yin and yang ring. Chapter 610. Loyalty Assessment. Yi Xian is the 9th branch palace's black-armored captain. He broke through earlier and has been working hard for the 9th branch palace. If not for him, the 9th branch palace would have been annihilated by the demon clan. Elder Huang hurriedly said. The reason he said this was to prove Yi Xian's innocence. Although it could not be completely proven, it could dispel some of Elder Hulian's suspicions. Oh. So you're saying that he's a meritorious official? Elder Hellion narrowed his eyes and said, even so, there's no proof. You should also go and accept a mission to kill the experts of the demon clan and bring back their corpses to prove your innocence. In the end, Yi Xian still had to go out and carry out the mission. Yes, sir. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. I will also immediately send experts to investigate. If they can really find a void god king level sky dragon corpse, everyone will be rewarded. Elder Hellion said. Following that, Elder Huang left with Yi Xian and received a mission to kill 100 demon clan experts of the same level. Demon clan experts of the same level are no threat to me. What I'm afraid of is encountering experts. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this time, an elder in the main hall handed him a piece of information. This was a map of the recent distribution of demon clan experts. Let's go to the 3rd branch palace. Yi Xian said. There are many demon clan experts in the 3rd branch palace's territory. You are only at the void transformation stage. Are you sure you want to go? The elder said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Alright, your cultivation level is at the void transformation stage, so you have to bring back 100 void transformation stage experts. Even half demons are fine. The elder did not say much and directly registered Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked, if I break through on the way, the requirements won't change, right? No. Very quickly, Yi Xian finished registering and left. However, after he left, the elder who was in charge of registration suddenly muttered, Gao Zhan, who was sent by the 7th branch palace, seems to have also gone to the 3rd branch palace's territory. If these two are loyal to my War King palace, then they will definitely be nurtured. Then, I'll be the one to test this kid. Suddenly, another elder walked out from behind the door. Alright, don't get discovered. He's the only empty god realm genius with the earth element in our warlord hall. The elder in charge of registration nodded. If he wanted to prove that he had not colluded with the demons, he would have to kill 100 demons of the same level. At the same time, an elder would be secretly observing to see if he had cheated. The demon race had infiltrated too deeply. There were even traitors in the main palace. In order to sneak in one person, what harm was there in sacrificing a few demons? After the registration, Yi Xian went to bid farewell to Elder Wu and Elder Huang before leaving the Warlord Hall. His destination this time was the third sub-palace. Something big had happened in the third sub-palace. Almost everyone in the third sub-palace had been massacred. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest of the examiners had gone over to help. On land, Yi Xian's speed was very fast, so he didn't need to use the art of qi to fly. He just relied on his legs to run. My martial dragon body technique has improved to 70%. I wonder when I'll be able to learn the earth-walking skill, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried along. The earth-walking skill could greatly increase his running speed. It was very useful for traveling. It was even more useful for fighting on land. Yi Xian loved speed the most. Therefore, all three of his advancements were in agility. Strength could defeat all tactics. Speed was the way to go. Even if it was just a chopstick, if Yi Xian threw it casually, he could kill a sacred beast. The main palace was a little far from the third sub-palace. Even if Yi Xian hurried along, it still took him 7 days. Now, he regretted not choosing the third sub-palace. If he had chosen the third sub-palace, he would have completed the mission in 7 days. I heard that there were more than 10 traitors in the third sub-palace. The palace master died in battle. If I come, I can meet up with them, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he felt that it was better to forget about it. After all, he couldn't trust anyone right now. Maybe his own family members could collude with the demon clan, so it was better for him to move alone. At most, he would go and inquire about some information. However, while Yi Xian was deep in thought, a figure flew above him. Huff, huff, doesn't this kid know how to be tired? He's been on the road for 7 days straight. This elder was the one in charge of secretly assessing Yi Xian. He had also flown with Yi Xian for 7 days without resting. At this time. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud sounds fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and anxiously rushed in that direction. However, he was extremely careful because it was said that there were demon clan S that had reached 30% to 40%. When he went over to take a look, he discovered that 3 demon clan S were besieging a middle-aged man. The reason why Yi Xian was able to recognize them was because these 3 demon clan S were only half demons, and were extremely different from humans. I heard that there will be people disguised as humans. When someone goes over to help, they will suddenly launch a sneak attack. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. These 3 half-demons were all at least 10% void transformation stage, so they could be considered Yi Xian's mission. He took out the Bahuang sword and summoned the Bahuang spirit. Then, he held the azure light sword and rushed over. The Bahuang spirit was formed from the 8 blades of the Bahuang sword and Yi Xian's earth attribute innate qi. Its body also carried the 4 layers of the earth pulse. Just its strength alone was enough to deal with these 3 half-demons. Therefore, Yi Xian only held on to his azure light sword and watched from afar. What? When the 3 Nihility God stage half-demons heard the wind, they were shocked. What was that? A Nihility God beast? In the blink of an eye, the Bahuang spirit arrived in front of the 3 of them. Then, with a punch from each of them, the 3 of them instantly exploded. The 4 layers of the earth pulse coupled with the Bahuang spirit's fist were extremely powerful. These 3 people couldn't even take a single punch. Soon after, the Bahuang spirit returned with the 3 corpses and universe rings. Well done. Yi Xian grinned and kept the universe rings and corpses. When the Bahuang spirit went out, Yi Xian glanced at it and found that this Bahuang spirit was actually one of his companions. In other words, the Bahuang spirit had the Beast God Bloodlines bonus, which increased all attributes by 10%. In addition, with the Beast King deterrence, it could increase the effect of attacks on beasts by 20%. Therefore, the 3 half-demons couldn't take a single punch from it. This, the middle-aged man was scared silly. She didn't even move her hand. Just by relying on a strange beast, she was able to deal with 3 half-demons that had suppressed him to the point of retreating. Her strength was definitely much greater than his. "Thank you for saving my life," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. "You're from the third palace?" Yi Xian asked. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I'm an elder of the third palace." "You are?" Chapter 611. Gao Zhan, from the main palace? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, "Yes, the elders of the third palace have already gathered. However, when we entered the camp, we were ambushed and had no choice but to scatter and escape." "Ambushed? Be careful." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. He did not know if the middle-aged man was from the demon race, so he could not fully trust his words. It was better for him to move alone and gather information about the others. Then, Yi Xian quickly left. The elder who was testing him in the sky squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "What a mysterious technique. What is that? Could it be the new profound of Earth?" However, this brat killed decisively. I wonder if he was just putting on a show for me to see or if he really is from the human race. Just one test was not enough to prove Yi Xian's innocence, so he needed to continue to observe. Soon, Yi Xian encountered the second batch of half-demons. They disguised themselves as humans and wanted to recruit Yi Xian. However, how could Yi Xian be fooled by such a trick? This time, he had brought many transformation pills. Once the transformation pills were taken out, the other party revealed their true forms. "All of you, die." Yi Xian and the 8 Desolation Jin charged into the crowd. This time, they killed a total of 8 half-demons. However, 4 of them were less than 10% void transformation and did not count. Ding! Host's void transformation has increased to 14 points. The system notified. Why did Yi Xian choose the third palace which had so many experts from the demon race? Firstly, it was to complete the test. Secondly, it was to break through and level up. He did not care about the test. It did not matter if he took the test or not. Leveling up was the most important thing. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The demon race actually transformed so many half-demons. What are they trying to do? Yi Xian thought to himself as he wandered around. Although he did not know much about the grudges between the two races, he knew that something big was about to happen for the demon race to erupt at the same time. At the same time, he also knew something. None of the experts from the demon race had reached the void god realm. They were all ordinary void gods. This was because the demon race had an agreement with the sword god palace to not allow void god realm kings to come. Of course, it would be a different story if they were to break through here. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly entered Yi Xian's eyes from afar. Just one person. Is he a demon or a human? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had the 8 Desolation Giant spirits stand guard in front of him while he stood with the azure light sword in hand. Very quickly, this person arrived in front of Yi Xian. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart. This was a young man. He was slightly older than Yi Xian, but he wasn't even 30 years old. Yi Xian. Of. 2. Then. This young man didn't care about anything else and directly attacked Yi Xian. What a guy. He attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong. He must be a human. This was Yi Xian's intuition. If the other party was from the demon race, he would have known that he was a human. After all, the demon race had a special way of distinguishing between each other. Therefore, this person must be a human. He should be a void god realm genius from the Warlord Hall. Yi Xian was right. This person was called Gao Zhan. Like Yi Xian, he came from a side hall and was in the middle of an assessment. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's, reaching 25%. His attributes also countered Yi Xian's. Most importantly, like Elder Wu, he had comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. Bang! A flaming sword chi broke through Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword, which contained the 4th layer of the earth-throbbing pulse, and headed straight for Yi Xian. Damn it! I forgot. Yi Xian's face darkened. His opponent was of the fire attribute and had comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. Most importantly, his opponent was using a void god realm martial art. His earth-splitting sword was at the bottom of the supreme grade heaven-level martial arts. Therefore, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. 8 Desolation Titans, kill him. Yi Xian commanded in his mind with a solemn expression. At the same time, he kept using the earth-splitting sword. His left hand was also using the Emperor Dragon Fist. It was still uncertain who would win this battle. However, at this moment, above the two of them. "Hey, why are you here?" An elder in gray robes flew over. Yi Xian's assessment elder raised his eyebrows and asked, "How did your assessment go?" "This Gao Zhan has been here for half a month. We have collected all the corpses and there is nothing strange about them. However, he did not return and continued to kill the demon race," the elder in gray robes said. "Then there is no problem." The assessment elder nodded silently. "What's up with you? Where did you come from?" the elder in gray robes asked. "He came from the 9th palace. The 9th palace is relatively weak. It is strange that such a genius would appear and they did not report it," the assessment elder replied. The elder in gray robes glanced at the two fighting below and said, TSK, the earth-splitting sword has reached the 4th layer. This is a genius. He might even become a king realm expert in the future. Let's not interfere. Let's watch. These two brats seem to be on par with each other," the assessment elder said indifferently. He was here to take the assessment. Even if Yi Xian was in danger, he would not interfere. TSK, they seem to be on par with each other. This Gao Zhan has a trump card. Even I can only admire him. The elder in gray robes laughed. He only knew about it recently. When Gao Zhan was surrounded by demon race experts and was in imminent danger, he used that trump card in the end. "What kind of trump card is it?" the assessment elder asked curiously. "Profound," the elder in gray robes replied. The assessment elder paused and said, "Could it be that this Gao Zhan has comprehended a second profound? Is it rising from the ashes, fire clone, or?" "That's right. It's the 2nd layer of the inextinguishable flames, raging flames burning the heavens." The elder in gray robes nodded. "I didn't expect him to have comprehended a 2nd layer of the profound. Raging flames burning the heavens. If it's combined with the fire clone, its power will be shocking." The assessment elder in gray robes was envious. The elder in gray robes nodded, "That's right. It seems that your people are in trouble. However, I find this brat pleasing to the eye. Moreover, it's the rare earth attribute. If he can't hold on, then I'll pretend to be the 3rd palace elder and save him." At this moment, Yi Xian and Gao Zhan had also fought for dozens of rounds. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. "Humph, I've already seen through your strength. Demon God transformation." Yi Xian roared in his heart. In the next moment, his eyes began to turn black. When he was in the spirit realm, the profound was his trump card. However, when he reached the empty god realm, everyone had their own profound. Therefore, the demon god transformation became his trump card. In the past, Old Devil One created the demon god transformation and killed many people. However, at that time, his strength was not as high as the current Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian used the demon god transformation and surpassed Old Devil One. Chapter 6:12. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Seeing Yi Xian's aura skyrocketing, Gao Zhan narrowed his eyes. The fire attribute qi in his body suddenly began to surge. At this moment, Yi Xian's 8 desolation spirits suddenly appeared beside Gao Zhan. The 8 desolation spirit had already been blasted apart by Gao Zhan, but Yi Xian's qi was almost limitless. After the 8 desolation spirit died, it quickly recovered. However, this time, Gao Zhan wanted to kill both Yi Xian and the 8 desolation spirit together. Die. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Suddenly, a flame shot up into the sky. Yi Xian only saw a flash in front of his eyes as an extremely powerful aura spread out. Not good. Yi Xian felt the danger and hurriedly rushed toward Gao Zhan. At the same time, the 8 Desolation Spirit also rapidly retreated. 8 Desolation Shield. The 8 Desolation Spirit instantly disintegrated and condensed into a shield in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, Gao Zhan's entire body exploded like a bomb. Boom! The shockwave swept out, and everything within 10,000 meters of Gao Zhan was blown into a vacuum. If he had detonated it on land, the power would not have been inferior to that of a giant meteorite. It was too terrifying. Even the 2 main hall elders in the air couldn't help but shudder at this scene. This move was enough to threaten them. This is bad. This raging flames incinerate the heavens is not like the other profound skills that can be used as one pleases. I didn't expect Gao Zhan to use it without warning. The grey-robed elder's face darkened. He was extremely displeased in his heart because Yi Xian should have been killed by this attack. This was a waste of a seed with the potential to break through to the Nihility God realm. Don't be anxious. At this moment, Yi Xian's elder suddenly said. What? The grey-robed elder followed his gaze and saw a figure more than 10,000 meters below. Who else could this person be but Yi Xian? When the grey-clothed elder saw that there was nothing beside Gao Zhan, he thought that Yi Xian was dead. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian had only been blown away by the explosion. Indeed, Yi Xian did not die. He had used the Octaterra shield to protect his vitals. His entire body was curled up within the Octaterra shield, so he had only suffered a small impact. He had not been burnt to a crisp. Damn, this is the second level of the inextinguishable inferno. Raging flames incinerate the heavens? Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. The tree of life was taking effect. Previously, he had chatted with Elder Huang quite a bit, so he knew that this was the second level of profound meaning. His pulsating guard was also at the second level of profound meaning, but one was for defense, while the other was for large-scale attacks like the original one. Humph, you overestimate yourself. After using raging flames incinerate the heavens, Gao Zhan could not help but mock. At this moment, he did not notice that Yi Xian was still alive. After all, Yi Xian was already high up in the sky. It was not that Yi Xian was afraid, but that Gao Zhan seemed to think that he was dead. Therefore, Yi Xian happened to be hiding, preparing to ambush him. According to Yi Xian's vengeful personality, how could he not take revenge? TSK, this brat hid. It seems that he knows that he cannot defeat Gao Zhan. The grey-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. You go and make this Gao Zhan return. Don't wander around outside. If he encounters experts from the fiend race, even we can't protect him. Yi Xian's trial elder said to the grey-robed elder. Understood. The grey-robed elder nodded and prepared to step in. However, at this moment. Octaterra swordplay, sword-cleaving Octaterra. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the clouds, suddenly reassembled the Sword of Desolation. Then, facing the panting Gao Zhan, he directly used his strongest move. A slash broke through the air and instantly split into 8, flying towards Gao Zhan. What? Gao Zhan, who heard the slash, turned his head and saw the 8 sword rays converging into a terrifying sword ray. Damn it! Gao Zhan immediately reacted and prepared to use Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens to block again. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens was a second-level profound meaning. However, it was not like other profound meanings, which could be used at will. This move required a large amount of true qi. He had used it once just now and had used up more than half of his true qi. This time, he had to use up all the true qi in his body. This was because this Sword of Desolation was so fierce that he did not think that he could dodge it. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. Just as the Sword of Desolation was about to hit Gao Zhan used the second-level profound meaning of the inextinguishable flames again. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. At this moment, there was not a trace of true qi left in his body. As for the Sword of Desolation, Yi Xian had also used up all of his true qi. The only thing was, who would win and who would lose. Bang! The sword ray was instantly enveloped by the flames and shook violently. Damn it! Who won? The gray-robed elder cursed angrily. Once again, he saw a fireball expanding in an instant. The flames soared into the sky. Soon, the fireball quickly dissipated. Then, a figure came into the sight of the two elders. He's not dead? The gray-robed elder and the exam elder widened their eyes. However, in the next moment, they saw someone dashing towards Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan used all of his strength to use raging flames incinerate the heavens to block the sword of desolation. However, he had used up all of his true qi and could barely fly. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had the bloodline of the divine tree of life and had recovered most of his true qi. You piece of trash. Go to hell. Yi Xian widened his eyes and swung his sword. Stop. The gray-robed elder couldn't help but shout. However, his sword had already been swung. An earth-shattering sword pierced through the air and cut off Gao Zhan's head. Who is it? Yi Xian jumped in fright and quickly put away Gao Zhan's interspatial ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased to 20 points. This time, he had a huge breakthrough, jumping from 14 points to 20 points. After all, Gao Zhan had already completed the assessment mission and there were large amounts of treasures in his interspatial ring. After Yi Xian broke through, he turned around and looked at the gray-robed elder with fear. Monster Clan? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Gao Zhan did not turn into a monster before his death and did not release any monster aura after his death. Therefore, he was a human. However, the gray-robed elder suddenly appeared and told him to stop. Therefore, it was possible that he was also a human. Of course, this was not 100% certain. After all, many humans had colluded with the monster clan. I am the main hall elder of the Warlord Palace and also his examiner. The gray-robed elder revealed his identity. Main hall elder? Examiner? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and reacted instantly. If the gray-robed elder was speaking the truth, then he might also have an examiner. In order to prove his loyalty, other than killing 100 Void God Realm monsters of the same level, there would also be people secretly observing. I don't know you. Yi Xian shook his head. Chapter 613. Seeing Jiang Tianjin again, the gray-robed elder was Gao Zhan's examiner. He had seen Gao Zhan's every move along the way. Gao Zhan was arrogant and powerful. He would not show mercy when he saw the demon clan. However, after a few days, he was so arrogant that he even killed humans. Gao Zhan was the one who made the first move, so the gray-robed elder did not blame Yi Xian. Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian said and quickly retreated, facing the gray-robed elder. Wait. The gray-robed elder suddenly stopped him and said, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be alive now. You don't have to be afraid of me. Indeed, his realm was very high. He could kill Yi Xian with a single finger. Yi Xian could also tell that this person's strength was much stronger than the elder Hellion he'd seen before. It was reasonable to send out a high-level Nihility God Realm expert for a genius. Elder, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. You've passed the test. Come back with us. Don't stay outside. The gray-robed elder said. Us? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As expected, he also had an examiner. He did not pass the test just now, but now that he had killed Gao Zhan, his corpse was enough. There were 100 corpses of Void Transformation Realm experts, and there were a few hundred corpses in Gao Zhan's Yin and Yang ring. Moreover, their strength was more than 10%. This was enough. However, he did not want to go back with them. Because, what if these two people colluded with the demon clan, dragged him away and forcibly turned him into a half-demon? No, Elder. I want to complete the mission myself. Yi Xian still refused. It's very dangerous here. The people of the third branch are also preparing to leave. You should hurry back. We can also come out to kill the demon clan. The gray-robed elder said. At this time, another figure descended from the sky. It was Yi Xian's examiner elder. I'm your examiner. You've passed. Let's go. The examiner elder said to Yi Xian. Two experts stronger than Elder Hellion. This gave Yi Xian a lot of pressure. To be honest, if these two people colluded with the demon clan and attacked directly, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. He would be captured instantly and brought back to the demon clan. However, they did not. This made Yi Xian somewhat believe them. Alright, let's go back. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. The two of us will escort you back. Elder Grey Robe said. Yi Xian was honored to be escorted by two elders at the high level of the Nihility God stage. However, right at this moment, boom. Suddenly, the three people's attention. Elders. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Their realms were enough to sweep through all of the Yao here. However, in their eyes, Yi Xian alone was more important than the branch hall. This was a seed with potential, a genius who had a chance of breaking through to the Void God realm, or even the Void God Emperor. It wasn't impossible. Let's go. Yi Xian's examiner elder rushed to Yi Xian's side. He patted his shoulder and led him away. The two elders had high cultivation bases. Their flying speed was much faster than Yi Xian's. What? The Vice Hall Master? When the gray-robed elder got closer, he realized that it was not a group battle. There were only two people. Moreover, he recognized one of them. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall. Why is the Vice Hall Master here? The gray-robed elder and Yi Xian's examiner elder were shocked. They could not understand why the high and mighty Vice Hall Master would be here. He was a Void God Realm King. At this time, their gazes fell on the person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the main hall. Someone who could fight with a Void God Realm King must also be a Void God Realm King. The person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the main hall was a youth in white. The gray-robed elder and the examiner elder were unfamiliar with this person. However, to Yi Xian, this person was very familiar. Who is that person? He can fight with the Vice Hall Master. The gray-robed elder asked subconsciously. However, when Yi Xian saw the person's face, he exclaimed, Jiang Tianjin? That's right. The person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall was Jiang Tianjin from the Jiang family. You know him? The gray-robed elder suddenly turned his head. Jiang Tianjin, from the Weapon King Hall. Yi Xian shouted. From the moment they heard the name Jiang Tianjin, the two great elders had already guessed who it was. There were not many Void God Realm Kings in the Eastern Continent. Naturally, the Jiang family would think of the Weapon King Hall. However, what the gray-robed elder did not know was why Yi Xian knew Jiang Tianjin. Boom! 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 The Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall was also very strong. He suppressed Jiang Tianjin. However, there was a strange energy colliding around the two of them. There was a strange flame burning in the air. The metal territory is indeed powerful. In the metal territory, the opponent does not dare to take out his Void God weapon. He can only rely on his folding fan. The gray-robed elder said. Metal territory? When Yi Xian heard this, he could not help but ask, Elder, what is the metal territory? Territory is an ability unique to Void God Realm Kings. When the Vice Hall Master's metal territory spreads out, he can control all the metal weapons in the territory. Therefore, the opponent does not dare to take out his Void God weapon. Even his interspatial ring is made of white jade. The gray-robed elder said. So powerful? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. The metal territory could control all metal weapons. If someone used a weapon in the territory, wouldn't that person be controlled and attack the owner? This metal territory is like my Bahuang sword. However, this is an enhanced version of the Bahuang sword. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Bahuang sword could only control 8 sharp blades. However, the metal territory could control countless weapons. 10, 100, 1,000, controlling 1,000 void god weapons to attack the enemy was 2F** King awesome. Moreover, it could control the interspatial ring and take away the enemy's interspatial ring. Elder, does Jiang Tianjin have the fire territory? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. In order to break through to the void god realm king realm, one must comprehend the elemental ultimacy of each element. For the metal element, one needs to comprehend the metal elemental ultimacy. As long as the Vice Hall Master wills it, he can gather the metal element Yuan Qi in the air and form shields, weapons, etc. The gray-robed elder paused for a while and said, Jiang Tianjin has comprehended the fire elemental ultimacy. He can gather the fire element Yuan Qi and burn it at a specific location. If he has also comprehended the inextinguishable flame, then this flame will be the inextinguishable flame. What? When Yi Xian heard this, he was completely shocked. Burn everything? Chapter 614. Undying Sword God, Yi Chong. Back at the Shangqing Palace, Yi Xian had been fighting with the black-eyed old man when Jiang Tianjin had suddenly appeared and shocked everyone. Then, with a single glance from him, Wei Zhentian had suddenly been set ablaze and burned to ashes. Now, Yi Xian finally understood how Wei Zhentian had died. Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian stared at the white-clothed youth. It was him who had killed Wei Zhentian and tortured Yi Xian twice. How could he not take revenge? Suddenly, Jiang Tianjin, who was fighting with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace, glanced at Yi Xian in astonishment. He had not expected that Yi Xian had really joined the Battle King Palace and was even able to stand in front of him. He had estimated that Yi Xian would only be at the spirit realm even if he had joined the Battle King Palace. He had not expected that Yi Xian would already be at the Void God realm. So what if you have grown quickly? I can still kill you with one hand. Jiang Tianjin was filled with disdain. He would not admit that any genius was a genius because he was only 3 years older than Yi Xian, but he had already broken through to the Void God realm and was the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace. However, he had already fought with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace for hundreds of rounds and the latter could only barely suppress him. Jiang Tianjin suddenly stopped and shouted, "That's enough. I won't fight over that heavenly dragon corpse." Hearing this, the vice leader of the Battle King Palace also stopped and snorted, as expected of the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace, "You have actually reached such a realm. I am impressed. Don't be so polite. If my father was here today, you would not be able to obtain the Sky Dragon corpse." Jiang Tianjin's face darkened. This Void God realm Sky Dragon corpse originally belonged to my Battle King Palace. Is your Jiang family a bunch of bandits? The vice leader of the Battle King Palace said unhappily. In this world, the strong are respected. If I were stronger than you, that Sky Dragon corpse would be mine. Jiang Tianjin didn't want to waste any more words. He turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, I didn't expect you to climb up in such a short time. I hope you'll be in the second team." What? The Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi Xian. This Jiang Tianjin actually knew Yi Xian? I once swore that I would kill you with my own hands. Yi Xian stared at Jiang Tianjin and said coldly. Shameless boasting. After Jiang Tianjin said that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian frowned. He felt that this Jiang Tianjin was different from the Jiang Tianjin he had met before. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianjin disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Right now, there were only 4 people left. Elder who is he? Asked the vice leader of Battle King Palace. Vice leader, he's a genius from the 9th Palace. His name is Yi Xian, replied the gray-robed elder. The vice leader narrowed his eyes and asked, Yi Xian, how do you know Jiang Tianjin? This Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "My mother is from the Jiang clan." Jiang Tianjin had called him cousin before, so he was sure that his mother was from the Weapon King Palace's Jiang clan. This sentence gave the three people present a fright. If Yi Xian's mother was from the Jiang clan, why wasn't Yi Xian's surname Jiang? One had to know that if one wanted to marry a girl from the Jiang clan, one would have to marry into the family. In other words, the child had to be surnamed Jiang. Wait, surname Yi? The vice hall master of the warlord hall raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief, "Yi Xian, your father is. What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to the Bloodstone continent? Wasn't it just to find his father?" His father had only left a message about the Battle King Palace. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position. Now that the vice leader of Battle King Palace was in front of him, this person might know something. "My father is called Yi Chong," replied Yi Xian truthfully. Boom! The vice leader wasn't the only one who had heard of this name. Even the gray-robed elder and Yi Xian's trial elder had heard of this name. Moreover, they were very familiar with this name. "You're the undying sword god's son. Then your mother," exclaimed the vice leader of Battle King Palace. Undying sword god. When these four words entered Yi Xian's ears, he shuddered violently. He seemed to have heard of this name before. Chapter 6:15. Jiang Xinyan, why won't you admit it? Yi Xian frowned. "Because your uncle is the palace master of the Sword God Palace and the guardian of the last floor of the Sword God Pagoda. He was the one who brought your mother back to the Jiang family and severely injured your father. Your uncle is Jiang Tianjin's father," the vice palace master replied. Yi Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin was able to recognize him at first glance. Bloodline could only mean that Yi Xian had the Jiang family in him. Perhaps someone from the Jiang family had left him a debt. What allowed Jiang Tianjin to confirm Yi Xian's identity was the Bahuang sword. Jiang Tianjin and his father are both bad people. Yi Xian thought to himself. Jiang Tianjin's father, who was his uncle, had injured his father more than 1,000 times. As for Jiang Tianjin, he had also tortured him twice. Furthermore, he had burned Wei Zhentian to ashes. Their hatred was stacked. "Senior, what is my mother's name?" Yi Xian suddenly thought of this question. After all, the word mother was too far away from him. Jiang Xinyan, the holy lady of the Jiang family. She is the most promising Empty God Realm Emperor in the Jiang family. Empty God Realm Emperor. In the Eastern continent, there is no other emperor other than the Sword God Palace. The Vice Palace Master sighed. Jiang Xinyan? So my mother's name is Jiang Xinyan. Yi Xian immediately remembered this name in his heart. What he wanted to do the most now was to help Yi Chong enter the Sword God Palace and reunite with Jiang Xinyan. However, he was still too far away from that goal. After all, even Yi Chong, who was an empty God Realm King, couldn't break through the first floor. What was the use of an ordinary empty God Realm King like him? He might not even be able to pass the first floor. Yi Xian stood there quietly and sorted out his emotions. He already knew where his father was. All he could do now was to break through again and again. Yi Xian, Jiang Tianjin is extremely conceited and has a fickle personality. I don't think he will tell the Jiang family about you. However, you must be careful not to tell anyone that you are Yi Chong's son. The Vice Palace Master reminded him. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. If the Jiang family found out about this, he would probably die at an early age. However, the name Yi Xian did not matter. It had been 20 years, and the Jiang family would not remember it at all. Besides, after he was born, he might be carried back to the heavenly water continent before he even had a name. That void god realm sky dragon corpse has been obtained. Although it is missing a heart, it is not a big deal. Let's go. The vice leader of the Battle Emperor Palace flew over, preparing to bring Yi Xian and the other two back to the Battle Emperor Palace. Yi Xian had already guessed that the Sky Dragon's corpse should be the one in his 9th branch palace. Vice Palace Master, how are the elders of the 9th palace doing? Yi Xian asked worriedly. By the time I arrived, they had all died in battle. There were elders' corpses, as well as demon race experts' corpses. However, the sky dragon's heart was nowhere to be seen. I believe that the first elder of the 9th palace took it away. The vice palace master said. All died in battle? First elder? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already tried to guess the outcome of this before. As expected, this was all part of the first elder's scheme. He had used the demon race to obtain the half-demon heart refined from the sky dragon's heart. However, there is no need to worry. It is only a half-demon heart. It is not that easy to refine it. Moreover, it will only be at the void god realm at most. It will not become a king. The vice palace master said. Yi Xian paused. Even if it did not become a void god realm king, it would still be a huge threat. After mourning for a few seconds, Yi Xian stopped thinking about it. In this world, death was a common occurrence. The vice palace master and first elder of the 9th palace had done their part. Subsequently, Yi Xian returned to the Battle King Palace under the escort of a Void God Realm King and 2 advanced Void God Realm experts. When the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Hall returned, he immediately notified many elders. There were more than 10 advanced Void God Realm experts and even peak Void God Realm experts. This made Yi Xian feel immense pressure. Vice Palace Master, how is it? An elder asked. We have retrieved the corpses. They are of the fire attribute. We even fought with Jiang Tianjin of the Tool King Palace. This kid is much stronger than before. He might even surpass me in a short period of time. The Vice Palace Master said. What? Didn't this kid just become a king? Too frightening. Compared to his father, this brat is not inferior at all. Sigh. Among the 3 king palaces, only the Tool King Palace is improving day by day. We and the Beast King Palace are declining. Let's not talk about this. Previously, I went to take a look around. Most of them are half-beasts. I reckon that their half-beasts' hearts were brought out from the wilderness. The Vice Palace Master said. Could it be that these beasts are looking for the heart of the great emperor? Isn't this just a legend? It is said that an empty god realm emperor fell in the eastern continent. What a joke. These beasts in the wilderness are really idle. However, they are indeed strong. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace is here. Otherwise, they would be kings of the Void God realm. The elders started to discuss among themselves. Alright, what should we do now? What should we do? Previously, a team from the Great Wilderness has already entered the Great Wilderness. Now, we need to form a second team. If any elders have any good candidates, please name them. The vice head of the Battle King Hall said loudly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Most of the geniuses had already entered with the first team. Even the young palace master of the Battle King Palace had gone. What other geniuses would there be? The second team doesn't need to be too strong. 10 to 20% of the Void God realm is enough. We will first train in the wilderness. There is no need to enter the wilderness. The Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace said. If that's the case, I have 1 here. I have 2 here. I have 1 too. The elders began to list out the Void God realm geniuses they knew. They were all under the age of 30. There are already 8 of them. In addition, Yi Xian has also passed the test. Count him in. The Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace suddenly looked at Yi Xian. He had not asked for Yi Xian's opinion before making this decision. However, Yi Xian understood the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace. All right. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. There were many void god beasts and beasts in the wilderness. Moreover, there were many opportunities. It was a good place to level up. However, at this moment, suddenly, a petite figure rushed in. She ran to the Vice Palace Master and said, Father, I want to go too. This girl was 16 or 17 years old. She was the Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's youngest daughter, Lan Xian. Nonsense. Cultivate properly. Don't cause trouble. The Vice Palace Master's face darkened as he coldly shouted. Chapter 6:16. Special training, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate all day long. Sister has already gone to the wasteland. I have to go find her. Lan Xian shook Lan Yao's arm. Her delicate face seemed to be on the verge of crying, causing the elders to feel heartache. Your sister is already a Void God Realm King. What about you? Lan Yao asked with a cold expression. Lan Xian blurted out, I'm already halfway to sister's level. No. Moreover, your sister is in the depths of the wasteland. This second team is only in the outskirts. Lan Yao still refused. My strength is not bad, and I have the wind attribute. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Lan Xian continued. The elders on the side all knew Lan Xian, so they could only stay there in silence. They could not interfere in this matter. Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu, had already broken through to the Void God realm. She was the number 1 genius of the Battle King Hall. This time, she was leading the team into the wasteland, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lan Yao could not let his youngest daughter enter. Yi Xian, who was quietly waiting at the side, was already helpless. This girl, who was a few years younger than him, was already at 50% void transformation stage. She had a powerful background. However, what Yi Xian cared about was that Lan Xian actually had the rare wind attribute. If she had comprehended the wings of the wind, then this little girl would be able to surpass 10 to 20%. In the end, the little girl could not dissuade Lan Yao and left sadly. Vice Palace Master, do we need to join forces with the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall this time? An elder asked. The first team has already joined forces. There is no need for this one. The more people there are, the bigger the target. Everyone, prepare for a month. After a month, we will enter the wasteland. Lan Yao said. Yes. Then, all the elders left. Yi Xian, the wasteland's outskirts are not very dangerous, but you have to be careful. Lan Yao reminded. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. After hearing about his father and seeing how powerful Jiang Tianjin was, he wanted to break through the wasteland. Strength was the foundation. You go as well. Elderly, you'll be in charge of teaching him this month, Lan Yao suddenly said to an elder. Elderly was actually the elder who had secretly tested Yi Xian. He also happened to be of the earth attribute. Yes. Elderly nodded. Following this, Yi Xian would have to undergo a month of special training. Although the outer regions of the Great Wilderness were not as dangerous as the inner regions, Yi Xian's realm was not high. He would not be able to increase his realm in a short period of time, so there was only one way to increase his strength. That was to comprehend Upanishads. Elderly brought Yi Xian to the training field and asked, Yi Xian, I'll be teaching you from now on. However, I want to see your actual strength first. Yi Xian understood what he meant and immediately took out his Bahuang sword and azure light sword. For the past few days, Yi Xian had been using his Jinqi to nurture the Bahuang sword. Therefore, one day for him was equivalent to several months for others. After all, others only nurtured their Jinqi during their free time. Sometimes it would take 2 hours, sometimes it would take 4 hours. Moreover, they also needed to recover their Jinqi. However, Yi Xian did not need to recover his Jinqi. Therefore, the nurturing level of the Bahuang sword could be measured in years. Come, use your strongest strength to fight with me. Elderly shouted and took out a lower-grade virtual god weapon that he had nurtured for decades. This ethereal divine weapon was comparable to a medium ethereal divine weapon. Elderly, if that's the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and his pupils suddenly turned black. The Bahuang sword instantly shattered and swept out. As for himself, he held the azure light sword in his hand and slashed at Elderly, heaven-shattering slash. A ray of brown sword energy swept out rapidly. This was a void god martial art that Yi Xian obtained after killing Gao Zhan. It was of the earth attribute. The earth-splitting sword from before was too inferior. It was not much stronger than an ordinary sword energy. However, with this martial art, the attack power of his original body was much stronger. 8 sharp blades that contained the pulse of the earth swept towards Elder Li. However, they were all deflected by Elder Li's sword. Bang! Although the heaven-shattering slash was powerful, Elder Li had suppressed Yi Xian's cultivation level. Hence, he only needed a light slash to split the blades apart. Damn, the difference in cultivation level is so huge. What's the point of training? Yi Xian's face darkened. However, he continued to attack. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. With the bloodline of the sword deity, Yi Xian's speed of cultivating the sword skill was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, he had increased his proficiency to 70%. Good lad, as expected of the son of the undying sword deity. His comprehension speed is so fast. Elder Li was shocked. He could break the heaven-shattering slash without using his true qi. However, it was now so strong that even he did not dare to underestimate it. Yi Xian, haven't you learned any fist techniques? Elder Li suddenly asked. Fist techniques? Yi Xian was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he knew the Emperor Dragon Fist. It was said that someone had comprehended the profound meaning of strength from this martial art. He immediately clenched his left fist and punched out. Emperor Dragon Fist. Good one. Elder Li's eyes lit up, but he went forward to meet it, and then dispersed the Emperor Dragon Fist with a punch. He's so strong without using any martial art. Could it be that he comprehended the profound meaning of strength? Yi Xian secretly guessed. I comprehended the profound meaning of strength by relying on this Emperor Dragon Fist. Come again. Elder Li shouted. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Martial arts needed to be cyclical and gradual. One must remember not to bite off more than they could chew. If he comprehended the profound meaning of strength, his strength would at least double. He immediately withdrew the 8 desolate sword. His hands were empty, and he madly attacked Elder Li. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's fist shadows were shattered by Elder Li's ordinary fist. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. Ding! The proficiency of the Emperor Dragon Fist has increased. Current proficiency is 90%. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had not comprehended the profound meaning of strength even though he had reached 90%. However, Yi Xian had a premonition that as long as he reached 100% proficiency, he might be able to succeed. After all, he had the bloodline of the Fist Emperor. Ha ha ha, kid, eat my fist. At this time, Elder Li suddenly punched out. It was the Emperor Dragon Fist. This punch was several times stronger than Yi Xian's. Its speed was almost faster than Yi Xian's reaction. 8 desolate shield. Yi Xian could not even dodge. He hurriedly took out the 8 desolate shield. The 4-layered earth pulse was already attached to the 8 desolate shield. Boom! The fist shadows hit the 8 desolate shield, and the 8 desolate shield hit Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was sent flying. Chapter 617. Profound meaning of power. Bam! Yi Xian fiercely smashed into the wall, embedding himself in it. The surrounding experts and elders of the Warlord Palace who were passing by were shocked. Elder Li is really powerful. Can that brat withstand this punch? It is said that Elder Li has long comprehended the profound meaning of power. I feel that Elder Li might be able to comprehend the second level of the profound meaning of power this year. TSK, maybe Elder Li has already comprehended it? The passers-by were discussing in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian walked down from the wall. That punch just now was indeed very strong, but he had the 8 desolate shield and the 4 layers of the great earth pulse. As long as he was not hit head-on, everything would be fine. Not bad, not bad. He actually received 10% of my strength from the Emperor Dragon Fist. Elderly nodded in satisfaction. This 10% strength of his Emperor Dragon Fist was enough to kill a 30% void transformation stage martial artist. However, Yi Xian had just turned into nothingness, yet he was able to receive it peacefully. He was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Elderly, eat my fist as well. At this time, Yi Xian threw a punch at Elderly with a solemn expression. It was still the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, the power of this punch was more than twice as strong as the one he had just thrown out. What, 100% mastery? Elderly was shocked. Just now, he felt that Yi Xian's Emperor Dragon Fist was only at 60 to 70% mastery. But now, it had actually doubled in power. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. Elderly dispersed the punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the first punch, there was a second punch. As for the second Emperor Dragon Fist, it was even stronger than the first punch. It had actually doubled in power. This is bad. Elderly's mind went blank as he hurriedly blocked it. He could not believe that Yi Xian was actually able to do it in such a short period of time. The profound meaning of power, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of power on the spot. This is impossible. Definitely. Otherwise, how could the second Emperor Dragon Fist be so powerful? The spectating experts were all stunned. As expected of the son of the undying sword god. He actually comprehended the profound meaning of power after fighting with me for less than 5 minutes. Elderly sincerely admired him. Profound force was the profound force he had used to break through to the empty god realm. It was also his first profound force. But to Yi Xian, it was the second profound meaning. At this moment, Yi Xian was so excited that he couldn't speak. Elderly's Emperor Dragon Fist had allowed him to reach 100% mastery. Following that, he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength. Yi Xian, there are only a handful of people in the younger generation of Battle Monarch Hall who have comprehended 2 profound meanings. Your aptitude in martial arts is already comparable to young hall masters. Elderly said. Now, Yi Xian also understood who Elderly's young hall master was. She was Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu. She was only 25 years old and had already become a Void God Realm King. She was the only one who could compare to Jiang Tianjin. At the same time, he was also the one who brought the Ice Lady and the Flame Emperor back to the Warlord Hall. This time, young Hall Master seems to have brought the Ice Lady Flame Emperor into the vast wilderness. I wonder if she's the one I'm looking for. If she is, Yi Xian thought to himself. If the Ice Lady was Song Suijing and the Flame Emperor was Adjudicator Song, then it would be a tragedy. The vast wilderness was the most dangerous place in the eastern continent. It was much larger than the territories under the 3 Battle Monarch Halls. There were Void God Realm Kings in the vast wilderness. When Elderly saw the thoughtful Yi Xian, he thought that Yi Xian was summarizing his experience from before, so he said, Yi Xian, this profound meaning of strength is only the beginning. Next, there are still the second level of profound meaning, light as light, and the third level of profound meaning, light as heavy. If you can master the profound meaning of strength, then even without using martial arts, you'll be able to kill an expert of the same level with a casual punch. After hearing Elder Li's words, Yi Xian regained his senses. The profound meaning of strength actually had the second and third level profound meanings. The stronger the strength, the faster the initial speed of the attack. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Why could it kill? It was because it had an extremely high initial speed when it was shot out. After I merged with the Beast God bloodline, my strength advanced once. With the addition of the profound meaning of strength, my strength has at least doubled. Yi Xian was suddenly bursting with confidence. During the battle with Gao Zhan, he barely managed to kill Gao Zhan. If he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength back then, he would have easily killed Gao Zhan. Yi Xian, the profound meaning of strength isn't like the throbbing pulse of the earth. Since you've comprehended the profound meaning of strength, then we'll move on to other training, Elderly said. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now that he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength, he didn't want to ask for the second or third level profound meanings of the profound meaning of strength for now. Yi Xian, how do you want to train next? Elderly asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying, underground technique. His attacks were already enough. What he lacked now was the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the underground technique could greatly increase his strength, so he prioritized training it. If he comprehended the profound meaning of the underground technique, then with the 3 advancements of his agility, his speed would explode. In the following period of time, he would train to avoid attacks while Elderly attacked. Time passed slowly. Although Yi Xian's realm didn't increase, his strength continued to grow. At the same time, the situation outside had changed. The beast race was rampant in the territories of the 3 kings, but strangely, the 3 kings didn't send out any void god realm experts. This was a crisis, but at the same time, it was an opportunity. These dozens of sub-palaces had existed before the kings were split, so the 3 kings were taking advantage of this opportunity to undergo a baptism. The eastern continent only needed the 3 kings, not so many sub-palaces. Very soon, a month had passed. During this month, Yi Xian sparred with Elderly every day. During this month of training, although Yi Xian didn't comprehend any new profound meaning, his throbbing pulse of the earth had increased to the 8th level. At the same time, all kinds of martial arts had been raised by him to 100%. His strength was several times stronger than it was a month ago. Now, the second team to enter the wasteland had been selected. Yi Xian was one of them. Other than him, there were 3 other geniuses from the Warlord Hall. These geniuses were usually the children of the elders, so their aptitudes wouldn't be too bad. The 3 of them were all at a higher realm than Yi Xian, and the higher one had already reached 50% void transformation. The worst one was at 30% void transformation, so Yi Xian was at the bottom. At this time, in a hidden palace of the Warlord Hall. The 5 of you must not let your guard down. In the wasteland, other than the orthodox beast race, there are only those rogue beast race. These beast race often roam the wasteland. If you are discovered, you must not show mercy. The Vice Hall Master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yao, said earnestly. Yes, sir. Chapter 618. Great Wasteland Team, in that case, your team will be led by Gung Lei. Gung Lei, you are very meticulous, so you must be careful. As Lan Yao spoke, he also glanced at Yi Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xian's life was very important. If the undying sword god Yi Chong found out that Yi Xian had died in the Great Wasteland, it would be terrible. Alright, the 4 of you can leave through this secret passage. After entering the Great Wasteland, go to my Warlord Hall's secret base in the Great Wasteland first. After Lan Yao finished speaking, he personally pushed open a door. Following that, Captain Gung Lei led Yi Xian and the other 2 in. The Warlord Hall was a great power with a rich foundation, but in this world, there were many great powers that were destroyed. Therefore, there were countless secret passages in the Warlord Hall that led to the outside world. Yi Xian followed behind Gung Lei, slowly walking. Captain, you are Elder Gung's grandson, right? Suddenly, someone broke the silence and asked. That's right, Elder Gung is my grandfather. Gung Lei, who was walking in front, nodded and said, since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. This trip to the Great Wasteland is extremely dangerous, so it's better to get to know our teammates. I, Gung Lei, am at 50% void transformation. Profound inextinguishable raging flames. Zhao Jinlong, 40% void transformation, golden touch, golden defense. Zhao Junbo, 30% void transformation, stacking waves profound meaning. After a young man with a buzz cut finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and asked, what about you? Yi Xian, 20% void transformation. Just as Yi Xian opened his mouth, Zhao Junbo cried out in alarm, what? Only 20% of the void transformation? Then why are you following us? Are you courting death? Why would the hall master let someone with 20% void transformation form a team with us? It was obvious that he had never seen Yi Xian before. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any elders with the surname Yi in the Warlord Hall. At this time, Gung Lei's gaze suddenly landed on Yi Xian and said, Zhao Jinlong, Zhao Junbo, you two brothers were in closed-door cultivation before, so you might not have heard of it. Brother Yi Xian has comprehended 2 kinds of Upanishads and 1 level 2 Upanishad. What? Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo were bewildered. 2 profound meanings and 1 second-level profound meaning? When Zhao Jinlong had introduced himself, he had also mentioned the second level of his Midas touch. He had originally thought that he was pretty good, but in front of Yi Xian, he seemed a little weak. Yi Xian, you're now my teammate, so I hope to understand your true strength, Gung Lei said. Yi Xian was actually very unhappy when he was interrupted by Zhao Junbo, but seeing that Gung Lei's attitude was not bad, he continued, Void transformation 20%, Earth pulse, pulsation protection, profound meaning of power. As expected, there were 2 of them. Gung Lei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, May I ask what level your Earth pulse has reached? 8th level. Yi Xian replied. This was the result of his 1 month of hard work. 8th level? When they heard his words, Gung Lei and the others were also shocked. Damn, it's actually so high. My stacking waves profound is only at level 4. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. The water attribute stacking waves profound was the same as the earth attribute's profound meaning of power. They could both increase one's strength. Both had some advantages. For example, the stacking waves profound had many levels that were easier to improve. As for the profound meaning of power, it had 3 levels. The first level was strength, the second level was lifting heavy as if it were light, and the third level was lifting light as if it were heavy. The stacking waves profound was easier to improve, but if the profound meaning of power was improved once, it would be equivalent to the stacking waves profound several times over. I didn't expect Brother Yi to be so strong. I was blind. The older brother, Zhao Jinlong, hurriedly cupped his fists. You flatter me, Yi Xian replied politely. TCH, you must have comprehended it by luck. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. Soon, the 4 of them walked out of the secret passage, then rushed out of a barren mountain. All right, let's go. Gung Lei said. Then, Yi Xian flew in the direction of the wasteland. This time, they entered from the direction of the first group from the wasteland. After flying for 7 days, they finally arrived at the entrance of the wasteland. During this time, they had killed many monsters along the way and gained a lot. All right, after passing through this mountain range, we will arrive at the wasteland. Everyone, keep your spirits up and fly into the clouds. Gung Lei looked at the mountain in front of them and said. Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded silently, then flew into the sky. For the past 7 days, he had been holding the Bahuang sword at all times, constantly nurturing it. The Bahuang sword was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. It was an upper-grade void god weapon. After being nurtured by Yi Xian for a period of time, its enhancement was comparable to a middle-grade void god weapon that had been nurtured for 10 years. With the Bahuang sword in hand, Yi Xian had the confidence to fight with Gung Lei. However, just as they were about to fly into the mountain range, a figure suddenly flew in their direction. Be careful. Gung Lei was the first to notice and quickly reminded them. However, when he saw the person's face, he suddenly let down his guard. Young Hall Master? Gung Lei was shocked. There were only 2 young Hall Masters in the Warlord Palace. They were both daughters of the Vice Hall Masters. The eldest daughter, Lan Yu, was an empty god realm king. She had already entered the depths of the wasteland. The person who was flying towards them was the youngest daughter of the Vice Hall Master, Lan Yao, Lan Xian. Lan Xian had a pair of green wings formed by her genuine energy behind her back. Her speed had already surpassed that of the 4 people present. Ah, it's Brother Stone. Lan Xian said in surprise as she approached. Obviously, she knew Gung Lei. Young Hall Master, why are you here? Gung Lei asked with a frown. My father said that 4 is not a good number, so he asked me to round it up. Lan Xian looked at Gung Lei with a smile. Bullshit. Gung Lei and Yi Xian thought to themselves. Yi Xian had seen Lan Xian acting coquettishly towards Lan Yao. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao would definitely not allow her to enter the wasteland. Now that she was here, there could only be one answer, secretly running away. Moreover, she should have been guarding for a while. Young Hall Master, you should go back quickly. If the Vice Hall Master finds out, we will be in trouble. Gung Lei said helplessly. If you want me to go back, you have to keep up with my speed. If you catch me, I'll go back. Lan Xian said playfully. Gung Lei rolled his eyes. What kind of joke was this? Lan Xian's realm was the same as his, and she had the wind attribute outside of the 5 elements. Most importantly, Lan Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of the wings of the wind. The wings of the wind, also known as the wind acceleration, could greatly increase the speed of a martial artist's flight. Not only that, it could also increase the speed of their attacks. There was once an elder at the 7th level of the void transformation stage who was unable to catch up to Lan Xian. Gung Lei was only at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. If the two of them were to compete, they would probably be instantly shaken off by Lan Xian. Chapter 619. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Young Palace Master. I know it's dangerous, but I have the wings of the wind. It's already good enough for a middle empty god to appear at the outskirts of the wilderness. Advanced? How is that possible? Lan Xian shook her head disapprovingly. Her speed was so fast that those who were not advanced empty god would not be able to catch up with her. This. Gung Lei was still hesitant. Brother Stone, if you don't agree, you can go in by yourself. I'll just follow you. Lan Xian smiled and said, moreover, I have the protective charm that my father gave me. As long as no empty god realm masters come, I won't be in danger. Gung Lei hesitated for a while and nodded helplessly. They were already at the entrance of the wilderness. If they went back now, their team would be delayed. After all, there were actually 2 teams entering the wilderness. The 4 of them were the first team and the second team would be formed soon. They would enter the wilderness after them. Thank you, Brother Stone. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Lan Xian smiled as her evil plan worked. Gung Lei sighed. What a joke. Lan Xian was faster than him. How could he protect her? However, what he did not know was that the life-saving talisman that Lan Xian had spoken of was simply nonsense. The 5 of them entered the mountain range. As it was the first time that Yi Xian had seen the wind attribute virtual spirit, he could not help but take a second look. The wind attribute seemed to be a good attribute. If he had the wings of the wind, he would be able to double or triple the power of the 8 Desolation Wind Formation. Unfortunately, these special attributes were extremely rare. However, just as the 5 of them entered the wilderness. You are. Lan Xian's attention suddenly fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian greets the young palace master. Yi Xian said hastily. Initially, Lan Xian had only thought that Yi Xian looked familiar. However, when she heard Yi Xian's name, her eyes lit up. Yi? Are you? Lan Xian suddenly paused and did not continue speaking. However, Yi Xian was able to hear it. This young lady must have seen his father, Yi Chong. That was why she found him familiar. So, it's you. However, why is your cultivation level so low? Lan Xian asked curiously. Yi Xian's face darkened. He thought to himself, do you think everyone is like you, who has been eating heaven and earth treasures since childhood? His background was not bad in Lianyan City. However, if Lianyan City was compared to the Warlord Palace, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Not to mention Lianyan City, even the profound Sun Empire, the Heavenly Water Continent, and the Luosha region were places that the Warlord Hall could destroy with a flick of a finger. When Lan Xian saw that Yi Xian was ignoring her, she snorted and stopped talking. Soon, the five of them passed through the mountain range and entered the great wilderness. Everyone, be careful. Although this is only the periphery, nothing is absolute. It's always good to be cautious. Gung Lei reminded again. This was something he had emphasized countless times. Brother Sher too, where should we go first? Lan Xian asked. Let's go to the Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands to understand the situation, Gung Lei replied. Okay, maybe sister is there too. Lan Xian giggled and followed behind the four of them. The Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands was very secretive. Even Lan Xian did not know about it. As the leader of the Great Wilderness team, Gung Lei was aware of it. The secret base was near the entrance of the wastelands. They only needed to travel for one day. However, on the night they entered the wastelands, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Why is there a battle? Is it a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts? Gung Lei asked with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Lan Xian looked as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. What do you think? Gung Lei turned to look at Yi Xian and the other two. Although he was the leader, this concerned the lives of the four of them. He had to listen to the opinions of the others. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Jinlong nodded. Zhao Junbo did not object. Let's go. Yi Xian also agreed. Why did he come to the wastelands? Wasn't it to level up? Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. He could still make a profit. This time, he came to the wastelands with a purpose. He wanted to level up in exchange for the Gemini bloodline. Then, he would have two void god spirits. Since Yi Xian and the other three agreed, Gung Lei could only agree. He immediately led the four of them in the direction of the commotion. At first, they thought it was a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts. However, after thinking about it, they realized that it was the sound of vital energy colliding. When they got closer, they saw four demons besieging a human. Among the four monster race members, one of them had already transformed into his original form. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others recognized him immediately. He's an elder of the Warlord Hall. Gung Lei immediately recognized the human and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the five of them dashed in that direction. However, Lan Xian was the fastest. She overtook Gung Lei in the blink of an eye. With the Wind Wing's ultimacy, Lan Xian's speed surpassed everyone present. She approached the human and took out a small sword. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard. 3 heads were tossed into the air. Even the red dragon that had transformed into his original form was beheaded. So powerful. She killed 4 people in an instant. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect Lan Xian to be so powerful. The 4 of them were around 40% of the void transformation level. Although Lan Xian's level was higher than theirs, they were still killed in an instant because they were from the monster race. Elder, are you alright? Lan Xian asked as she held the silver sword in her slender hand. I'm fine, the elder from the Warlord Hall was rather shocked. When he saw Lan Xian's face clearly, he cried out, Young Hall Master, why are you here? I'm here to help, Lan Xian replied. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other 3 finally arrived. You guys are too slow. Here, each of you have an interspatial ring. Lan Xian suddenly threw the spoils of war to Yi Xian and the other 3 so that they could distribute them. Young master, we didn't help much. Gung Lei said with a frown. Just now, those 4 monsters were all killed by Lan Xian alone. Gung Lei couldn't accept this. Take it. I have a lot of good things, Lan Xian said. Indeed, she was the daughter of the Vice Hall Master of the Warlord Hall. She had so many things in her interspatial ring that even Yi Xian and the other 3 combined could not compare to 1/10 of what she had. To be honest, these interspatial rings were very attractive to Gung Lei and the others, especially Yi Xian. F***CK, is this a benefit? Chapter 620. Benefits. F***CK, is this a benefit? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had just entered the Great Wasteland and had already obtained a universe ring of 40% Void Transformation Stage Demon Clan. These things were probably enough for him to break through to 30% Void Transformation Stage. However, he didn't do anything. This time, he didn't even fight, so he didn't dare to break through on the spot. He kept the universe ring in his bosom and thank you, young Hall Master. This time, he had really earned a lot. He reckoned that he would be able to exchange for the Gemini bloodline in a while. Elder, why are you here? Gung Lei quickly asked. Don't mention it. The stronghold was discovered by the demon clan. The few of us were besieged and lost. The black-clothed elder shook his head helplessly. The stronghold has been discovered? Yi Xian and the other four frowned. The secret stronghold had existed for many years and had not been discovered before. But now, it had been discovered. This could only mean one thing: there was a traitor. Immediately, Lan Xian and the other four retreated. Gung Lei took out a transformation pill and threw it to the black-clothed elder, saying, Elder, please consume this transformation pill. All right. In order to prove his innocence, the black-clothed elder consumed it on the spot. After a few seconds, there was no change. However, this could only prove half of it. The transformation pill could only prove that the black-clothed elder was a human. It could not prove that the black-clothed elder was on the side of the human race. I know you guys don't believe me. Now that the stronghold has been found, I can only report back to the main hall. After the black-clothed elder finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. Looking at his departing figure, Gung Lei asked, Everyone, what do you think? This demon clan is too sinister. We can't do anything to them when they secretly instigate our people to defect. Lan Xian said helplessly. This elder seems to be fine, but why do I feel like he didn't use his full strength just now? Zhao Jinlong said. Indeed, I think so too. Gung Lei nodded. The black-clothed elder from before was also at 50% void transformation stage like him, so he felt that it was a little strange. Then what should we do? Go back and stop him and check his universe ring? Lan Xian suddenly suggested. Interspatial rings are useless. Let's hurry up and leave, Gung Lei said. After that, the five of them quickly left. However, the black-clothed elder who had just left followed behind them. I really didn't expect that the young palace master would actually come. My luck is pretty good. If I can capture her, I will definitely be able to make a great contribution. The black-clothed elder narrowed his eyes as he thought. Indeed, he was the one responsible for the destruction of the secret stronghold. At this moment, Yi Xian's group of 5, who were flying in front, did not know that the black-robed old man was using a special method to control the demons behind them. Brother Shi, where are we going now? Lan Xian asked. Let's go to another secret base. Hopefully, we haven't been discovered, Gung Lei said. The second closest stronghold to them was still 2 days away. However, after they had traveled for an entire day, several powerful auras are heading our way, Gung Lei suddenly said. Yes, and there are quite a few of them. Lan Xian suddenly turned her head to look. However, they couldn't see anything because most people hid in the clouds. When the battle breaks out later, everyone will fight on their own, but don't be too far away from your teammates. Gung Lei said. Understood. Yi Xian and the other two nodded. This was the outskirts of the wasteland, so there were fewer middle-level Nihility God stage cultivators. As long as there were no high-level cultivators, they wouldn't be in much danger. After all, there was an extremely strong Lan Xian in the team. Sure enough, not long after they had decided on their battle plan, there were more than 20 demons descending from the sky. These 20 demons were all between 20 and 40% void transformation stage cultivators, so they weren't very strong. However, among these demons, there was a figure that the 5 of them recognized. "Elder, it really is you?" When Gung Lei saw it, he couldn't help but ask. "Hee, of course it's me." The black-clothed elder laughed. He had spent so much effort to put on a show with the demons in order to lure out the elders of the other strongholds. After all, in this wasteland, the Warlord Hall wasn't the only one with strongholds. The Weapon King Hall and the Beast King Hall also had strongholds. Very quickly, the 20 demons surrounded the 5 of them. "Leave that girl to me. I'll leave the rest to you guys," the black-clothed elder said to a white-haired elder. "All right." The white-haired elder nodded. He could also feel that there were 2 troublesome people in the team. One was Lan Xian, and the other was Gung Lei. The black-clothed elder had seen Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo before, so he had a better understanding of their strength. The other demons were enough to deal with the 2 of them. As for Yi Xian, he was directly ignored by him. "Let's not waste any more words. Kill!" the black-clothed elder shouted. In the next moment, more than 20 demons attacked instantly. Countless attacks flew towards the 5 of them. "Retreat first," Gung Lei hurriedly shouted. Facing an encirclement, the best way for them was to find a weak point to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, the battle would be too dangerous. "Chase!" The black-clothed elder and the white-haired elder immediately moved out, but they were still a step too slow. The demons in the path of Yi Xian's group of 5 were directly harvested by Lan Xian, who was the fastest. Coincidentally, the demons from the other 3 sides also surrounded them. "Young Hall Master, be careful." After Gung Lei gave a reminder, he rushed towards the white-haired elder. Lan Xian's opponent was the black-clothed elder from the Warlord Palace. The 2 brothers, Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo, had already made their move. Now, it was time. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 31 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level instantly skyrocketed. "Let me see how much I've grown in the past month." Yi Xian's eyes widened. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Gung Lei's. 8 desolate wind-killing formation. 8 layered earth pulsations. 8 sharp blades instantly swept out. At the same time, Yi Xian continuously slashed out the colossal heavenly killing slash that had already been raised to 100%. His killing speed directly surpassed the sum of Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo's. What? This brat was hiding his strength? Zhao Junbo's expression changed. He could feel that Yi Xian's realm was not like what he had said. He was only at 20% void transformation. This was clearly at 30% void transformation, just like him. In less than 3 seconds, more than 20 demon clan experts, without even transforming, were killed by Yi Xian and the other 2. Yi Xian alone took a total of 13 universe rings. His cultivation level soared 2 more times, reaching 33. The miscellaneous fish had been cleaned up. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Yi Xian's eyes burned with a blazing light as he rushed towards Black Costume Old Man, hiss. At this time, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The 40% void transformation stage demon clan expert had already been killed by Lan Xian.